He thought he was logging into a game until the world outside became the battlefield. Now, monsters are real, humanity is evolving, and his only chance to survive is to become something far more terrifying than them. Chapter 1, Prologue. "Are you coming?" the young lady asked. Her deep blue eyes gleamed as she stared into his brown ones. She pouted her lips, leaning in closer, blocking his view of the device in his hands. Her long brown hair spilled over, brushing against his face and cutting off his vision completely. Akhil let out a tired sigh. "Can't you just get it for both of us? I don't have to come." A sharp sting followed as her small hand landed a clean knock on his head. "Ouch," he grimaced. "Why the fuck do you have to act so nonchalant every goddamn time? You were part of the beta testing team. The results are coming out today, and you have to come," Maria said firmly, her eyes blazing with determination. Akhil rubbed his head, staring back in her deep blue eyes. Arguing with Maria was pointless. Growing up together, he'd learned she was always stubborn. Sometimes she even nags like an old lady. Akhil thought tiredly. Maria caught his gaze and raised her hand for another knock. Akhil quickly raised his arm to shield his head. "What? I didn't do anything. You definitely called me an old lady in your mind again." Maria snapped. Akhil chuckled lightly. "Since when did you become a mind reader? You don't have any proof of that," he said with a lazy shrug. "Ew." She raised a finger, pointing at him, but no words came out. "I know what kind of man you are. You smart idiot. I'll just wait patiently till you say it out loud." She scoffed, folding her arms across her chest. "But you're still coming with me regardless." "But still." "No, we can't use instant order with the drones. They said they won't release the results on their forum, so we have to go there personally and see for ourselves." Even before he could speak, she had already won. Defeated, Akhil could only follow her. Even in 2071, when AI handled everything from food to politics, gaming had somehow fallen behind. With real-time news now delivered by modified AI reporters that only existed on screens. A lot had changed in the world. Yet, for so many years, the gaming sector had remained stagnant. The games themselves varied in style and still offered entertainment, but in terms of technological advancement, there had been no real breakthrough. That was until today. The ProTech company was set to launch its revolutionary AI gaming chip, a system designed to deliver the most immersive gaming experience mankind had ever known. Everyone had been waiting in anticipation, wondering what this new piece of technology could do. And now that it was finally being released, the market was flooded with orders. Everyone wanted to get their hands on this so-called revolutionary chip. Akhil was among them, or rather, dragged into it. Maria had pulled him into the entire mess. It wasn't easy finding girls who were into gaming as much as she was. Thankfully, because of his wealthy adoptive father, they had both been accepted into the beta testing team. And true to their claims, Titans Online outshone every other game she had made them play. It was truly an incredible experience. The visuals blurred the line between fantasy and reality. The AI integrated voice that announced completed quests, the detailed reward system, and the NPCs so lifelike they could be mistaken for real people. All of it was astounding. But to Akhil, the chip itself still felt overhyped. What truly captured him was the game's story. It was gripping, full of twists and suspense that kept him hooked from start to finish. The game featured the Titans, the main villains. To advance to higher levels, players had to defeat each of them. No easy task. It wasn't just about fighting either. These Titans could blend in with the characters themselves, forcing players to use wit, strategy, and survival instincts. Akhil found it one of the most enjoyable games he had ever played. "Are you ready?" Maria asked, standing by his door. Just as they were about to leave, Akhil's phone pinged. "Email. ProTech Beta Results Test." He glanced at the screen. Akhil froze as he read the message. Maria seemed to have received the same one. "I came fourth in the test." Maria squealed, jumping up in excitement. "What did you get?" she asked eagerly, rushing to his side and leaning over his shoulder to peek at his phone. She froze, her eyes widening. "What the hell? You were player Nexus all along." she shouted, staring at him in disbelief. Akhil gave a wry smile. You told me the game was difficult, you liar. You cleared most of the scenarios before we even could. It was really difficult, but that doesn't mean I didn't clear any of them, Akhil protested. Yeah, sure. Difficult enough for you to get first place. Maria rolled her eyes. TCH, no wonder you hid your username from me all this time, she huffed. Akhil smiled awkwardly, then smirked. Well, you were fangirling Nexus so much, I wanted to see how you'd react when you found out it was me. I didn't want my sister catching feelings. Maria's face turned red with embarrassment. Goosebumps crawled up her arms. You, she sputtered, unable to find the right words. Well, at least now, we don't have to go to the store anymore. The company's sending us special customized chips. Bully, she said quickly, storming out of his room and slamming the door behind her. Akhil chuckled softly. Yeah, waiting to see her reaction was definitely worth it. He walked back to his bed, but was interrupted by a knock on the door. Akhil, you have a package waiting for you. He opened the door, and the maid handed him a small box. It came really fast, Akhil said in surprise. The chips had arrived far sooner than he expected. He took the package inside and carefully unwrapped it, revealing a small, sleek chip. He didn't have anything else to do, so he thought, why not? I'm sure they must have changed some stuff in the beta version. Otherwise, we'd have a few cheats lying around. Or maybe they left it the same. I can't wait to find out. He quickly attached the chip to the side of his head. He tapped it, and it activated with a faint buzz. The moment the chip clicked into place, his room seemed to blur. His thoughts drifted, then vanished. But instead of waking in the game's waiting room, Akhil was met with the sight of blood. A figure hovered in the air above a battlefield, massive wings spread wide. His eyes glowed crimson, his skin pale as snow, and horns jutted from his head. The mere sight of him sent a chill down Akhil's spine. Below him stood several warriors clad in heavy armor, breathing heavily, weapons in hand. The vision flickered and changed. The sun raced across the sky from west to east. Night fell and vanished again in an instant. It looked like the flow of time on reverse. Time flew at an impossible speed. Days, then weeks, until finally, after what felt like an eternity, a voice echoed in his ears. System has experienced a malfunction. Character syncing will now begin. Error 101. Using alternative method. Reading host genetic codes. Genetic decoding will now begin. Global notification. This is the integrated artificial intelligence for game management. Characters will now be fused with hosts as the system is malfunctioning. What the? Before Akhil could react, darkness swallowed his vision. If you enjoy daily light novel audiobooks, hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy today's story. Chapter 2. Mutation. CH1. Mutation. Akhil's eyes shot open, greeted by a bluish sight in front of him. He felt the strong currents of the wind hit him, leaving him disoriented. But wait, how could the wind push him so lightly? Akhil felt weightless. What's this feeling? I can't feel my hands. My legs as well. While he was still wondering what in the world was happening to him, a translucent blue screen popped up in front of him. Genetic code has been successfully rewritten. Mutation complete. Character status. Character name, Nexus. Mutation status, genus mosquito, new species. Bloodline, X-grade, unawakened. Lifespan, 1 hour, absorb blood to increase time. Strength, F. Stamina, F+. Agility, B. Intelligence, F. World ranking, 4, 357, 899, 000. Associations, none. Akhil looked through his character status, and a wave of realization hit him. That's right. This is meant to be the game, right? Akhil thought, as he felt the air currents push him into disorientation. How the heck did I end up in the body of a mosquito? I never got the chance to even choose my character. Suck blood? Doesn't that mean I'm a femme? Akhil couldn't even fathom the thought. I can't lose that as well. He took a moment to feel his body and felt a wave of relief as he felt something twitch under his abdomen. Seems I'm a really special mosquito. Akhil buzzed with content. The thought of having all those females flocking around him. Just then, the wind crashed straight into him again. He was being toiled around by the wind. I need to stand somewhere, Akhil thought to himself, balancing himself mid-air. He couldn't make out where he was. All he could see was a blur of yellow and red lines all around, vaguely outlining the shapes of the figures around him. He could make out the shape of the trees that looked like ancient behemoths in front of his small figure. His vision warped, shifting in ways that made his stomach churn. He felt light, weightless. Akhil moved to the tree, steering his way through the air. It was a strange feeling, unlike he had ever felt before and never thought he would. But it was actually happening. He was flying. At least I can control my body. The feeling of flying for a moment made him feel a bit more relaxed about his current predicament. However, it still didn't change the fact that he was a freaking mosquito. Even if he didn't choose a character, was he really so unlucky that he had to end up this way? He felt his small 6 spindly legs attach themselves to the large tree before him. The long, needle-like proboscis curled up as he landed. How did all this happen? Akhil couldn't help but ask himself, rummaging through his memories, and then it hit him. How could he forget what happened? It started right after he wore the console for the popular VR game, Titans Online, a game released by the pro tech industry, right after humans thought they had reached the peak of the gaming industry. It wasn't just the gaming industry. Technology as a whole advanced to a whole new level, even to the point where people could download food online. Call it crazy, but it happened. Travel pods were created. Planetary travels were now made possible. You'd find a man preparing a visa to travel to Mars for a vacation with his family. It was that crazy. And after so many years of waiting for another major development in the gaming industry, since VRs were now a normal thing, with nothing really special about them, ProTech, as promised, launched Titans Online, a game so real that you could even live inside. Well, if you're okay with becoming celibate. They succeeded, and just from their pre-launch sales, billions of copies were sold. People were left curious as to what the popular gaming industry had made for them. Of course, it was generally costly, but the government was kind enough to use tax money to reduce cost and make it readily available. At least they finally used the tax money for something that benefited everyone. After it was launched, Akhil didn't waste any time in going to get a copy of his own. But on that same day, right after he wore it, something terrible happened. Not just to him, but everyone who had bought the game. A flurry of codes appeared just as they wore the console. And following it was the word alert written in blaring red. And then the message right underneath. System has experienced a malfunction. Character syncing will now begin. Error 101. Using alternative method. Reading host genetic codes. Genetic decoding will now begin. Global notification. This is the integrated artificial intelligence for game management. Characters will now be fused with hosts as system is malfunctioning. That was the last message Akhil saw right before his brain shut down. But he couldn't tell if he had managed to enter the game. He could tell something was terribly wrong. The wind brushing against his body. The tall trees, even the leaves falling off from the tree. It felt real. Too real. Enough to make him question his surroundings. Is this a game or reality? Akhil couldn't help but ask himself. But before he could dwell on that, another flurry of notifications blinked into existence in front of him. Congrats Player Nexus for passing the first scenario. Time spent, 45D, 2 hours, 12 minutes, 58 seconds. Your second scenario will now begin. A special species has been created. Genus Mosquito. However, your existence is being threatened. Task. Extend your lifespan by sucking blood from a host. Time left, 54 minutes. Penalty, death. Reward. Note. Check abilities in System Panel. As Akhil read through the system's message, he felt a knot in his chest. His body trembled. 58 minutes. After that, everything would end. If the information displayed was true, once his time elapsed, that would be the end. Panic surged through him like a tidal wave. Just then, something stirred inside of him. An instinctual awareness. A strange pull. He could sense it. Blood. Warm blood. Chapter 3. The Transmission. The moon cast its gentle sheen over the dense forest. The tall trees cast jagged shadows over the earth. The rustle of leaves could be heard as a small group made their way through the forest. Their hurried breaths could be heard as they dragged their bodies through the forest trees. Those greedy people, how can they be so greedy? The large figure leading the group groaned in annoyance, clutching his bleeding arm as he led the group. The red blood painted his tunic, a contrast to his green-colored skin. He held an axe on his injured arm, the weight of the axe pulling it down, but he dragged on. Right by his side, another figure, a female with long curly black hair sprawled over her shoulders, held her stomach, wincing in pain. Just 'cause they managed to maintain human forms after mutation. How can they treat us like we're intruders? The man continued to bicker, apparently still annoyed by what had happened. Nibwa, shouting won't change anything. We lost a lot of our men there, and the villagers are still suffering from the plague. She paused momentarily, gritting her teeth, fingers curled into a fist. We've come far enough. We should rest. Our stats are better than that of the others. They aren't faring as well as we are, she suggested, scanning their surroundings. Nibwa looked behind them. It was just like she had said. The others looked like they would drop dead if they kept pushing. Their green skin had gone pale white. He couldn't blame them. He knew how far they had to run to get as far as possible from the human settlement. He looked around. He couldn't sense any immediate danger, so resting within the forest wouldn't be a bad idea. You're right. We should be safe here, Nibwa said after checking again to make sure everything was all right. We'll take 30 minutes at best. The village isn't too far from here. We need to head back and know what we'll do next. All the orcs nodded before taking a deep sigh of relief as they finally got an opportunity to rest. Nibwa rested his back on a large tree, his sheer weight making the tree tremble as he leaned onto it. He closed his eyes momentarily, calming his nerves. I know how you feel. It's not easy for any of us. The lady walked up to him, taking a seat right next to him. Who knew a day would come when we would be chased by our own race? All it took was for us to turn into a bunch of green-skinned orcs, she said, her words dripping with emotion. You're not wrong. I guess to them we're not humans anymore. We've turned into animals, Nibwa replied, tightening his fist. It's just funny how the sides turned. Arya laughed awkwardly, running her hand through her hair. Well, if any one of us here didn't end up becoming orcs after the game transmission, I guess we would have acted the same way. Nibwa took a deep breath. You're not wrong. I would have been scared too, Arya replied, remembering the terrified faces of the humans the moment they came to their settlement. Everything had changed right after the transmission, as they popularly called it. Some people were turned into creatures from the game, completely losing their sanity and becoming monsters. Chaos tore through the civilization that was built over decades and millennia past. Humans all expected the grand AI takeover with all the advancement they had made through the years. Over time, the topic became a stupid theory proposed by a bunch of scared scientists who didn't want humanity to progress. The idea was wrapped and tossed in the bin. Who would have thought that the almighty takeover would occur in the most absurd way no one ever thought of? It wasn't the AI bots carrying weapons attacking humans. Neither was it some grand master plan from the AI gathering information on humans only to use it later against them. No, it was none of this. Instead, it was a game. A freaking game. And it happened as a mistake where the highly advanced AI technology that was inputted into the game system to manage bugs and whatnot thought it was best to mutate humans and make a game into reality. It caused a major division, creating several new races and lots more, all bound by a system. None could escape the predicament, even those who didn't get the VR set. In this new world of mutants, they were considered NPCs, becoming the least in the food chain. Left with the choice to either remain that way in constant threat or take the risk of getting a VR set and accept the new fate of their world. All in all, The entire world had practically become the ultimate virtual reality. Only in this case, it really couldn't be called virtual. Nibwa and Arya sat quietly for a moment, remembering their life before the transmission. After what felt like a long hour, Arya took a deep breath. But hey, on second thought, having sharp canines doesn't seem so bad, she said, touching the large canines sticking out from Nibwa's mouth. Hey, I didn't give you permission to touch them, he shouted, trying to pull her hands away from his canines. In the distance, while the two of them were struggling, unbeknownst to them, a little mosquito had just spotted its first prey. 30 minutes left. Akhil's breath hitched as he saw the notification pop up in front of him. Thankfully, though, he didn't have to search anymore, as he could finally see a source of food for him. Damn it, never thought a day would come when I'd be going around searching for someone to sip blood from, Akhil thought, annoyed. But his annoyance was quickly washed away as he remembered his abilities. His anticipation grew as he remembered the abilities. Let's get this over with, Akhil thought as he focused his gaze on Nibwa, the person with the strongest life force. The red outline all over him was so strong that Akhil felt his entire body jolt with excitement just by looking at him. He had his target in sight. Now, all he had to do was attack. With speed, Akhil shot straight for his target. Set the proboscis for instant insertion, he thought excitedly as his long needle shot forward like a spike. In an instant, he had arrived. And now? Stab! Ouch! Chapter 4, Little Blood. Ouch! He winced from the intense pain. Akhil felt his proboscis recoil from the impact. It felt like a needle hammered straight into a metallic bar. His body trembled. This pain, it was real. He could feel it in every nerve, every fiber of his small frame. It spread instantly like a wave. It took a moment to regain his composure. He flew back to his target's neck, resting on it. He gently shifted the hairs to the side, and then he spat on the spot to soften the skin. Now I know better, he thought to himself. He was previously so excited that he had forgotten all the procedures. Now he could finally achieve his mission. Akhil's eyes lit up with excitement as he stabbed his needle like proboscis into the softened skin. But he felt it stick there. There's a resistance. What the hell is this? When did human skin become so tough? Akhil thought, rather confused. He was sure he didn't make any mistakes, so why was it still so hard to get to blood? It felt like he stabbed a kitchen knife into a tree trunk. It was in, but not enough to get the blood. He could feel the veins just beneath. They weren't far, they were right there. Within reach. Yet still so far. He could feel the rush under the skin. He could feel the warmth of the blood, streaming through his target's veins. He didn't know if it was the innate feeling of this species, but there was a thrill, an excitement just knowing that the blood was within reach. His round eyes were completely fixed on the target. Just a little more, a bit more. He kept pushing, stabbing deeper, and deeper, until he felt it. The gush of warm blood just below his syringe-like mouth. Finally, a feeling of triumph welled up inside him. He sucked greedily, taking as much as he could. He felt the warm blood flow into his own body. What's this? Akhil thought to himself, a strange feeling of satisfaction washing over him. The taste was magnificent, unlike anything he had ever tasted, even as a human. He didn't know why. But the warm feeling left him wanting more. He kept sucking, and then the system notification blinked into existence in front of him. O plus blood essence. Strength +2. Lifespan has increased significantly. Akhil could feel his muscles tighten. He could feel his proboscis dig deeper into the thick flesh with seamless ease. It wasn't just words from the system. He could feel it. He had become significantly stronger than before. Can I activate my abilities now? Akhil's thoughts quickly went back to his abilities. It was finally time to see if the skill worked. Gene absorption. Instantly, he felt a different surge of energy flowing through his body. It was within the warm blood, but he could tell that there was something different. There was a different taste. And before he could fully grasp the strange sensation, a tremendous pain tore through his body. He wanted to scream. But no, his muscles ached terribly. His vision turned into a blurry mess. The red and yellow lines seemed to join together. But slowly, he began to regain clarity as his vision returned to normal. Level 2 Beast Gene absorbed. Race, Orc. One day, while he was still staring at the flurry of notifications from the system, he felt a subtle yet noticeable shift in the air. What the heck is that? Nibwa asked, feeling the stinging pain at the back of his nape. He instinctively shifted his hand, moving with a blur as he reached out. Akhil could sense the subtle waves in the air and quickly turned his gaze to the source of the vibration. He could see the large red pattern coming straight for him. Shit, an attack. Akhil panicked. His muscles and body still weak from using his abilities, he used all his strength to push himself up. Dragging out his needle from his target's neck, he looked at the incoming attack. The hand was already terribly close. Shit. Akhil mustered all the energy he could, flapping his tiny wings as fast as he could. He flew straight out of the way, and just as he did, he sensed the vibration in the air as the hand slapped onto the nape with brute force. Bah! The sheer impact from the force sent out a powerful wave that pushed him through the air. Force like that would have turned him to meat paste in seconds. He took several minutes to finally control his flight. Heck, that was close. Akhil thought to himself, letting out a sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded on his first mission. But there was one issue. Why didn't my ability work? Akhil thought angrily. Not only had he been put in the worst situation ever, his ability that was supposed to bring him out of the deadly predicament was utterly useless. When he saw the ability, he had some sort of hope. Now he just realized how bad his luck was. How the hell am I meant to survive as a mosquito in this new reality? Akhil was frustrated. While everyone had re-engineered, getting new skills and insane abilities, he was stuck as a mosquito. Heck, it would have been better if he just turned into one of the mindless beasts. He looked at the system's notification again, just to be sure he wasn't seeing things. However, it still appeared that way, but he also noticed something he had failed to notice the first time. One day. A day for what? Akhil pondered, his thoughts churning. But just as he was thinking of what that could possibly mean, his antennae stood tall, sensing the dangerous presence around him. Akhil moved instantly, barely dodging the clap by a hair's breadth. What the? You little pest. Come here. Nibor roared as he chased after the little mosquito. Akhil steered through the air, dodging the attacks by a wisp. He felt invisible tears well up in his eyes. Come on, it was only a little blood. Chapter 5, A New Friend. Akhil steered through the air, merely dodging the constant claps. Nibwa, calm your freaking ass down. It's just an insect, Arya said amidst her laughter. The bite fucking stings, Nibwa shouted back as he continued his chase. Akhil kept dodging, and slowly he began to realize something. His chaser was terribly slow. He could easily sense the attacks and dodge them before time. Why the heck am I running? Akhil thought to himself, stopping in his track. It was time to attack. He turned around, and with his wings flew straight towards Nibwa. Nibwa stopped momentarily, stunned by the mosquito's audacity. You little pest. You pack of food, Akhil thought to himself as he attacked. How could he run away from his food? It was like chocolates suddenly growing arms and legs trying to fight a human. In similar fashion, this was his food source. He wouldn't dare run away. Akhil drove round him in circles. Nibwa chased with his arms, flinging them around his head. The constant buzzing sound was annoying. Akhil noticed the large tree just behind him, and an idea snapped into his head. He attacked from the front, constantly pinching on Nibwa's face. What the? You stupid pest. Nibwa moved back, trying to give a distance between the two to catch the little insect. Just then, thunk! He felt the back of his head hit hard against a tree trunk. Ouch! He winced, rubbing the back of his head. Ha ha ha! A loud burst of laughter came from the side. Nibwa turned his head angrily to catch Arya laughing, her hands wrapping her stomach. It's not funny. He felt embarrassed. anger flashing in his eyes as he looked at the little mosquito. "I did warn you to let it be," Arya said as she walked up to the two. She calmly placed her hands over her waist. "Our time's also up. We should be going. We don't have much time on us." Nebua looked at Akhil, who flew in the distance with a triumphant pose in the air. At this point, he felt they should definitely have a hero called Mosquito Man. "If you want a round two, come on. I'm ready for you," Akhil thought, feeling a pump of adrenaline through his tiny body. Usually, he wouldn't act this way, but he didn't know if he was drunk on the blood he had absorbed. He wanted to dive straight for the orphan fight, wanted to flex some of his mosquito muscles. Besides, even the leg of a mosquito was meat. Nebua, still agitated, took a deep breath to calm himself. "Oomph," he huffed, glaring at the little mosquito before turning his gaze back to the group. He could hear that stifled laughter, which made him all the more embarrassed. But he quickly swallowed his pride. "We should get going," Nebua ordered, taking the lead as he walked forward. "I should stick around their group, just in case I need more blood." Akhil quickly weighed the chances. It wasn't impossible for the system to give him another task like that. Right after taking a moment to arrange themselves, the group set off again. This time, Akhil followed right behind them while putting some distance between them. He didn't want to test his luck. While Nebua couldn't kill him the first time, he knew he had to keep a safe distance, even flying up in the air. At the end, all it took was a single clap and he would be done for. Painfully enough, he had thought of also gathering information from the group while he was with them. But he couldn't hear a thing they were saying. All he could feel was the vibration of their voices in the air. Bored and having nothing else to do, he could only keep his eyes on the timer in front of him. 15 hours. He had flown for so long, he could feel his thorax muscles aching. "I need to rest," Akhil thought to himself. He felt his eyes grow heavier the more he flew, and he could barely keep his balance in the air. Every second passed felt like an hour, and every minute even worse. With the little energy he had left, he flew straight to the front of the group, and then he rested on top of the shoulder of one of the orcs. As his 6 legs finally found footing after flying so long, he felt a wave of relief through his body. But that relief was only short-lived as he felt the vibration in the air. "Got him!" Nebua felt a wave of rush and excitement as he slapped his comrade's shoulder. For some unknown reason, the little pest had followed them all the way from the forest, and just hearing the annoying buzz from the distance kept Nebua on high alert. He was patiently waiting for the right moment to attack, and it finally surfaced. He got the little pest. Or so he thought. Akhil flew off right in time, avoiding the hand, the air currents pushing him into disorientation. "Fuck you," he buzzed angrily. He caught sight of the figure that tried to kill him. While he couldn't see properly, he could make out figures from the heat patterns. And from what he could see, it was the same figure that tried to kill him not too long ago. The audacity! Akhil stared at the figure, marking him instantly. "You want to fight? I'll give him one." He drove through the air. While he had no strength to actually cause any harm, he knew the perfect technique that could get any human angry. Buzz and run. It was time to use his sacred art of the Mosquito Clan. With a swift steer through the air, he drove straight for Nebua's ears. "Take this." Akhil yelled in his mind as he darted straight for the ear. "ZZZZ. Slap. ZZZZ. Slap." Arya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You've got a new mosquito friend." "Friend my ass," Nebua replied, annoyed as he waited patiently. He had timed Akhil's forward and backward movement, and he was waiting patiently for the little runt to come again. Akhil, oblivious to this, went straight for the ear again. ZZZZ. Just as he was about to leave, he saw the large red pattern coming for him. Fuck. Chapter 6. Successful Transformation. Nebua's hand came crashing down like a large boulder. Akhil looked around with panic, and then an idea snapped in his mind as he looked back at Nebua's ears. Quickly, he flew straight into the ear, hiding inside his cave-shaped hole. This is so disgusting, Akhil thought in disgust as he felt the earwax cuddle up with his legs. He didn't go too deep, so he wouldn't be completely trapped, but just enough to avoid the slap that was coming for him. He thought that would be the end, but before he could relax, the slap came down with a booming sound. The impact of a slap carried a powerful wave that sent him falling deeper into the earwax. He could feel the earwax gum his body, sticking onto him. He struggled to get free, but almost all his attempts were null. The more he struggled, the more he got stuck within the mess. Akhil felt all his muscles ache as he struggled. His breathing became ragged and his eyes blurred. Slowly, he could feel all the muscles in his body grow weaker with each second. And slowly, his eyes grew heavier. Shit, it can't end like this, Akhil thought desperately. He had just woken up a while back only to meet such a pitiful end. He could feel the vibration from Nibwa's triumphant laughter, which left him with anger. But he couldn't do anything. That little pest. Now it'll know never to disturb anyone again. Nibwa felt excited. I don't know why you're getting so worked up over the death of a mosquito, Arya giggled. Nibwa felt a wave of embarrassment hit him. You won't understand. That little pest made my neck swell. Hell, its bite was so painful, he retorted, trying to save himself some face. But even with that, Arya didn't look convinced. She laughed. We should be arriving sooner or later. No need to explain. At least it's dead. They were right. It was the end of the adventure of the bravest mosquito that ever existed. Within Nibwa's ears, Akhil felt his vision fade. Yet the system's timer remained in front of him. That was the only thing that kept him aware of his surroundings, and left him confused as well. Aren't I meant to be dead? He couldn't help but ask himself. He couldn't feel his body, yet the system's screen persisted. The time ticked away slowly. 5 hours left, and he had completely lost his perception of pain, touch, or anything at all. All that stood before him was the system's notification. It felt like a quiet companion in the boundless darkness. After what felt like ages, he felt a subtle movement. It felt like he had crashed into something, yet he didn't know what or where that would be. He could only keep his eyes on the system's notification and curiosity. 1 hour. He tried moving, and he could feel his muscles. Yet, it still felt as though he was bound by something. His hands twitched, yet he couldn't move them completely. He was slowly getting a perception of his body and surroundings. Bones creaked and cracked within his body. Bones! He could feel the weight of his body, a perception he had lost as a mosquito. He could instantly tell what was happening. The ability works. While he was still in his thoughts, he watched the system timer slowly tick away. 3, 2, 1. Akhil felt the restraints around him weaken. With a subtle motion, he easily broke through the dried mold that covered his body. He slowly opened his eyes, a feeling of joy washing over him. He could hear the chirping of the birds in the distance. He dragged in the fresh air through his nostrils, the cool air filling his lungs. He could feel his muscles twitch, a feeling he had forgotten over the last weirdest hours of his life. Finally, Akhil said, happy as he came out of the mold. However, he noticed something odd. Why the heck am I green in color? Seeing his skin color, Akhil was left rather confused. His mind railed back to the system's notification. Orc. Earlier, he had dismissed it. But what if the blood he had taken back then wasn't that of a human? He had just moved from being a mosquito into becoming a green-skinned orc. Is my luck bad or what? Akhil let out a tired sigh. On the other hand, though, this is much better than being an insect. Akhil looked around him. Where am I, though? Akhil thought to himself, looking around. He was in a makeshift wooden house. It was clearly a failed attempt at making a house. But it wasn't too bad either. Akhil looked around him, finding a brown tunic. He quickly took it, wrapping it around his naked frame. The feeling of being in a human body was somewhat foreign to him at the moment. So he took a moment to feel his legs. With slow, steady steps, he shifted the ripped clothes that covered the front of the house, revealing the clear blue skies outside the makeshift house. But then, as he left the house, a metallic scent assaulted his nose. The smell was thick in the air, the smell of blood. Following the scent was sound. What's going on? Akhil looked in the direction of the noise. It was just behind a makeshift house. He noticed that there were other makeshift houses in the area, apparently belonging to some of the people residing there. As he walked closer to the source of the sound, he could make it out more clearly. The clash of metals, whooshing sounds of the air, shouts of pain echoing through the air. Protect the kids. Hold their forces back. The loud voice tore through the scene. Just as Akhil came out from the corner. Die, you green-skinned orc. A loud voice tore through the air. Akhil looked in shock as the spear was thrust straight at him. CH7, what's going on? Akhil's abilities gave him hope the moment he discovered them. In fact, if he had to put it into words, it felt a little overpowered, but it was to his benefit. Gene synchronization. This ability allowed him to copy the genetic codes of anyone whose blood he absorbed. Not only would he be able to assume the form of whatever beast it came from, but he would also be able to use the beast's ability. And his version of the ability wouldn't remain at the same level as the original owner. No, his power allowed him to add his previously existing mutant points to those gained from the opponent. So essentially, if he absorbed the blood of a grade 2 mutant warrior while already having 3 points of his own, the points would combine, pushing him up to the next level. After absorbing blood from his target, he had unlocked a skill. Rock. And when he saw the spear thrust toward him, Akhil instinctively activated his ability. His green skin hardened, darkening to a deeper shade. The spear struck him, but it couldn't push any further. It simply stopped against his hardened flesh. Akhil stared blankly at the man, and the two locked eyes. The man stood dumbfounded. Die, you green-skinned orc, he roared in panic, stabbing the spear again. But to his dismay, the weapon got stuck once more, unable to pierce through the thickened skin. Akhil frowned, confused. Why is this idiot trying to kill me? He thought, glaring at the man. As the man thrust the spear a third time, Akhil finally moved. Hardening his hand, he threw a rock-hard punch. The man couldn't dodge. The sheer force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground, his jawbone shattering under the impact. It can't pierce my skin, but freaking hurts, you idiot, Akhil muttered, looking down at him. The man shuffled his feet, trying desperately to crawl farther away from Akhil. And why the hell are you trying to kill me? Akhil demanded. He could understand if they attacked him while he was still a mosquito, but now, despite not being fully human, at least he could stand on 2 feet. The man didn't answer. Instead, with a terrified look, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Guys, this one here also has the same powers as their boss. Blood leaked from his shattered jaw as he spoke. What the heck are you saying? Akhil raised a brow, utterly confused. Before he could react further, the man regained his footing and tightened his grip around his spear. Just then, another man appeared behind him with a gun in hand. My spear can't get through him, the first man muttered. The second man didn't hesitate. He fired straight at Akhil. Akhil raised his arms to block. The bullets bounced off his hardened skin, but the piercing pain still tore through his body. He gritted his teeth. Stop it already, Akhil thought angrily as he closed in on the 2 men, slamming their heads together with a sickening crack. Then, as he walked out of the corner, he was greeted by a grave sight. Several orcs lay injured. In front, others were locked in combat with humans. The scene left him baffled. Why are they fighting? Akhil wondered. Still, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he walked further ahead. Aside from the 2 he had already dealt with, only a small group of humans remained. 5 of them, 7 in total. At their lead stood a red-haired man battling fiercely against Nibwa. The man's mechanical arms looked like massive hammers. You thought we'd let you leave so easily? It was smart of us to let you run so you could lead us here. Now, we can wipe you all out at once, the red-haired man shouted, his laughter echoing across the battlefield. He swung his massive fist straight at Nibwa. Nibwa crossed his arms above his head in an X to block. The blow came down with brutal force. Nibwa's arms shook as the impact hurled him backward. Akhil remained at the corner, silently observing the fight, until he heard Arya's voice. He's just a kid. Don't harm him, she screamed. But the man with a deep scar running across his face only laughed maniacally. It's not human. So why should I care? He sneered, kicking the young orc boy to the ground. The boy fell on his backside, wincing in pain. The scarred man raised his hand, a spark of flame flickering to life in his palm. You orcs could become a threat to humans. We can't allow that. Who knows what stupid quest the system will throw at us next? His voice dripped with cold disdain. Besides, we need food rewards from a guild. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and a dark grin twisted his face. It was hard to tell whether he truly meant what he said, or if something darker fueled his desire to kill. Without warning, he hurled the flame straight at the boy. "You bastard!" Arya cried, clutching her burnt arm. But she was too late. The flames were already racing toward the child. The boy's eyes widened in terror. He scrambled, trying to dodge, but he wasn't fast enough. He flinched, eyes shutting tight as the fire closed in. He braced for searing pain, but to his surprise, he felt nothing. A calm voice spoke instead. "Well, that kind of hurt. Can someone please explain to me what's going on here?" Chapter 8. Level 5 Mutant. "Can someone tell me what's going on here?" Akhil asked. He could ignore a fight between adults, but he definitely couldn't let them kill a kid, simply because of a little quarrel between their circle. He still had no idea what was going on. He looked at the man, who had 2 scars cutting across his face, giving him a menacing look. The man licked his lips menacingly as he looked at Akhil. "Seems we have another stone boy here," the man said as he raised his hands, conjuring flames. Akhil looked at the flames, unperturbed. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him. Storyline: the orcs have been maltreated since the Great Transmission. The first quest has been passed. The orcs have failed to build their new civilization. They're being picked on by the other races. The others fear that they would be a potential threat to them, and have now come to destroy the weak orcs. When all hope was lost, an orc that had yet to be seen within the homeland appears. The new orc helps the orc race build their civilization and lead them to greater heights. Second scenario: the unknown orc. Take the attackers out of the orc settlement. Au difficulty, eh? Akhil looked at the system quest in bewilderment. He didn't know much about what had happened while he was out cold, but from the looks of things, he had missed the first general quest. And now, somehow, he found himself in the middle of a scenario similar to the task he had received. Unknown to him, his enemies had gotten the opposite task. Stop the unknown orc. Difficulty C. The man still had flames in his hands, and a look of surprise appeared on his face as he saw the new notification pop up in front of him. "Look what we have here. A scenario? To kill this little runt." A wicked grin spread across the man's face as he turned his attention to Akhil. The system must be glitching, making this task AC rank. "Dealing with a little kid shouldn't be so hard," the scar-faced man said. Akhil didn't fail to hear him. "So, if I'm not wrong, the system assigns different tasks to the participating teams and also shows different difficulty levels based on their strength." Akhil weighed his thoughts. He wasn't oblivious to things like this. He had read several webcomics and light novels, so the concept wasn't entirely new to him. But he couldn't help but ask himself, am I that strong? Could it be my second ability? I couldn't use it in my other form as a mosquito, but what if I can? His thoughts were cut off without warning when the man hurled several balls of flames at him. The flames blasted him, hitting him from several angles. Yet, he remained unharmed. The man frowned, pouring more energy into forming an even larger ball of flames. He hurled the blast straight at Akhil, breathing heavily. Yet, to his surprise, Akhil was still totally unharmed. What level mutant is he? The man wondered, completely confused. But there was no way to know. Character info. He immediately used the system's appraisal skill. Mutant level 5. A level 5 mutant. How? The man shouted, falling on his butt. He scrambled frantically, trying to get away from Akhil as quickly as he could, acting as though he had just seen a ghost. Without wasting any time, he found his footing and dashed toward their leader. Just then, the leader threw a kick at Nibwa, sending him crashing into the dirt. The sturdy man stood tall with his mechanical arms. He shifted his eyes across the field, having received a notification from the system. He turned his gaze to locate the target. A dark smile formed on his face as his eyes landed on Akhil. A scrawny kid? Not only do we get good reward from a guild, the system will also give us some good rewards if we take him down. The man looked at Akhil, his eyes shining with greed. But before he could make a move, one of his men ran up to him. Sir Brix, a level 5 mutant, is here with them. The leader, Brix, looked at the man, startled. Where? Where are they? He turned his head, scanning the area, searching for the level 5 mutant. He's there. The Scar man pointed straight at Akhil, who stared at them blankly. Brix froze for a moment, sizing up Akhil. He had a small stature and pale green skin, a distinct feature from all the other orcs. And not just that, he seemed to be the most handsome male orc they had come across. But that was all. His small stature made him look weak. Are you joking? Brix asked with loud, hearty laughter. No, sir, I swear on my life. Check with the system, the man said, his voice full of panic. Did you hit your head somewhere? Well, let me just ch. The words froze in Brix's throat, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as the mutant level flashed before him. Let's leave here, Brix ordered. Get the others, we're retreating. Stop fighting, retreat, he shouted. Were we misinformed? They said the orcs were weak and didn't have anyone above level 2 among them. How is there a level 5? Brix felt sudden fear grip him. His men quickly regrouped, wasting no time clearing out of the scene. Akhil stood there in a daze, completely confused by what had just happened. Second scenario completed. You have earned a title, Savior of the Orc. That was a bit too easy, Akhil thought, running a hand through his hair. He turned his gaze to the orcs surrounding him. They all flinched under his eyes. But from the side, Nebul walked up with an uncertain expression on his face. Akhil watched him cautiously. He wouldn't be surprised if another person tried to kill him. That was all that had happened since he opened his eyes. But he was curious to see what Nebul would do. To his surprise, Nebul knelt on one knee. King, please help your people. The air instantly turned dramatic. Chapter 9, Grumpy Old Man. A level 5. He really is a level 5. Who is he? How come I've never seen him? Muffled whispers echoed through the field as the orcs stared at Akhil. Some with curiosity, others with shock and fear. Akhil, on the other hand, was left rather confused. From waking up as a strange new species of mutated mosquito, to sucking blood from someone, taking the form of an orc, and having a group of hunters run from him as though they were seeing a ghost. Akhil didn't know if the day could get any weirder than it already was. But to his surprise, now someone was referring to him as king. While this didn't really sit well with him, he had a little idea of why the orc was referring to him as such. Savior of the Orcs. Title effect. High reverence and respect from the orcs. You'll be recognized in the clan. Akhil looked at the notification, letting out a sigh. The world was truly being bounded by this system. He didn't expect the effect to kick in so fast. Thank you for helping us, Nebul said. Nebul looked up at him awkwardly, waiting for a reply. Akhil, noticing the lingering gaze, quickly regained his composure. Well, this definitely has a nice feel to it. But first and foremost, it's high time I have a good idea what's happening here. Akhil cleared his throat. You really don't need to do that. I do have a small request, though. I need you to explain to me a bit more about what's been going on. Akhil asked, his voice steady. Nebul looked at him, raising a brow confusedly. But a sudden realization hit him as he stood abruptly. You just woke up. No wonder I haven't seen you around the village so far. Leave that to me. I'll explain everything, Nebul said confidently. He clapped his hands on his chest, almost as though to show how reliable he was. All right. Akhil sat with Nebul and two others, Arya and an old-looking man. The four sat around a rocky table with makeshift chairs made from wood. With clarity from Nebul, Akhil finally had a better idea of the situation he was in. After the transmission, there was a division between each of the newly formed species, and that was fostered by the system's first quest: find and secure a domain. Quickly, each of the races began to form groups and clans. This caused great strife. Resources were shared out unfairly. The stronger forces took larger portions of land, and the orcs, being one of the weakest among the newly created races, were left with the small domain closest to the forest. which was apparently where the next enemies for the second quest would originate from. They couldn't do anything about this, and they accepted their fate. But then, the plague came. It was the after effect of the system's gene recoding. For some reason, most of the orcs had the issue, and the serum that could help stabilize the side effects was being held by the human settlement, and they refused to hand it out to the orcs. So you're saying that they didn't give you all the serum because now that you look different, you suddenly weren't humans anymore? Akhil asked. Yes, but not only did they not give us the serum, they even attempted to attack us, Nibor replied, his hands curling into a tight fist. I'm sure this was all just a misunderstanding. We can talk to them. Perhaps they'll understand and help us, the old man said. He looked like a shaman orc, holding his staff tightly, his hands shaking slightly. Elder Gon, aren't you understanding? These people don't want anything to do with us anymore. They just came here with a squad to erase us. If it hadn't been for Sir Nexus here, we would have been cleared out, Arya said angrily, gritting her teeth. Well, who knows what you went to the settlement to do? If you had let me come with you, none of this would have happened, Gon replied, resolute in his thoughts. Arya scoffed, rolling her eyes and wrapping her hands over her chest. That aside, though, Nexus, I learned that you're a rank 5 mutant. Is that true? Gon asked, squinting his eyes as he looked at Akhil. Yes, I guess. Or at least I think I am. What does that even mean? Hearing his reply, Arya quickly chipped in. Mutant level is displayed by the system. It's simply the level of your ability, but since you'd only have one ability, it's used to give a vague idea of how strong you'd be. You can increase your mutant powers by training and accomplishments. Although physical training is a more strenuous route, it's achievable. But there's a limit to how much you'll be able to use your ability. Mutant points generally show how compatible the said person was with the transmission and how much effect it can have on your body. So it tells a lot of how much of your mutant powers you'll be able to use without it having other effects on you. Generally, people who are level 1 mutants have a 20% compatibility with their mutant powers, and it continues with a multiple of 2 for each of the levels. Since the transmission, the highest mutant points that we've seen was 3. We've heard rumors that the leader of one of the biggest factions in the human settlement has more, but it's just a rumor like I said. But you're the first with 5 we've seen, and if the calculations are correct, you should have 100% compatibility. Arya's voice was filled with excitement as she spoke. She looked at Akhil in admiration, scanning him as though trying to note every key difference between him and the others. Akhil nodded in understanding. It's a pretty simple concept, except I don't have one ability, Akhil thought, looking at his system stats. Increment abilities increment. Gene synchronization, 3 MP. Blood absorption, 3 MP. Blood control, 3 MP. Skinhardening, 5 MP. That was a mystery for now, and he didn't really know how to deal with it. However, he had no intentions of telling this to the others. He was going to keep this to himself. A bright smile appeared on Gon's face as he heard the confirmation from Akhil. This is great. With your help, we'll be able to stand a chance for the second quest. A delighted look appeared on his old features. Firstly, we have to go back and apologize to the human settlement. Then we'll be able to form an alliance with them and get the serum for our members that are having issues, Gon said casually. Akhil looked at the old man, raising a brow. He had only been there for barely an hour, and the old man was busy bossing him around. While he was very respectful toward old people, this one seemed a little unbearable. Let's hope he's not an asshole. Since you're the one who scared them away, you'll have to go with Nibwa and Arya. Almost as though mocking him. Right after he thought of it, the old man did just that. Chapter 10. Hostages. I'm sorry Elder Gon dragged you into this mess with us, Arya said with an apologetic smile as she walked with Akhil, showing him around the orc settlement with Nibwa by their side. He's the oldest among us, and we respect him a lot because of that. He strongly believes that all of this can be resolved with communication, so he's always against violence. I understand, you don't have to explain anything, Akhil replied back, shrugging it off. Actually, he still needed some time to absorb what was happening. He still wasn't clear on a lot of things. So working with the orcs until then didn't seem like a bad idea at all. We caught some of their men, so they couldn't escape with arrest. Actually, we saw the two of them fainted in front of one of the houses, Neebwa said as he led them to one of the buildings in the corner. Inside the building were two men that had been tied together. Akhil quickly recognized the blonde-haired man and the plump man with a face that constantly looked like he had been cheated all his life. They both flinched upon seeing him. They were the two men whose heads he smashed together, knocking them out cold. "Get us out of here. If anything happens to us, they'll come back and clear the entire orc base," one of the men yelled. Neebwa scoffed, posing pridefully as he looked at the man. "I don't know if you're blind, or you simply can't tell that we have a level 5 mutant with us," Neebwa said boastfully. "How do I tell them that I explained to them that it's only one of my abilities that has up to 5 mutant points?" Akhil thought, looking at his system stats helplessly. It was fun being the only one with more than one ability, but that seemed to cause so much confusion for him, since it didn't happen to anyone else. The two men looked at each other confused. They quickly used their system appraisal to check the 3 figures standing in front of them. The man flinched, visible fear on his face as he looked at Akhil. For a moment, he struggled to find his voice. "Don't kill us, please," the two men shouted immediately, fear visible in their gaze. "Kill?" Akhil raised a brow, confused. "Why would I want to do that?" The two men looked at each other, releasing a sigh of relief. But as their gaze turned towards Arya and Neebwa, who stood beside Akhil releasing the subtle, yet noticeable killing intent, the two men felt cold sweat drench their backs. "So what are we going to do with them?" Neebwa suddenly asked, his voice heavy with anger. Akhil could clearly tell that there was bad blood between the groups. But was it enough for any of the sides to kill the other? Since when did killing become a norm? "Do you really want to kill them?" Akhil asked, turning to the two. Arya and Neebwa paused for a moment. Neebwa took a deep sigh, suppressing the anger brewing in his chest. "We don't want to kill them. It's just that. We don't trust them." Arya quickly chipped in, helping Neebwa. Neebwa took a deep breath. "She's right, a lot has changed. We can't trust them," Neebwa said, glancing at the two men with disdain in his eyes. Akhil took a moment to ponder their words, and an idea snapped in his mind. "Well, are we going to the human settlement?" Akhil asked. "Yes, we are," Neebwa replied bluntly, giving Akhil a quizzical look. "If we want to get the serum from them, then we can't harm these men. We'll use them to get the resources we need, at least to help our own people," Akhil explained calmly. Neebwa and Arya turned to look at each other in surprise. "That's a good idea, but how do we do it so they won't cheat us? These people are very crafty these days." Neebwa shot a glance at the two men, making them flinch again. He had lost some of his friends to these people, all because they were scared about the orcs, a lie they used to cover up the fact that they got stronger from killing other players. It was obvious the orcs weren't much of a threat since they were generally weaker than the humans. But that didn't matter to them. They simply attacked regardless. Akhil didn't know any of this, at least for now. Neebwa and Arya didn't know if it was best to tell him now, but they didn't really know how he would take it. "Don't worry about that. They won't cheat us. We'll keep one of them hostage and let the other go and tell the others," Akhil said, calmly observing the two. The two of them looked at him, hope flickering in their gazes. To them, Akhil was an angel. System comrade Link. From the way he's talking, it doesn't seem like he knows much yet. The blonde-haired man said to his comrade. This was his ability that allowed him to communicate with his teammates. It required that the person he wanted to communicate with was at least within a kilometer of range around him. And it was a selective ability. Only those he wanted to connect to could hear him. Yeah, he obviously has no idea what's going on. The others haven't told him yet, it seems. The two kept bright faces looking at Akhil while discussing in their minds. "I'll try to get him to take me, then I'll go tell the boss everything. This naive bastard won't even know how we'll get him." The blonde-haired man said to his colleague. They could use Akhil's naivety against him. If he let one of them leave, then they would inform their head. "Yes, sir, please, anything. We'll do it," the blonde-haired man said frantically, a desperate look on his face as he looked at Akhil. Akhil paused for a moment, and a smile formed on his face. "All right, then. We'll leave tomorrow, and you'll be the one to go with us," Akhil declared, pointing at the plump one. Huh? Me? The plump man asked, rather confused. Akhil smiled softly. Yes, we'll take you. The plump man wanted to decline. This wasn't what they planned. But before he could go with them, it doesn't matter who goes. Just tell the boss, the blonde-haired man replied, his smile breaking into a slight frown. All right, sir, Plump stuttered. With that, Akhil turned to leave with the others. Nibwa and Arya threw the two men a glare before leaving. As they were outside the makeshift wooden house, Nibwa spoke first. I still can't trust them. I don't know if you know this, but these people have killed a lot of orcs for no reason. Nibwa couldn't hold himself back from telling Akhil. Yes, they've killed some of us. I don't think they'll easily give up now, Arya supported. Akhil paused, turning back to look at the two. You said that Elder Gon believes in communication, right? Akhil asked suddenly. The two looked at him strangely. Yes, they answered, uncertain what he was getting at. Then let's give him the opportunity to communicate. Akhil left the two with that as he walked away. Chapter 11. Visiting the Human Settlement. After their meeting with the hostages, they gave Akhil a brief tour of the place. When it was over, he finally spent the rest of his time alone in the space that had been assigned to him. Now it's time to experiment, Akhil muttered in the small room. He had recently transformed into an orc, but there were noticeable differences between him and the other orcs. He observed that all male orcs had large, sturdy bodies and thick, pointy canines sticking out of their mouths, traits he did not possess. Akhil came up with several possibilities as to why. His ability allowed him to transform into the beast he absorbed blood from, but there would always be some visible differences between him and the species he imitated. Thankfully, he didn't seem to possess wings. Or do I? Akhil wondered, unable to shake off the thought. Just as he suspected, even in orc form he retained some of his innate mosquito abilities, such as seeing heat patterns and sensing sound vibrations in the air. The advantage now was that he could switch between the two sets of genes far more conveniently. Akhil shifted and rested on the stony platform that passed for a bed, or at least what he assumed was one. To him, it felt like the orcs had gone back to the Stone Age. But that didn't matter right now. From all the information he had gathered so far, it still took him time to process everything. This is a game now. That was the only thought he could cling to in order to stomach this new reality. And he was going to treat it as one. The next day, Akhil stood in front of the group, ready to move out. The human settlement would take nearly a whole day to reach on foot. Without technology to speed up their journey, they had no choice but to rely on the only resource available to them, their legs. With him were Nibwa, Arya, Gon, and the blonde-haired hostage. It was clear why they had decided to bring the hostage along. This is great. Surely, this time the humans will work with us, Gon said, his ecstatic voice echoing. He had high expectations for the meeting they were about to have. Akhil smiled brightly. Yes, this will be a very great meeting, he replied, his calm yet unnerving smile making the others uneasy. They couldn't quite put their finger on it, but both Arya and Nibwa sensed that the young man was scheming something. They just couldn't tell what, and it bothered them deeply. The plump hostage, on the other hand, wore a wide grin. After Akhil had left him with his comrade the other day, they spent hours preparing exactly what they would tell their leader once they returned. And now, the time had finally come. They won't even know what hit them, the plump man thought. We should get going. We don't have all day. Oh yes, yes, Gon replied cheerfully. I already had Jay watch over the village while we're away, he added. Akhil's smile widened, pleased with the progress. Without further words, the group set off. They carried only a few essentials, food and water, knowing how long the journey would take. As they trekked through the dense forest, it was inevitable they would encounter monsters. Nibwa and Arya proved their skill almost immediately. A mutated tiger beast leapt at Nibwa, its sharp claws swiping down. The claws clashed against his rock-hard skin, bouncing off, though the impact still made him wince. Compared to Akhil, Nibwa wasn't nearly as durable, so the hit hurt him more. Still, his job was to act as the shield. While the beast focused on him, Arya moved in from behind. Her dagger glowed with light as she lunged, stabbing deep into the beast's thick hide. Ow! The creature howled, pain tearing through its body. Its eyes burned red with fury. But Arya pressed harder, digging her blade deeper and slashing with precision. Before the beast could recover, Nebua swung his axe. With a sharp whoosh, the blade cleaved clean through. The beast barely registered his face before its head rolled to the ground. Thick black blood spilled, soaking the earth. Booyah! Player Nebua got the final strike. Kihung, Tiger killed. Tiger Boost Serum obtained. One-time use item. MUT coins, plus 100. Supporters, player Arya. Reward, plus 50 MUT coins. The battle ended quickly, with no injuries sustained. Only the sound of their heavy breathing lingered, soon drowned out by the thrill of the system's rewards. They pressed on, facing several more beasts. Sometimes Nebua claimed the final strike, sometimes Arya. Together, they cleared the stage, without Akhil lifting a finger. That was until... Roar! A thunderous roar split the air. Before them stood a massive bear. Spikes jutted from its spine, and a serpentine tail slithered behind its hulking frame. Its black fur barely managed to cover its thick hide. Ding! Mammoth bear. Mutant level 2. Shit, it's a level 2, Nebua said, his face tense. I can't take a hit from that monster. Akhil stepped forward. He had already studied the tactics Nebua and Arya had been using, and now he was ready to join in. I'll help, he said calmly. Both Nebua and Arya exchanged skeptical looks, but they didn't have much of a choice. Akhil was a level 5 mutant. He should be able to withstand it. And besides, they were curious. They had never seen him fight before. I'll go ahead. You attack from the sides, just like before, Akhil instructed, closing the distance between himself and the beast. Wait, that's a level 2 mutant. Don't get too close. Arya called out, panic in her voice. She moved forward to stop him, but before she could reach him, the mammoth bear's crimson eyes glinted with killing intent. Its massive claws came crashing down like a hammer. Get out of there, Nebua shouted, charging forward. Boom. Chapter 12. First Rewards. A deafening boom echoed through the air. The dust rose into the air, and the earth trembled under the intense force. The air went still. Nebua stood paralyzed on a spot as he looked in front of him. They all seemed to hold their breaths, waiting for the dust particles to come down. Their worried gaze was fixed on the dusty cloud. As the dust settled, they could see a figure standing valiantly under the large arm of the beast. His green skin seemed to have a luster to it. Akhil cursed slightly under his breath as the pain spread through his body. Well, the ability is quite good. Nebua's frightened look quickly shifted to one of shock. You have the same ability as me, Nebua said in a surprised voice. He had yet to see two people having the same skill. He was absolutely confused as to how Akhil could use his skill. He stood there in a daze. Arya, however, quickly caught on to what Akhil was trying to do. She dashed into action, smacking Nebua on the head as she went past him. Focus. Go through the right. I'll go from the left. He'll distract the beast. It's practically the same thing we've been doing. While Nebua was still processing her words, Arya was already on the move, heading toward the left. He quickly snapped back to reality as Akhil slammed his hardened fist straight into the beast's gut. The bear roared, thrashing its hand straight at him. Akhil dodged the beast's large claws by a hair's breadth. He could feel the cold air whoosh past his head, dangerously close. Using Nebua's hardening skill made him realize that there were some parts of his body he couldn't harden, like his head. He could feel the energy taking effect in every other part of his body aside from his head. Instinctively, he knew he had to avoid a direct hit there. And after seeing its first attack fail, the beast frantically launched more attacks toward Akhil's head. He dodged the onslaught of the large beast. I only have to keep its eyes away from the others and have it focus on me. Akhil gritted his teeth as he dodged another attack. He bent under its large arm, throwing a punch at its gut. Boom. His hand collided with the beast yet again. Angered, the beast's eyes gleamed with a red glow. Akhil felt a sudden chill run down his spine. The beast's claws sharpened, a metallic luster appearing on their edges. The sharp claws now shone brightly under the sunlight. It lunged straight for Akhil, blurring from the intense speed. Before he could react, he felt the sharp claws strike his hardened skin. Clang! Tisich. Akhil gritted as he felt the air getting knocked straight out of his lungs. His skin managed to take the brunt of the attack, but the sheer impact cracked through his hardened exterior, letting warm blood drip to the floor. Just before Akhil could recover from the first blow, the beast threw its claws straight for his head. However, Akhil raised his head, looking at the beast's beaming red eyes. Not like someone about to lose his life, not like someone in deep pain. He looked at the beast with a mischievous smile on his face, like the winner he was. Because right behind the beast, Nebo launched his axe down fiercely. And from the other side, Arya plunged her sword straight into the beast. The beast, upon seeing Akhil's defiant gaze, sensed that something was wrong. It turned, reacting as quickly as it could, almost slashing straight at Nebo, who was closest to its right. But almost didn't count on the battlefield. Its large claws missed him, and before it could dodge the axe, the nerves in its neck were cleanly cut, its brain failing to register any pain as its head was severed cleanly. The large head fell to the ground with a loud thud. The deep red blood bathed the earth as it rolled to a stop in front of Akhil. He stared at the lifeless head before him. It's dead, Akhil thought, falling to the ground on his butt. He greedily dragged air into his lungs. That was terribly close. Akhil could have sworn he heard his heart beating in his ears as those claws came down on him. But as he saw Nebo already throwing an attack, a wave of relief washed over him. He didn't stop holding his breath until he was sure the terrifying monster was slain. Ding! You have killed a level 2 mutant beast, Mammoth Bear. Final strike, player Nebo. Supporting characters, player Nexus, player Arya. Here are your rewards. Akhil saw another notification pop up in front of him. Berserk Mode. Effect. Boost your strength by 30%, increasing damage caused to opponents by 10%. Skill can only be used for 10 minutes. Akhil read the description of the skill with a satisfied smile on his face. The reward wasn't bad at all. We did it. Nebo's voice tore him out of his thoughts. That was terribly close. It's a good thing you threw your attack on time, Arya said quickly as she walked up to Akhil. You might be stronger than we are, but you have to gather some experience. You could have lost your life there. Akhil scratched his head with a wry smile. I'm sorry, I got carried away. I really wanted to test my powers. Arya sighed. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of opportunities to test them along the way. If you're going to lead the orcs, then you have to be strong enough to do that. Oh, you all did a great job. This is awesome. Gon's croaked old voice came from the side as he walked up to the group with his staff. His back was hunched as he took careful steps forward. Akhil looked at him with a deep frown. How the heck have they been surviving with this old man? He didn't know why, but something about this old man had put him on edge since they met. I'll just wait till you show your true colors. Chapter 13. Good Leader. The chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves filled the cold air. After fighting a few more monsters, Akhil had finally gotten the hang of it. It was much easier to kill them once he realized they wanted his life too. At first, he had been hesitant until a beast nearly slashed off his head. Now, he fought with a clear mind. The experience also helped him understand how the system's rewards worked. Killing a beast for the first time granted the person who landed the final strike some coins and a one-time use attribute skill. The supporting characters only received the skill. Coins could also be used to purchase items in the system market. After asking Arya and Nebo, Akhil learned that some items in the market were tailored specifically for each individual, while the rest were available to everyone. His own tailored item was rather costly, but it piqued his interest. Gene Stabilizer, 1,000 coins. Killing a level 2 mutant gives me 100 coins, and a level 1 gives me about 10 per kill. It'll take forever to get that, Akhil thought defeatedly. Most of the time, he wasn't even the one to land the final strike, which made things even harder. Still, he was determined to get the item. It could be really useful to me, he told himself. He didn't know how much the game had changed, but one thing was clear. He needed to grow stronger and fast. After what felt like hours of walking, the team decided to take a break and set up camp in the forest. Arya turned out to be surprisingly skilled in wilderness survival. She gathered dried leaves, arranged some wood, and struck 2 stones together until a small flame came to life. Thanks to her fire, the cold wasn't biting as harshly as before. Akhil sat with his back against a tree, while Arya and Nebua struggled with the water gourd. They're both so carefree, like nothing's changed, Akhil thought, unable to hide his admiration for their strange calmness. Ever since he had awakened as a mosquito in this twisted world, he had been struggling to accept the new reality. The first thing that came to his mind was Maria. He had no idea where she was. Did she even survive? His thoughts were a storm of uncertainty. Still, watching Arya and Nebua bicker brought him a strange sense of comfort. Arya walked up to him, holding the gourd. That tank would have drunk everything if I gave him a chance. I had to keep some for you, she said, glaring at Nebua, who sat pouting with a bump forming on his head. She didn't have to hit me that hard, he grumbled inwardly, rubbing the sore spot. Akhil looked up at her, surprised. He wasn't even thirsty, but refusing her felt rude. Thank you, he said, taking the gourd. Arya sat beside him. You seem lost in thought, or do you just not talk much? Akhil paused. He was still trying to come to terms with everything that had happened. Would he really have to kill people too? It was just a game, but no game had ever felt this real. Even after killing the mammoth bear, the memory of its blood soaking into the earth disturbed him deeply. All these thoughts weighed heavily on him. If he didn't feel like his life was at stake, he doubted he would have been able to kill any of the beasts they had faced so far. His lips parted slightly, but no words came out. Arya sighed and looked up at the sky. Now that I think about it, we're no different from the animals that wander through this forest, she said softly. The only difference is that we were never placed in their position. We lived in houses and used civilization to protect ourselves. Now, the walls that upheld that civilization have been shattered. We're exposed to the real world, and we find it hard to accept what it truly is. Maybe we should just... No, Akhil interruptive. We don't need to accept things as they are. That's probably what the system wants. We can rebuild that wall. We can bring order back. Arya turned to him, catching the determination in his eyes. A small, amused chuckle escaped her. That could work, she said. But trust me, it'll be difficult. Some people who were always monsters won't want to be bound anymore. You'll need a good leader for that. She wasn't wrong, and Akhil knew it. In this new world, power ruled everything. To bring back the civilization he dreamed of, he would have to become strong enough to crush every obstacle that stood in his way. Leadership wasn't an easy task. Akhil knew that better than anyone, and the thought alone unsettled him the most. I've never led anyone, and now I want to lead everyone, he thought. He couldn't argue with her. Even he wasn't sure of his own capabilities. A good leader, huh? Akhil muttered, lost in thought. Then again, I already have a basic understanding of the game. If I went solo, I could. But, Arya interrupted his thoughts, smiling faintly. For you to say something like that, maybe you could be a good leader. I've accepted this new reality. Even though I want to restore things to normal, I can't see myself doing it alone. A small, uncertain smile formed on her lips. Anyone who wants to change this world will have to make impossible choices. Choices I know I can't make. But you could try. The system practically made you the leader of the orcs. That can't be a coincidence, she said with a light laugh as she stood up. Akhil scoffed. It was obviously a coincidence. A mistake, even. The best leaders are sometimes picked by mistake. Akhil watched her walk back to Nebua, her laughter fading into the forest breeze. I should try, he thought, lying back against a tree. That thought stayed with him long into the night. Chapter 14. Eldergon's Anger. The morning came in a flash, and Akhil was left dazed as the sun bathed his skin in warmth. He woke up slightly disoriented. He had spent the night pondering. He had completely no idea when he had slept off. The group was already prepared to continue the journey. Thought you planned to sleep all day? It would have been nice if we left you to sleep a bit more. Arya teased with a chuckle as she caught his gaze. Does it look like you even had any plans of waking me up? Akhil asked inwardly. They literally had everything with them already, and they didn't wake him up while doing that. He had a feeling that Arya would have actually done as she said. But then again, it was obvious that they wouldn't. We only have to walk a few more kilometers. We've already reached the closest human settlement. Be careful. They aren't very welcoming, Arya warned as the group gathered round. She threw a sharp, almost threatening gaze at the hostage they brought along. The plump man flinched, shifting slightly to stand behind Akhil. Understood, Akhil replied calmly. With that, the group continued their journey. In just a few hours, the large forest trees became more sparse. Up ahead, they began to see a clearing. Just as the group was about to step out of the thick forest, an angelic trumpet sounded in their ears, making them all stop in their tracks. What's that? Akhil asked. The sound felt familiar to Akhil, like he had heard it somewhere. But to the rest of the group, they stood petrified in horror. Familiar? No, this wasn't just familiar. They knew exactly what it meant. The second main scenario is about to be announced, Arya replied with a grim voice. They could all remember when the first scenario was announced a few months back. It was etched into their minds, an unforgettable memory. And now, it was time for the second. The second main scenario is about to begin. Players, are you ready? Second scenario, Beast Horde. Scenario: the beasts grow hungry. Their king has awakened. Protect your fences and defeat the beast titan that threatens your existence. Time left until scenario begins, 72 hours. Rewards? A tense air filled the atmosphere, worry and fear written on people's faces. And for the few who knew what this meant, their faces were even darker. Akhil looked at the notification with a dark expression on his face. It's been a month already, so I guess it was meant to come sooner or later. The first titan of the game has been revealed. This was obviously bad news for Akhil, but it also cleared his mind of all his previous thoughts, dragging him back to the present. He had neglected a lot of things, but now he was too short on time to bother himself with anything else. The most crucial thing now was to survive the incoming onslaught from the Beast Titan. While they were still lost in their thoughts, Arya quickly dragged them back to reality with her voice. Guys, it seems they've already seen us. Akhil's gaze snapped back to the forest entrance, and he could see a group of men walking up to them calmly. Without a word, the group came out from the forest shadows, meeting the people heading straight for them. As they stepped out, Akhil got a better view of the human settlement, or at least he could see the people currently working, building a massive wall around the city. As if preparing for something, Akhil's brows furrowed, but he shifted his gaze back to the group heading for them. In front of the group was a middle-aged man with scruffy beards, blonde hair, and a sharply chiseled chin, wearing a furry coat over his body. By his side was a man Akhil recognized instantly. It was the leader of the group that attacked them a few days back. The group walked to the front of the forest, keeping a quiet distance between them. This is great. So you decided to pay us a visit? I was eagerly waiting to have a chat with you, the man said with his gaze fixed on Akhil. Akhil was just about to reply, but right before he did, Gon immediately chipped in. We brought one of your members back. It wasn't intended. The two were found after the others left. We want to strike a deal with you, Gon said, a genuine smile on his face as he spoke. The man shot a glance at Gon, making the old man shiver. As though he didn't hear him, he turned his head back to the group. We can't discuss here. Why don't we enter the settlement to discuss? The man offered. Awesome, that's great. We should. Gon eagerly walked forward. The man shot a displeased glare at Gon, but it was quietly masked behind his smile. He's such an idiot. Elder Gon, sorry, we can't enter the settlement. That's not what we came for. Akhil's calm voice cut through the air, making the old man stop in his tracks. Huh? We came here to negotiate. That's the reason why we're here, isn't it? Why shouldn't we accept their courtesy? Elder Gon retorted, his face scrunched up angrily as he glared at Akhil. Akhil didn't react to the old man's behavior. You can go ahead and talk with them. We'll wait here. Gon stood with a stunned look on his face. It's not working, he bit his lower lip. His stunned look shifted to one of disgust. You're truly stubborn. You should listen to your elders. TSK, either way, Arya, Nibwa, you two should follow me. Nibwa and Arya exchanged confused glares. We should listen to him. If we came to negotiate, we can't stay out here, Arya said. I think we should as well, Nibwa added, scratching his head. Akhil frowned at their reply. Elder Gon, we're not making any decisions here, and need I remind you, I'm the leader, and you should listen to your leader, Akhil said with a stern voice. Title, Savior of Orcs in effect. Gon felt a subtle ache in his head as he gritted his teeth. Gon's eyes were filled with rage as he glared at Akhil, but he held his tongue. He was about to speak, but before he could say anything, he felt a hand on his shoulder. All right then, we could discuss out here. So, Elder Gon, what deal did you bring for us? The middle-aged man asked, his sharp gaze locked with Akhil's. Akhil didn't flinch either. Something was wrong, and Elder Gon was making it painfully obvious. Chapter 15, Rebuilding Civilization. Gon stood apart, whispering with the men who'd met them earlier. The topic was obvious. Akhil's eyes never left them. Something about it was wrong. The way Gon smiled, the way the men laughed under their breath, it didn't sit right with him. He crossed his arms and shifted his weight, his gaze flickering toward Arya, who stood quietly by his side. Nibwa was a few steps away, keeping a firm hand on the hostage. The man's face was pale, beads of sweat running down his forehead. Nibwa's towering frame and menacing fangs were enough to keep him in line. That, combined with the cold glare in Nibwa's eyes, could make even the bravest man lose control of his bladder. Arya followed Akhil's line of sight and sighed. You're smart. Didn't you feel like it would be dangerous to walk into the base of the same people who tried to kill us just a few days ago? Akhil turned to her, his expression unreadable. Exactly what I've been thinking. She scratched the back of her head awkwardly. Well, I did think of that, but she hesitated, her eyes drifting toward Gon. I guess it's Elder Gon. Most of his judgments turn out right. Most, Akhil repeated dryly. He looked back at the elder, who was now laughing lightly with the humans. Gon's posture was relaxed, his tone casual, and that wry smile of his too controlled, too deliberate. Something was off. Akhil frowned, his instincts screaming a silent warning. Does Elder Gon have any ability? He asked after a moment. Arya paused, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. Now that I think of it, none that I know of. Maybe it's not combat-related, but if he's never mentioned it or used it, then I doubt it's worth anything. She shrugged. Then, after a brief pause, she added quietly, or maybe it's dangerous, one that shouldn't be used carelessly. Her tone carried unease. Before Akhil could reply, movement caught his eye. Gon was walking back toward them, his face split into a wide, almost triumphant smile. It's a deal, Gon announced proudly. If we bring back the second hostage, they'll hand us the serum. That's great then, we should get going, Akhil chipped in. Why are you in such a haste to leave? Is my face that bad to see? The middle-aged man asked as he walked forward from behind Gon. Akhil looked at him, replying with a rather neutral expression. The man's brows twitched at the reply, but he kept a calm smile on his face. You have quite the sharp tongue there. Do you mind having a talk with us for a moment? He offered. Akhil thought for a moment, then took a cautious step forward, following the man to a corner where they couldn't be heard. Character name, Samson Craig. Mutant level, 3. Akhil obviously used the opportunity to get a clear view of the man's stats. As they reached the corner of the field, Samson turned to him with a bright smile. Player Nexus, my men told me about you. So far, you're the first level 5 mutant that has emerged. That's a really amazing feat, Samson said, using a flowery voice, almost as though praising Akhil. Apparently, that didn't seem to work. Yeah, you know what's not amazing? Waking up as a mosquito in a world like this. Akhil scoffed inwardly, but remained expressionless on the outside. He already didn't like the man's company, and he already had the disturbing feeling in his chest. What do you want from me? Akhil fired straight away. Oh, you're quite straightforward. That's good. Then I don't need to beat around the bush. Samson let out a soft sigh as a dark grin cut across his face. The second scenario has already been announced, and it's not going to be an easy one. The beast horde will come from the mountain range, and the orcs are the closest to the range, so you'll most likely be the first to be cleared out. The orcs won't stand a chance against the beast horde, and they'll be wiped out. You've seen how weak they all are, Samson said, momentarily throwing a glance toward Arya and Nebua at the far corner. Akhil paused for a moment, his eyes wide open in shock. How did I fail to realize this on time? His thoughts churned, the weight of reality pressing down on him. The memory hit him like a slap. When they first entered the game, the first scenario they had to face was to clear the beast horde and kill the first titan of the game. The beast titan. They realized that the orcs were close to the mountain range where the beast horde would be coming from. Back then, he'd used the orcs as cannon fodder, a perfect heartless tactic. But now those NPCs had faces, voices, fear. That was a smart tactic that Akhil used in the game. But obviously, that technique couldn't work now, since he was an orc himself. Not just him, but the entire orc village were now people. They were real, living people. He couldn't use that same technique. But how is that same tactic being replicated now? Aren't things meant to have changed since it's a new world? Someone from the beta testing program. They must be trying to replicate the idea that I gave them during the test. Akhil's eyes widened with realization. That also explained why he could see people building walls around the city. Hey, are you going to work with us? Staying with those orcs won't do you any good. No one knows what type of beast could be in that horde, but we do know how weak a couple of level 1 mutants are. We have more level 2s with us, so you'll stand more chance with us than them, Samson urged. From Akhil's quietness, he thought the latter was probably considering his offer. Someone actually wants to be ruthless enough to use real lives for this tactic? Couldn't they think of something better? Akhil felt a pang of guilt hit his chest as the thought crossed his mind. At the end, he was still the person who used the idea in the game. But that didn't mean he couldn't stop the madness that was about to spread. No, I'm not joining you. And none of the orcs will be dying, Akhil declared, his red eyes brimming with determination. Samson looked at the young man, startled, then let out a loud laugh, as though he had heard the craziest joke. And for a moment, a dark light glinted in his eyes. You better think through this offer. I won't be offering it twice, Samson said in a dark voice. No, Akhil's voice echoed resolutely as he turned his back on the group, leaving them in confusion. But his reasons were clear. I never remember human life suddenly becoming a commodity when there could be other options. Perhaps he had slept for too long, but he had finally woken up to this new reality. Civilization was crumbling, and he had to rebuild what was lost. Chapter 16, Clarity. Now everything was clearer, and he had broken off most of his chances of survival. But he didn't care. This was what made the game much more fun. Akhil was up for the challenge. Samson felt that he wouldn't be able to save the orcs from their impending doom. However, if only he knew Akhil had come out with the highest position during the beta testing program, maybe he wouldn't have made such a reckless bet. Through their discussion, though, Akhil was able to discover a few things. As they returned back to the orc forest, Gon's face was still scrunched up with anger as he walked in front of the group. Following directly behind him was Nebua, as though trying to calm the old man down. Akhil and Arya stood behind nonchalantly. Akhil's thoughts were stirring with questions and possibilities. In the game, the first scenario immediately kicked off with the first Titan's attack, but it seems the system had to put things in order before the second scenario would be able to commence. It wasn't hard to tell this much, since the system asked them to separate into groups for the first scenario. Everything was done in order for the second scenario to start. Akhil turned his head to Arya. The mountain range is closest to the orc camp, right? Yes, it is. Why do you ask? She raised a brow. She always seemed to show interest in Akhil's thoughts. He rarely said a thing, but spent more of his time thinking, which made her curious about what could be running in his mind. Nothing. I was just curious why you all decided to stay closer to the mountain range. Arya paused for a moment. We didn't really have much of a choice. We got information that the other sides were already occupied, and that was when the territorial war began. Who gave you that information? Akhil asked sharply. Arya squeezed her face, her brows knitting tightly together, deep in her thoughts. After a short pause, Now that I think of it, we never really checked. Eldergon was the one who gave us that information. He's been the one leading the orcs from the start, Arya said, throwing a sharp glance in front of her. Every question that Akhil had been throwing at her had been hinting at the obvious. Slowly, she couldn't bring herself to trust Eldergon. Who told you all about the serum? Akhil asked. Arya's lips parted, but the words failed to come out, almost as though she didn't want to admit it herself. But then the name came out of her mouth, filled with suspicion and uncertainty, even confusion to some extent. A lot of things were suddenly not making sense to her. How was she trusting Eldergon so casually from the start? She felt a subtle ache in her head as she thought, making her wince in pain. I guess it's worse than I thought. Akhil let out a soft sigh. He turned his gaze to Arya. Eldergon definitely has something to do with all of this. Things are much more dangerous than I thought. It seems everything was organized from the start. Whoever is organizing this must be a beta player. Akhil was more certain of it now. As they traveled deeper into the forest, slowly, the night sky threw its blanket over the earth. After their brief discussion earlier, Arya didn't seem to talk as much as she was previously, lost in her own thoughts. Nebel was still cooing the old man, trying to get him to stop muttering curses under his breath. For some reason, he couldn't stop cursing at Akhil after the incident in the human settlement. Akhil, on the other hand, wasn't so concerned about that. Now that he knew what was coming for them, the urgency to become stronger was there, almost as though in sync with his thoughts. While his gaze was locked in the deep shadows of the jagged forest trees, a strange air filled the night, and his gaze caught the sight of a moving shadow right behind Arya. They all heard the ruffling of the leaves and stood abruptly. What was that? Arya reacted first, as she was closest to the source of the sound. Her gaze was as sharp as she stared deep into the shadows. They all stood alert, their steps measured with caution. Just then, the leaves ruffled violently. The tension thickened as they stared at the thick bush, waiting for whatever beast was lurking within to reveal itself. This was nighttime. Fighting during this hour definitely wouldn't be favorable for them, as they could barely see a thing, at least for the others, not Akhil. He could easily switch to heat vision. Although that wouldn't be the best, it would still give him an edge. Plus, he had gotten a bit used to it after using it as a mosquito. Just then, from the underbrush, a small beast scurried out. It was puffy and round, brown furs covering it all around. Its feet were hidden below its thick fur and short frame. It was even hard to tell if it had any. It had large round eyes glistening like black pearls and pointed feline ears sticking out from the side of its head. It had its eyes fixed on Arya. Pow pow. The little beast squealed, raising its tiny hand towards Arya as if pointing at her. It looks cute, Arya said, looking at the beast. Ever since entering this nightmare of a reality, she had yet to see anything look so harmless and cute as the beast before her. She felt the irresistible urge to pick the beast up from the ground and hug it tightly. Before she knew it, her body was unconsciously being pulled by a strange force. She inched closer to the beast, almost about to pick it up. Akhil's voice momentarily broke her from the trance. "Don't touch it," he yelled at the top of his voice. But it was too late. Her fingers grazed the little beast. Just then, pow pow. What sounded like a cute squeal before was now so deep that it felt like a beast from hell had descended on the earth. Ding! Chapter 17, Puff Puff Beast. Pow pow. The sound rumbled through the dark forest like a guttural roar from the depths of something far beyond natural. The ground trembled slightly beneath their feet as the cute, furry creature's small body began to contort. Its soft, round form twisted grotesquely, bones cracking and fur shedding in thick clumps. What had once been a harmless little thing ballooned into something monstrous. Its beady black eyes turned crimson, glinting like molten orbs under the pale moonlight. Sharp fangs jutted from its once tiny mouth, saliva dripping like acid onto the dirt, hissing as it burned through leaves. Arya stumbled backward in horror, her pupils dilating as the once adorable beast let out a deafening screech that sent a shiver down her spine. "Adia!" Akhil shouted, lunging forward. He didn't hesitate. The moment the beast's claws lashed toward her, Akhil drove in like a blur, pushing her out of the way. The claw missed her by mere inches, but tore a deep mark across the tree trunk behind her, splitting it clean in half. The ground quaked under the impact, and dust and splinters filled the air. Arya hit the ground hard, her breath catching in her throat. She looked up just in time to see Akhil square off against the beast. "Stay back," he barked, not taking his eyes off the creature. Nebo and Gon froze, their expressions blank with shock. The transformation had been too sudden. None of them had ever seen something like it. The beast let out another ear-piercing screech, its body twitching violently before it lunged toward Akhil within human speed. Its claws slashed the air, and the pressure alone sent leaves scattering like blades. Akhil narrowly sidestepped the first strike, his reflexes honed to perfection. The beast's follow-up came instantly, a tail like appendage whipped from its back, aiming straight for his head. He ducked under it and kicked off the ground, spinning to the side before landing cleanly. His boots dug into the soft earth, and he steadied his breath. Fast and strong. It's not a regular beast. Puff Puff beast. Mutant level 3. He could feel the difference. The pressure it emitted wasn't something a forest creature could produce. Its presence alone carried a heavy distortion, almost like the system had modified it for the second scenario. Pow pow! The creature bellowed again, though its voice now sounded guttural, hateful, as if mocking its own name. Akhil clenched his fists, his expression calm yet sharp. "I should have known this place wasn't safe. This is a sign that the scenario is already starting." The beast lunged again, this time straight at him. Akhil rolled to the side, grabbing a thick branch off the ground, mid-motion. He spun around his hand and swung upward, smashing it against the beast's jaw. The impact sent it stumbling back, but the stick shattered instantly, useless. "That won't hold," he muttered, his eyes darting to the faint blue glimmer that appeared at the edge of his vision. A system prompt. "Warning! A special event beast has appeared. Mutated Puff Beast, LV-16. Akhil frowned. Mutated? So that's why it felt different. Before he could react further, the beast let out a spine-chilling roar. A shock wave burst from its mouth, rippling through the clearing. Trees bent and cracked, and the others were thrown off balance. Arya barely managed to raise her arm to shield her face from the debris. Akhil gritted his teeth, sliding backward from the force before digging his heel into the dirt. He stood firm again, his heartbeat pounding in his ears. Then he dashed forward. In that instant, his body blurred. His hand reached for the dagger strapped to the side of Arya's bag, the same one she'd been using since they met. He felt a sudden rush through his veins. Star dagger plus 10 strength. Its edge gleamed faintly under the moonlight. The beast reared its head back and lunged, claws flashing. Akhil ducked low, twisted to the right, and slashed upward. The dagger sliced across its chest, leaving behind a streak of dark, sticky blood. The beast howled, stumbling backward before smashing its claw into the ground in fury. The impact threw dirt and rock into the air. "Akhil," Arya called, her voice trembling. "I said stay back," he barked again, his tone fierce. She froze, her hands clenched tightly. She wanted to help, but knew she'd only slow him down. The beast's tail whipped toward Akhil again, but he leapt backward this time, avoiding the strike by a hair's breadth. The ground where he once stood shattered under the blow. Its strength keeps increasing. Damn it, it's adapting. The system beeped again in his vision. Warning, beast enraged, strength increased by 20%. "Of course it does," he muttered through gritted teeth. The creature's claws glowed faintly red, steam rising from them as its muscles bulged grotesquely. It lunged once more. Akhil braced himself, tilting his body slightly. He watched, calm amid the chaos, and just as the claws came down, he pivoted to the side and drove his dagger into the beast's forearm. The dagger sank deep. The beast screeched in pain, thrashing violently. Akhil was thrown back, tumbling through the dirt before regaining his balance mid-roll. Blood streaked his arm, but his grip didn't falter. If it's a system-generated creature, it must have a weak point. Eyes? Core? No. Wait. His gaze sharpened as he remembered the first scenario, when the Titan had appeared. The beasts tied to the system had a faint red pulse where their core energy gathered. And then he saw it. A faint crimson glow throbbed at the center of the beast's throat, just below its jaw. There you are. The creature pounced again, and Akhil met ahead on this time. He sprinted forward, diving beneath its claws, sliding through the dirt as the wind from its strike grazed his face. He flipped the dagger in his hand and, with a swift motion, drove it straight into the glowing mark. A bright flare burst from the wound. The beast froze mid-motion. Its eyes widened, its screech cut off abruptly. The glow around its body flickered, dimmed, and then, boom! The explosion wasn't large, but it was enough to knock everyone off their feet. A blast of heat and light tore through the clearing before vanishing into the night. When the dust settled, the creature lay motionless on the ground, its body reverting slowly back to its smaller, furry form. The same harmless creature had been moments before. Silence filled the air. Akhil stood in the middle of the clearing, his chest heaving lightly as he stared down at the corpse. Adi approached cautiously. What was that thing? An evolved puff beast, Akhil replied, his voice low. It's the beast that we'll be facing through the second scenario. He turned his gaze toward the forest ahead, where the darkness grew thicker, swallowing the moonlight. He could tell. So it's begun. The second scenario has already started. Chapter 18, First Achievement. The forest returned to its usual calm, but the warning had already been made clear. Akhil, Arya, and Nibwa stood in a clearing where the moonlight could reach them. In front of them lay the body of the mutated puffling that had learned too late what being cute cost when it came with claws. The last one had made a sound, pow pow, that might have been funny if it hadn't been trying to tear Arya's throat out at the time. Akhil already knew how terrifying those cute little monsters could become once they began their onslaught. It's no different from the game. Even before the scenario starts, these signs begin to appear. This was terribly bad for him. Not only did he have no idea how the current system worked, but it also seemed the AI had modified the game into this twisted version of reality. Now, they had to face a scenario. And just to show how bad his luck was, someone was already setting up the goblins just like he did in the game. Only this time, he was on the receiving end. Akhil checked his shoulder where the thorn hedgehog's quill had grazed him. The wound was shallow. Arya's wrist, on the other hand, was swelling purple where another hedgehog had tagged her with venom-tipped spines. She hid the wince poorly. Nibwa wiped his axe on the grass. What the heck was that? No one had seen it coming. The cutest beast they'd encountered since the game began turning out to be such a ferocious monster. A reminder that looks don't matter in this new world, Akhil said calmly. He scanned the tree line with his heat sense. Red glows pulsed faintly in the distance. Animals that had decided this fight wasn't theirs. The clearing would hold. The system chimed. Ding! Congrats. You're now level 3. Loot summary. Puffling beast cleared. Final strikes, player nexus. MUT coins, plus 500 nexus. Skill shards, 1 use nimble instinct x1, keen edge x1. Event bonus, first sight plus 20 MUT. No support, plus 100 MUT. Before he could take in a notification, another one popped up, but this time everyone could see it. System announcement. Cross Swords World Achievement unlocked. Cross Swords. Player Nexus has slain the world's first level 16 beast. After the announcement, another flurry of notifications appeared before him. Title earned, Beast Slayer Drop of Blood. A description. You have accomplished the impossible, defeating a creature far beyond your level. Your name will echo in the records of every hunter who dares to challenge the unknown. Title effect. Plus 10% damage against all beasts. Instills fear in lower-level monsters. Reputation increased among hunters and guilds. The wilds now remember your scent, Slayer. Achievement rewards, plus 200 MUT coins, 1,027. One time we didn't help, and you went ahead to steal all the rewards. Nebel laughed lightly after seeing the notification. If only I wasn't deceived by the looks of that monster, he sulked. It was clear none of them had expected it. If it weren't for Akhil's interference, Arya would have been caught by the ferocious beast. How did you even know what it was? Have you seen it before? Arya asked, still rubbing her wrist. You could say I encountered it earlier when I woke up. Akhil replied with a wry smile. Arya didn't press any further. She simply showed her appreciation for his help. Akhil told her to buy a potion from the system to heal herself, and she did exactly as he said. After the fight, no one felt like resting anymore. It was worse for Gon. He couldn't fight. He knew that if the beast had gone for him instead of Arya, he would have died. He was much slower than her. And since he still held bad blood toward Akhil, he wasn't sure the man would have helped him the same way. After weighing all his chances of survival, Gon quickly dismissed the idea of resting for the night and urged the group to continue their journey. He didn't want to take any chances. While they traveled, Akhil finally had the opportunity to check out the system. What amused him most was the level 1 status he had earned after killing the beast. This made things a lot clearer. Mutant levels only showed their compatibility with the mutation, but it didn't necessarily mean they couldn't level up as they did in the game. The system had confused Akhil at first, but now it seemed it required that he kill a specific number of beasts to unlock his next level. Essentially, this could only mean that even with a lower mutant level, a person with a higher player level could still defeat a stronger mutant. I thought of the possibility before, but after killing a few beasts, I assumed that wasn't the case. Guess I was wrong. With that clarified, Akhil shifted his gaze back to his coins. He had been keeping track of them since their journey began. While the fight had been completely unexpected, he was also glad it happened. Now he could finally buy the item he'd been eyeing all this time. Gene Stabilizer, Arc Alpha. Type, Serum Consumable. Tier, Rare. Price, 1,000 MUT. He opened the full description, which was only visible now that he had enough coins to afford it. Gene Stabilizer, Arc Alpha. Use. Stabilizes mutant gene expression. Reduces mutation backlash. Unlocks latent pathways. Per dose. Plus 20% gene compatibility, plus 15% strength, and plus 15% agility for 10 minutes. Minor regeneration. Mental clarity. Limits. Effective doses per host. 2. Further doses, no effect. Binding. On use. Non-transferable after binding. Warning. Overuse beyond limit has no additional effect. Price, 1,000 MUT. He'd been interested in the item for 2 reasons. First, the name, obviously. And second, because he was curious about what kind of effects it might have. Now, seeing the details, an idea formed in his mind. This item was definitely going to change a lot of things. Without further thought, he made the purchase. Purchase confirmed. MUT coins, 27. Gene Stabilizer, Arc Alpha X1, dual dose. Added to inventory. The vial appeared in his inventory, a slim holster containing 2 doses. He could use both on one person or split them between 2. The system confirmed what he already understood. Note, Arc Alpha vial is dual dose. Effective uses on a single host, too. Akhil closed the interface and looked toward Arya, who was still trying to pretend her wrist didn't hurt. He didn't say anything yet. The camp was close. He'd deal with it there. Unbeknownst to him, the announcement from earlier had to set off a chemical reaction. Chapter 19, Suspect. The forest was eerily quiet by the time Akhil and Arya got to the camp. Several fires were dying, and smoke was rising from them. The flames cast a soft orange light over the clearing where the orcs had gathered. What they saw was bad. The orcs used to be fierce, loud, and restless, but now they were sitting in groups with heavy, labored breathing. The smell of wet dirt, sweat, and metal was in the air. A few of them coughed, and dark, thick blood splattered on the ground. Their skin had faint purple lines that pulsed under the surface and glowed faintly when they were in pain. Even for Akhil, who had seen his share of horrors since the game began. It was difficult to watch. Some were missing fingers. Others had torn clothes that stuck to half-healed wounds. A few younger ones sat apart, trembling, whispering quietly to each other in their guttural tongue, voices small and afraid, like children lost in a nightmare. It's spreading, Akhil thought grimly. The mutation's unstable. They're barely holding together. He'd seen signs of this before. Back in the game, players who experimented with gene-altering potions often lost control. Their bodies twisted beyond saving. The same thing was happening here. Only this time, it wasn't a player's choice. The system had done it to them. Arya walked past him and knelt beside one of the orcs, a young male whose arms had swollen to twice their normal size, veins throbbing as if something inside was pushing to break free. His breathing came in harsh, uneven gasps. She gently wiped his forehead with a damp cloth, her expression tight. "It's getting worse," she murmured. "Half of them won't make it through the night." Akhil didn't answer. He stood there quietly, his gaze sweeping across the camp. Gon was on the far side, speaking with a few orc warriors, his tone calm and commanding. The others looked to him with something close to trust. Akhil found that hard to do. He folded his arms, staring at the dying fire in front of him. Even if I used the gene stabilizer, could it even help them? They're not human anymore. Their DNA's already rewritten. He clenched his fist slightly, the thought leaving a weight in his chest. It would have been easier to leave, to move on like he always did. The logical part of him knew that staying here was a risk, that every second spent helping them was a second wasted before the next scenario started. But logic didn't silence the guilt. He looked again at the smallest of the orcs, a boy with sunken eyes and grayish skin, curled up beside an older female who tried to soothe him. His tusks were barely formed, his hands shaking as he tried to drink water from a wooden bowl. Akhil turned away, his chest tightened. He'd seen too many like that already. People caught in the system's cruelty, forced to survive a nightmare they didn't choose. He sighed. Maybe I'm just tired of watching everyone die. Thinking of running off again. Arya's voice broke through his thoughts. She had returned from tending to the sick, her hands stained faintly with dried blood. Her eyes caught the firelight, soft but searching. "Not exactly," Akhil said, keeping his voice calm. She tilted her head. "Then what?" He looked out over the camp, the moonlight falling over the still bodies of the orcs. "I was just thinking how unlucky they are. To be born into this kind of world, to mutate into something they never asked for. They didn't even get the choice." Arya crossed her arms. "You sound like you pity them." "I do," he replied quietly. "They were probably people like us once. Now they're caught between what they were and what the system turned them into." For a long moment, neither spoke. The fire popped softly, sending sparks into the air. The night was still except for the distant hoot of a bird and the occasional groan of a dying orc. Then Akhil turned slightly toward her. "You mentioned the serum earlier, the one everyone keeps talking about. Who told you about it?" Arya hesitated, then answered, "Gone." Akhil raised an eyebrow. "Figures." She nodded slowly. "He said the humans have it, that they've been developing something to stabilize the mutations. Supposedly, if we can reach them, they'll help." Akhil's tone stayed even. "Humans have it, huh?" Arya glanced at him, noticing the faint edge in his voice. "It sounds strange to me as well. If they manufactured a serum to stabilize the mutation, that could only mean they expected it, right? But none of us did, or at least that's what it looks like. It would have made more sense if it was coming from the system itself. But I doubt something like that exists on the system. I've never seen anything called a serum, have you?" Akhil's lips curved slightly, his expression unreadable. "You'd be surprised if I told you I have." She blinked. "You're serious?" He nodded once. "Yeah, it's not exactly what you'd call a serum, but close enough. Something that stabilizes gene expression, enhances strength for a short time. I found it in the system store. It's called Gene Stabilizer. Arc Alpha. Arya frowned. "That's not something I've seen before." "Because it's not common," Akhil said. "The system store's mostly identical for everyone, but sometimes it offers specific items based on your traits, abilities, or, I don't know, how you're evolving." Her eyes widened slightly. So you're saying Gon lied? I'm saying, Akhil replied carefully, that if he truly believes the humans have a serum, either someone fed him false information, or he knows more than he's letting on. Arya crossed her arms again, studying him. You've been suspicious of him for a while, haven't you? Akhil gave a faint, dry laugh. Guess it's that obvious? Very, she said with a small smile. You look at him like you're waiting for him to admit something he hasn't said yet. He chuckled quietly. Maybe I am. The light from the campfire danced across his face, softening the lines of exhaustion there. Arya's smile faded. Even if you were right, we can't act on it. Not without proof. I know. So what are you going to do? Akhil met her gaze, his voice steady. I'll get proof. She frowned. Ow! He turned slightly, eyes following Gon's distant figure across the camp. Let's just say, the pieces are already moving. She blinked, curiosity flickering in her eyes. What do you mean by that? Akhil's lips curved into a faint smile, one that didn't reach his eyes. You'll find out soon enough, he said, voice quiet but certain. Because you'll be part of it. Chapter 20. Enough proof. The morning came quietly, and the sun's first rays fell on the messy camp. There was a slight chill in the air, but it wouldn't last long after the sun rose higher. Akhil stood at the edge of the clearing, looking out at the horizon where the forest seemed to swallow the light. Behind him, the camp stirred to life. The orcs were still weak, some barely conscious. Arya was busy tending to them as best she could. Today, they were going to complete the deal. The blonde-haired hostage was already outside, with a bruised face and wrists bound tightly. He sat against a log, watching them with bitter defiance. His clothes were torn, and dried blood marked the side of his temple, but his eyes held something sharp and mocking. Akhil approached with Nibwa close behind. Gon stood nearby, his small frame cloaked in his usual dusty tunic, the faint smell of dried herbs clinging to him. Ready? Akhil asked flatly, adjusting the strap on his blade. Gon nodded. We'll head out soon. The meeting place isn't far. I spoke with their leader. They agreed to move closer to our borders. Less risk for everyone. Akhil gave a small grunt. Convenient. Just then, Gon turned to Arya. You should come with us, he said. It'll be safer if we all go together. Arya looked up from wrapping an orc's arm, her expression unreadable. Safer? She asked, standing to her feet. For who? The orcs are still recovering. Someone needs to stay behind. Her gaze flickered toward Akhil, who gave a faint nod. She's right, he said. You stay here. We don't know what we're walking into. Gon hesitated, his lips twitching. It wasn't that he cared about Arya's presence. What he really wanted was another shield between himself and danger. But with both Akhil and Nibwa going, he could afford to pretend otherwise. Well, Gon muttered, forcing a small smile, I suppose that makes sense. The three of us will manage fine. Inside, though, his thoughts were far from calm. Well, it doesn't matter. At least I'm still safe with you two. Akhil turned to the hostage. On your feet. The man shot him a defiant look, but complied. As they began to walk, he spoke with a mocking edge. You know, you should treat me better. Once I'm back with my people, things will change. If you make things harder for me, you'll regret it. Akhil didn't even spare him a glance. You talk too much. The man frowned. I'm serious. The humans don't forgive. Then maybe they should have sent someone smarter. Akhil cut in with a smirk. Nibwa gave a low, rumbling laugh from behind them. If he keeps running his mouth, I could shut it for him, he said darkly, cracking his knuckles. The hostage flinched, his voice dying in his throat. His pride burned, but he stayed quiet, choosing to glare at Akhil instead. Let's see who will be begging later, he thought bitterly, ignoring the dryness in his throat. The forest swallowed their footsteps as they walked on, and the leaves whispered above them. Hours went by, and the only noise was the sound of birds chirping. Then, the trees began to thin. Ahead, a clearing stretched wide, sunlight spilling through the canopy. There, at the far end, stood a group of men. They were armed but calm, their posture casual yet guarded. In the center stood Samson, tall, broad, and wearing a clean tactical vest with patches of dust. His hair was slicked back, and his expression held a faint smile, like a man who already knew how things would end. Akhil stopped a few feet from the edge of the clearing. His instincts prickled. Something wasn't right. Gon gestured to the group. "That's them," he said, forcing confidence into his tone. "Let's finish this quickly." The hostage brightened immediately. "Finally," he muttered under his breath. He walked forward a few steps, but Akhil's gaze wasn't on him. It was sweeping through the trees, the shadows, the faint rustle of movement behind trunks. With a slow exhale, Akhil let his vision shift. His eyes glowed faintly, tracing the outlines of body heat through the foliage. There were too many. His hand slid to his weapon. "So," he said aloud, his tone steady, "when do you plan on coming out?" For a second, silence ruled the clearing. Then, figures began to emerge from behind the trees, some with rifles in hand, faces masked. 1, 2, 5, 10. More followed until they surrounded the group completely. Samson gave a small clap, smiling. Impressive. Most wouldn't have noticed until it was too late. Sharp eyes. He took a few steps forward, his gaze landing on Akhil. "It's a shame to waste someone like you. We could have used that awareness on our side." Akhil didn't move. "You talk too much for someone hiding behind guns." Samson's grin widened slightly. "You rejected our offer. That hurt my pride." The hostage, now unbound, grinned too as he stepped behind Samson, rubbing his wrists. "Told you," he said to Akhil mockingly. "You should have been nicer." Neebwa's muscles tensed, and Gon looked between them all, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "Before we start throwing threats," Akhil said suddenly, his tone calm but cold, "how about you hold up your end of the bargain first?" Samson raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and what bargain would that be?" "The serum," Akhil replied. "You promised to give it to my people." "Or," his gaze hardened, "don't you think it's about time you told them it doesn't exist?" The word struck like a blade. Gon froze, his mouth half open. "What were you saying?" Samson didn't answer immediately. He just smiled faintly. "You told them," Akhil continued, eyes narrowing, "that the humans had a cure, that they could stabilize the mutation. But from the looks of things, Samson here doesn't seem to have any serum with him." He took a step forward, the air around him growing heavier. "So tell me, Gon, where exactly did you hear about your miracle serum?" The silence that followed was suffocating. "Sir Samson, where is the serum?" Gon stuttered, unsure. Samson chuckled quietly, a cruel sound that rippled through the clearing. "Well," he said, his voice smooth, "our dear friend wasn't wrong. The serum doesn't exist. I just needed something to get you do as I said. Thanks for the help so far. We wouldn't have done it without you. But on the bright side, though, we won't harm you. I'm more interested in him." His dark gaze rested on Akhil, and the group came forward. Akhil's grip tightened on his blade, a small confident smile cutting across his face. "That should be enough proof." Chapter 21. It's time. "That should be enough proof," Akhil said calmly, a faintly smug grin tugging at his lips. Samson's chest tightened. Why did this bastard look so calm, almost amused, when he was surrounded? "What's with the smile, you bastard?" Samson asked, irritation flashing in his voice. "Oh, I wasn't talking to you," Akhil replied evenly. His grin lingered, thin and knowing. Samson frowned, a thought crossing his mind. What's with this idiot? He's bluffing, Samson thought, forcing the unease down as he narrowed his gaze. He knows he's trapped, that's all. He turned his attention to Gon. "You'd better come over here, old man, unless you want to share their fate." Gon froze, glancing helplessly at Akhil and Neebwa before quickly shuffling away from them. "Elder Gon," Neebwa shouted, disbelief and anger twisting across his face. He moved as if to stop him, but Akhil reached out and held him back. "Wait," Akhil murmured quietly. They both watched as the old orc hobbled towards Samson's group, leaning on his crooked staff. When Gon reached the humans, Samson gave him a satisfied nod and patted his shoulder. "You've done well," Samson murmured near the orc's ear, voice dropping into a low threat. "But we're not done with you yet." As he spoke, his eyes flicked toward Neebwa, savoring the fury and disbelief on their faces. Akhil's jaw tightened, his expression darkening with disgust. Samson straightened up, stretching his shoulders. His voice turned cold. Well, enough wasting time. He raised a hand, about to give the order. Ada. The word never left his mouth. In a split second, the shadows shifted. Something darted past, too fast for the eye to follow. What the? Ah! Two of his men barely managed a sound before daggers pierced their throats. Blood sprayed in violent bursts, painting the grass beneath their feet. The men clawed at their necks, choking on their own gurgled cries before collapsing lifelessly. Samson spun around in shock. What was that? From behind the fallen men, a figure stepped into view. An orc, her long black hair tumbling over her shoulders, her green skin marked with faint scars. Her eyes burned with anger as she fixed her gaze on Gon. Adia. Gon's voice trembled. He stumbled back a step, horror flickering across his face as if he'd seen a ghost. Adia, what are you doing here? You were supposed to stay in the settlement. Niwa's expression mirrored his shock, though his surprise quickly shifted into something closer to awe. Akhil, however, remained composed. His eyes moved from her face to the two men lying dead at her feet. She killed the healer and the mage, he thought, feeling a wave of relief settle over him. Those were the ones I was worried about. Then he lifted his gaze back to Arya, steady, unreadable. That was fast. They couldn't even react. Akhil thought, his grin widening. Looks like the stabilizer really did its job. What am I doing here? Is that what you should be asking right now? Arya snapped, her voice sharp with fury. Her small canines jutted past her lip, eyes blazing as she glared at the old orc. Her tunic was splattered with the blood of the two men she had just killed. She looked menacing, enough to make the old man tuck his tails between his butt. Samson let out a booming laugh that echoed through the trees. You've really made yourself a lot of enemies, old man, he mocked, smirking at Gon. Gon's body trembled, though he tried to steady himself. He hadn't expected things to go this far, but now that they had, there was no turning back. Even Arya had managed to kill two of their men before they noticed. Impressive but futile. There were still plenty of them left. The three of them wouldn't make it out alive. Meeting Arya's glare, Gon lifted his chin. You said it. We had to adapt, Gon snapped. Arya bit her lip, fury burning through her words. By selling out your own people? That's not survival. That's rot. Gon chuckled weakly, a rough cough breaking through his laugh. Little girl, he said, his tone turning cold. You can't define survival when you're the sacrifice. Samson broke into laughter again, cutting through the tension. All right, enough talk, he said, turning his gaze back to Akhil. So this is what you were stalling for? A level 2 mutant? He asked with a mocking grin. The hostage from earlier had already told him everything he needed to know about the orcs' camp. Akhil smiled faintly. Check again. Samson frowned at his calm tone. That same uneasy feeling crept back in his chest. Still, he turned toward Arya, doing as Akhil suggested. Player, Rhea. Mutant level, 3. What? She's on the same level as me? Samson's eyes widened. He turned sharply toward the hostage who had fed him the information earlier. The plump man paled under his stare. Yes, sir, we checked. I swear, she was level 2, he stammered, his voice trembling. Samson drew in a slow breath, forcing his expression into a smirk as he shifted his gaze back to Akhil. It doesn't matter, he said coldly. One level 3 mutant won't make a difference, he stated with a casual shrug. He wasn't just being arrogant. He was confident. There was no escape. You should have joined us when you had the chance, Samson said, lifting a hand. At his signal, the humans around him tensed immediately, blades drawn, bows raised, waiting for his word. Akhil glanced over his shoulder, locking eyes with Niwa. A silent nod was all it took. Niwa understood and tightened his grip on his weapon. Then Akhil turned back to Samson, his calm expression unwavering. You're right, he said evenly. One level 3 mutant won't make much of a difference. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. But what about a level 5 mutant? Samson's gut twisted, the same unease that had been clawing at him since Akhil first smiled. What is this feeling? He thought, his pulse quickening. It wasn't fear, not exactly, but something deep, instinctive, warning him that he'd just crossed a line. Akhil's gaze shifted to Arya. His eyes trailed down to the fresh blood splattered across the ground, the blood of the men she had just killed. I still haven't tested this yet, he thought, taking a slow breath. Guess it's time. He raised his hand toward the blood pooling beneath Arya's feet. The air grew heavy, and with a faint hum, the familiar system interface flickered into view before him. Skill activated. Blood control. Chapter 22. Blood Mist. They all watched in horror and confusion as the fresh blood on the ground began to rise. The crimson liquid lifted slowly, swirling in the air before drifting toward Akhil, thickening into a red mist that pulsed faintly with life. This is harder than I thought, Akhil muttered inwardly, gritting his teeth. Each movement of the blood drained his strength. It felt like forcing a broken arm to move. But as the mist drew closer, the resistance lessened. Control came easier, smoother, as though the blood itself was starting to recognize him. And then, ding! Energy source. Blood essence has been depleted. Skill. Blood absorption has been activated. The red mist curled tighter around him, twisting like smoke before melting into his body. It seeped through his pores, flooding his veins with warmth. A rush so intoxicating it made his eyes flicker. The sensation was eerily familiar, the same euphoric surge he had felt when he first drew blood from Nibwa. The others could only watch. The scene was both mesmerizing and terrifying. Samson was the first to snap out of it, his instincts screaming danger. What are you all waiting for? Shoot the bastard, he roared, snapping his men from their trance. Rifles lifted in unison, and without hesitation, a barrage of bullets erupted toward Akhil. Arya's eyes widened. She didn't waste a second. Nibwa, protect him until he's done, whatever he's doing, she shouted. You don't need to tell me. Nibwa bellowed back, stepping forward. His body darkened, skin hardening into a thick, stony texture as he crossed his arms above his head. The bullets struck him with sharp metallic clinks, ding, 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 sparking off harmlessly. Nibwa gritted his teeth, the sheer force of the shots rattling through his frame. Arya moved at that moment, her figure blurring. In an instant, she was among the shooters, her blades flashing. Cries filled the clearing as she slashed through rifles and arms alike, leaving chaos in her wake. Samson's face twisted with rage. Enough, he barked, turning to the cloaked figure beside him. Go deal with her before she ruins everything. The man gave a silent nod and vanished toward Arya's direction. Samson then turned to his second right-hand man, a giant of a soldier, broad as a wall. You, Samson growled, pointing forward. Handle the stone brute. I'll take care of their boss myself. He drew his weapon and took a step forward, eyes locked on Akhil. But before he made his move, he threw a poisonous glare at the two hostages who had brought back the information from the orc camp. The men instantly stiffened under his gaze, their faces pale. Didn't you say his ability was hardening? Samson roared, his voice shaking the air. Yes, sir. I was sure. That was what we saw him use earlier, the plump one stammered, taking an involuntary step back. Samson's lips curled into a snarl. Then you better make up for it. Make sure none of these bastards leave here alive. If they do, you too will pay with your heads. Cold sweat ran down their necks. The two men exchanged a terrified glance before rushing forward to join the fight, desperate to avoid the fate promised by Samson's words. Samson turned his gaze back to Akhil. The arrogance that had once marked his face began to fade, replaced by a flicker of caution. He stretched out his hand toward one of his men. My gauntlets. Without hesitation, the man hurried over, carrying two black gauntlets that shimmered faintly under the light. Samson grabbed them and slipped them on, the metal snapping into place with a mechanical click. What kind of ability is that? He thought, his eyes narrowing as he watched the strange mist of blood swirling around Akhil. He didn't have time to dwell on it. Whatever it was, it reeked of danger. He began walking forward, his boots crunching on the forest floor. Electric arcs started crawling across his gauntlets, flickering with each step like angry serpents. Meanwhile, Akhil remained still, lost in his trance, as system notifications flooded his vision. Ding! A mix of low-quality blood cells found. Extracting and filtering. Blood essence, 1500. Absorbing gene contents. Gene contains healing abilities. Host has earned ability. Healing, low level. Gene contains elemental affinity. Darkness. Host has earned elemental affinity, low level. Darkness, 10/100. A surge of raw energy flooded Akhil's veins. His senses sharpened instantly. His heartbeat thundered in his chest. The metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils, and his muscles tensed like drawn steel. He could feel the system rewriting him, layer by layer, embedding new power into his body. After what felt like an eternity, his eyes fluttered open. The red glow in his pupils deepened into a darker hue, almost black. Ahead, Samson continued to approach, the currents around his gauntlets crackling with volatile energy. "I don't know what freakish ability you've got," Samson said, a smirk crawling back onto his lips, "but it'd be stupid to think you can beat me. I'm level 20 already. Not many in this world can say that." Akhil's lips curled faintly. "For someone who brags this much, that's quite an achievement. You bastard." Samson snarled and charged forward. Akhil's gaze flicked toward the faint red mist circling him. If it's closer, it's easier to control, like a second hand. But farther away, it resists me. He tightened his grip on his dagger, focusing his will. Instantly, the surrounding blood curled around the blade, coating its edges in a dark crimson sheen. Samson's pace quickened, his steps turned into strides, then a full sprint. Sparks scattered around him, and the ground cracked under his speed. "I don't care what ability you've got," Samson thought coldly. "You won't live long enough to use it." As he neared Akhil, he leapt high into the air, both gauntlets raised. The electric charge between them coalesced, forming a blinding sphere of light that hummed with destructive power. The system flashed before his eyes. Skill, Zerosh bolt activated. Bolts of lightning erupted downward, splitting the air with a deafening roar. The sky above flickered white, and for a brief moment, the entire forest was bathed in searing light. And in that split second, Akhil next move left Samson in deep regrets. Chapter 23. A bullet for who? Arya was fast and decisive, like a coiled serpent. She didn't kill her targets outright. She struck to disable, hit them where it mattered, so they couldn't fight back. In an instant, among the three shooters, one lost an arm, another had his ankle cleanly sliced, and the last was left staring into darkness. As she readied for a fourth strike, her instinct screamed. Sharp as a knife, she took a step back without hesitation. The ground where she'd meant to land erupted upward, a rock-hard spike, needle-thin and vicious, thrust into the air where her foot would have been. Arya's eyes narrowed as she scanned the horizon for her attacker. "I'm still curious how you got so strong in so little time," a voice called out. "Last time I met you, you could barely dodge me. Now you move like a cat." It sounded like a compliment, but Arya could taste the mockery in the words. She glared at the hooded figure. "You, ah," the hooded man chuckled, the sound oily and pleased. "Seems your memory's not bad. Killing you back then would have saved me a lot of trouble. But I was feeling generous. Don't know if I'll be so kind this time." She remembered the first time they'd come to ask for the serum. The hooded man had led the charge. Nibwa had a puncture in his hand. Arya had taken a deep gash to the stomach. Seeing him now made her blood heat. She forced herself to breathe slow. Anger flared, but she kept it controlled. Her eyes flicked to Gon, who was pressed behind a tree, trying to look small. "You're stronger now, but not strong enough to take your eyes off me," she snapped. The hooded man smiled, and the earth answered. Spikes of rock shot up like rockets across the clearing. Arya dashed, rolling through the first 3 strikes. The remaining spikes missed by a hair and sank into the tree behind her, cracking the trunk. One slammed into a human, cleanly severing his head, a wet, sudden end. A cold chill ran down Arya's spine at the sight. The hooded figure didn't flinch. Under his veil, a smile tugged at his lips, calm and cruel. He can kill his own and not even blink, she thought, anger coiling tighter in her veins. She didn't let it take her. She drew a deep breath, centering herself, and turned her focus back to the man. She crouched, daggers in hand, left foot planted behind her right knee forward. Wind gathered, coiling at her legs like a ready strike. "Kill me," she said, voice low and steady. "Unfortunately, I'm not like you. But, I always wanted to return the favor. This is going to be a good opportunity." Just as Arya was about to push forward with her momentum, a loud, thunderous crack tore through the forest. A massive bolt of lightning split the air, its blinding light illuminating everything around them. The hooded man froze. He knew that sound. His eyes flicked sharply toward Samson. Why would he use his ability now? He muttered, curiosity laced with unease. Then a voice came from in front of him, low, calm, and cold. "You're fast, but not fast enough to ignore me." Before he could even turn, Arya was already behind him. He felt the air leave his lungs, a sharp pain blooming in his chest. His trembling hand rose to his throat, trying in vain to stop the blood that was already spilling. "I thought you said you didn't want to kill me," he rasped, finding his voice. Arya looked at him with eyes that could freeze fire. Even at the edge of death, her gaze made him flinch. "Did I say that?" she asked, a devilish grin curling her lips. His vision dimmed. The last thing he heard before everything went black was her quiet whisper. "Guess I'm a liar, just like you." The body fell limp at her feet. Arya stared down at him, memories flashing through her mind. He said he'd been kind not to kill her. The same man who had slaughtered their group without hesitation. If they hadn't escaped when they did, they would have never made it back to the Orcs' camp alive. Her expression hardened. "People like you are the ones meant to die." She hadn't killed any of the other soldiers deliberately, but watching him so casually kill his own teammates earlier, she knew there was no saving someone like him. "Ding! You have slain a red player, a marked killer who's taken human lives within the game to grow stronger. Justice has been served. Here are your rewards. Strength, plus 40. Agility, plus 40. You have earned the title, Harbinger of Justice." Title effect. The scale of justice resides within you. Once a target is deemed evil, all their stats are reduced by 50% when facing you. Arya blinked at the notifications, a flicker of shock on her face. So that's how they became so strong, so fast, she thought, disgust twisting her expression. Her eyes shifted to the corpse again, the disgust deepening. But there was no time to dwell. She quickly turned back toward Akhil. The moment she saw the lightning forming earlier, she'd been worried, yet it also gave her a chance to finish off the hooded man. Now, as she looked across the battlefield, she realized she hadn't needed to worry. That idiot doesn't even need my help, she thought with a faint smirk. Her attention shifted to Nibwa, who was locked in a clash with a hulking brute, their movements shaking the ground beneath them. Meanwhile, lightning coiled above Akhil like the wrath of a god. He didn't flinch. He was preparing something of his own. Ding! 500 blood essence has been used. The lightning bolt crashed downward, roaring like judgment itself. But from Akhil's side, a red arc pulsed outward, humming with raw, violent power. The two attacks collided in midair. Samson, still mid-jump, barely had time to react before the crimson arc sliced through the lightning, and through him. His instinct screamed. He crossed his gauntlet arms over his head in an X to block, but the blade of energy sheared through them as if they were made of paper. The force struck him like a wrecking wave, hurling his body across the clearing. He slammed against a tree with a heavy thud. Silence fell. Even the forest seemed to hold its breath. Akhil began to walk toward him, calm and deliberate, each step echoing through the stillness. Then, bang! A single gunshot split the air. Akhil froze. A bullet. But from where? And who? Chapter 24. Announcement. The entire field fell deathly silent. No one moved. No one breathed. For a few seconds, it was as though time itself had stopped. Each person glanced down at themselves, checking for wounds after the echo of the gunshot faded. Arya's sharp eyes instantly darted toward the source of the sound. And then she saw him. Gone. His frail hands trembled from the rifle's recoil, thin wisps of smoke curling out from the barrel. Her gaze followed the line of the shot, slowly shifting from the old man to the one who had been hit. Akhil. He stood in front of Samson, a gaping hole torn through his abdomen. Blood poured freely from the wound, spilling across the dirt and soaking the earth in red. Arya's eyes went red with anger. "You old bastard," she roared. In a blur, she vanished from where she stood, reappearing beside the old orc in an instant. Her hand shot forward, gripping the collar of his worn tunic and lifting him clean off the ground. Gon struggled, wheezing from the pressure of her grip. His legs kicked weakly against the air. "Let me go," he rasped. "It's pointless. You won't survive. None of you will." His voice broke into a shrill, hysterical laugh. Arya's rage boiled over. Her fingers twitched with the urge to snap his neck then and there. Every part of her screamed to end him, to tear him apart for what he'd done. But then, "I need to check on him." Her grip loosened. She dropped the old man to the ground, where he collapsed in a heap, coughing. Without hesitation, she turned back toward Akhil and froze. Everyone did. The sight before them was beyond belief. The wound on Akhil's abdomen, deep enough to kill any normal being, was closing, slowly but visibly. The torn veins stitched themselves together, the blood flow easing as his flesh began to mend. 500 blood essence used for healing. Akhil winced, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His hardened skin ability wasn't active when the bullet struck. That was the only reason it pierced him so easily. "Thankfully, I managed to get that healing ability before this," he thought, his expression tight with pain. He steadied himself, straightening his back. Then, with a faint smirk, he turned his head toward the old orc. "Well, that was unexpected," Akhil said calmly. Gon's eyes went wide, his face drained of color. How is this possible?" he stammered. "3 abilities? That's not possible." He stumbled backward, his legs shaking as if the ground beneath him had disappeared. He looked as though he had seen a dead man rise before his eyes. Gon already knew what abilities Akhil had from the start. He had watched him since they first met. Akhil had hardening, yes, but now he could control blood and heal himself. That thought froze Gon in place. As he found his footing, he pointed a trembling finger at Akhil, terror written across his face. "Demon, you're a demon," Gon shouted, then turned and bolted for the bushes. Before he could disappear, a hand hooked his tunic cuff. "What do you think you're running to?" came a cold voice. Gon felt an icy chill run down his spine. He slowly looked back. Arya's eyes had gone dark. Even wounded Akhil hadn't had that look. Her gaze wasn't only rage. There was something beneath it, a restrained promise of danger. Whatever this demoness had in store, Gon wasn't prepared for it. Boom! A thunderous crack rolled through the forest. The earth trembled under their feet. Everyone's heads snapped toward the sound. Nebwa stood with his hands pressed to the ground. Between them lay the head of the hulking man, like a grotesque trophy. As he drew his hand back, a long trail of blood followed. The giant's eyes rolled back, blood sprayed the clearing. Nebwa stared in shock, nudging the body, trying to get a response. There was none. Panic flushed across his face as he met the other's gazes. "I didn't do it on purpose. It was a mistake," he stammered. Arya sighed, a harsh little laugh escaping her. "No one cares. The bastard deserved it." Nebwa scratched his head uneasily. Akhil watched the scene with a small, satisfied smile. The orcs aren't so hopeless after all, he thought. Nebwa hadn't used the stabilizer, but his raw strength, made fiercer by his hardening, was terrifying on its own. Akhil, who shared that ability, knew how useful it could be. But it's not over yet. he reminded himself, turning his attention to Samson. Samson had staggered back to his feet. He clutched his injured chest, staring at the carnage. His men either decapitated by Arya or maimed by Nibwa. 2 of his top lieutenants had been killed. Mark my words. This isn't over, Samson hissed, his earlier confidence crumbling into fear. Are you sure? Akhil asked, a dark grin curling his mouth. Samson flinched but tried to keep his resolve. Just you wait, he spat, then darted into the forest. Sir Samson, wait for us, his men called, rushing after him. Arya moved as if to give chase, but Akhil stepped in and held up a hand. Let them go. No need to spill more blood. He glanced at the 2 corpses and added, they'll be useful later. You heard him, Arya snapped. We should finish this now. As much as I don't want future trouble, they'll be of use, Akhil said with a wry smile. We leave them for now. Arya watched the fleeing men, frustration and weariness dancing across her face. She let out a tired sigh. I just hope you don't regret this. Akhil laughed softly. No, I won't. The next scenario will need quite a few of them. Better to leave them alive. All right then, Arya said. Her voice dropped when she asked, what do we do with him? She nodded toward Gon, who lay dragged across the dirt. Not sure yet. Maybe we could. Ding. Players, you have 10 minutes until the next scenario. Chapter 25, an upgrade. Players, you have 10 minutes until the next scenario. Every 24 hours, another wave of beast will be sent out. The first wave comes 2 hours after the scenario begins. For a moment, everyone held their breath as the notification blinked in front of them. Akhil turned to Arya. We need to get back to camp as fast as possible. Did you arrange what I told you? I did. Jay helped me deal with most of it, Arya replied calmly. Then let's move, Akhil ordered. They'd settled the issue with the human settlement, at least for now. He was reasonably confident they wouldn't face trouble from that direction. I hope you don't plan on letting him off too, Arya said, anger sharpening her tone as she stared at Gon. The old man's throat was bone dry. Fear shone in his eyes as he looked back at Akhil. No, he's still important. Or at least his abilities will be, Akhil said. We're taking him with us. Nibwa, hope you don't mind carrying the luggage. You don't need to ask, Nibwa replied coldly. The giant loomed over Gon. The old orc's skin prickled with goosebumps. Before he could react, Nibwa hoisted him off the ground and slung him over his broad shoulders. Gon gasped as his stomach tightened under the sudden lift. He opened his mouth to speak, but Arya's dark blue eyes locked onto his. Do anything stupid, and even Nex won't save you from me, she warned. Gon flinched. We ready? Akhil asked after Nibwa secured Gon on his back. With a nod, they set off without wasting another second. Akhil, Nibwa, Gon, and the hostage moved quickly back toward the orc camp. Their footsteps hurried as they raced through the trees. 2 hours isn't much time. We have to get back now. I don't know if I can be able to set up everything before then, Akhil thought, pushing his pace. Even at full speed, covering the entire distance in time was impossible. Luckily, Akhil had already planned for that. Arya had made preparations before they'd even left camp. But now, would they make it on time to set everything in place? That question stirred in his mind. Still, worrying about it wouldn't help. Right now, there was only one thing he needed to focus on, getting there first. Whatever came after, they'd deal with it when it came. The horizon came alive with movement as they got closer to the camp. A number of orcs were laboring feverishly, dragging huge logs and arranging them around the camp's perimeter in an effort to strengthen it against the approaching disaster. Without hesitation, Akhil and the others pushed forward and entered the settlement. The orcs' tired eyes glowed with hope as soon as they saw them return. The tiredness and the fear disappeared for a moment. One of them, a female orc, hurried over to meet them. Did you get it? The serum? Where's Elder gone? She asked breathlessly, her hopeful gaze darting from Akhil to the others. But as she scanned their faces, the silence that followed made her heart sink. Nibwa tossed onto the ground without a hint of care. The old man grunted, rolling onto his side, and several orcs immediately stiffened. confusion flashing across their faces, quickly replaced by anger. "What are you doing?" a female orc roared, stepping forward. She was the same one who'd asked about the serum. Her eyes burned with fury as she looked at Nibwa. To them, Elder Gon wasn't just a leader. He was the voice they followed, the only one who could keep them united. Most even revered him as a god. Seeing him thrown to the dirt like a piece of trash obviously made them angry. Arya stepped forward before the tension could erupt into chaos. "The serum doesn't exist," she shouted, silencing them in an instant. Gasps followed. Arya continued, explaining everything that had happened, from a human settlement's deception to Akhil's plan and why they'd returned empty-handed. By the time she finished, the air had grown thick with unease. The orcs exchanged looked at themselves with uncertainty. Slowly, words of doubt, of fear, of betrayal began to spread like a plague. If even they were divided now, how could they possibly survive what was coming? The beasts from the mountains would strike soon. That much everyone knew. Could their unity save them? Or perhaps it would all end here, swallowed by their fear and mistrust? Akhil could see it, the panic slowly creeping into their eyes like a spreading infection. He had felt that same fear once. But looking around now, at the sick children in the tents, at the worn faces that had once smiled at him despite their pain, he knew that selfishness wouldn't save anyone. He'd spent enough time among the orcs to understand something vital. Despite their flaws, they still held on to each other. Their bond was what made them endure. He couldn't let that fall apart now. Akhil stepped to the front of the group. "Our chances of survival are slim, but not zero. For this to work, I need every one of you to follow my orders and do exactly as I say." The orcs stared at him, unsure whether to trust him or what to expect. He held their attention and pressed on. "We have 2 hours. In that time, we can do something to improve our odds, or we can split up and leave our fate to the beasts." His words sank into the crowd. Whispers spread. Faces hardened into thought. No one knew exactly what Akhil had planned. Silence settled again. Akhil moved over to Gon, who lay on the ground, panting and trembling. Akhil crouched beside him, his shadow falling across the old orc's face. "If you want to leave this camp alive, you'd better do everything you can to help with my plan," Akhil said, forcing a gentle smile. "After hearing your story, I don't wish you dead, but I can't say the same for the orcs if you get in the way." Gon glanced back at the gathered orcs, seeing the anger and hatred burning in their eyes. He swallowed hard. "What do you want to do?" he asked quietly. "Let's just say, we're about to do an upgrade." Chapter 26, A Bait. "You still haven't told me what you want to do," Arya said as she walked beside Akhil through the settlement. They hadn't wasted a second after his earlier speech. Akhil had given the orcs a single, baffling order, one that left nearly everyone staring at him like he'd gone mad. "All we have to do to increase our chances of survival is to dig a ditch." The words had echoed across the camp. It wasn't a complicated task, not for orcs at least. Their raw strength made shoveling through the dirt effortless. But the simplicity of the order made it all the more suspicious. Still, they didn't question him, at least not openly. Even the smallest chance of survival was better than none. And right now, Akhil was the only one who looked like he had a plan. The sick and wounded were gathered under makeshift tents, while the healthier orcs dug with every ounce of strength they had left. "It's a sure bet." Akhil smiled knowingly. "Don't worry, you'll see soon enough." His eyes moved over the group. The orcs worked hard, and their tunics were soaked and covered in mud. The sound of digging in a rhythm filled the air. Thump, scrape, thump. Every time they hit the ground with a shovel, they felt like they were fighting against their fate. The system timer was right in front of Akhil's eyes, ticking away like a war drum. 45 minutes and 20 seconds. As the numbers dropped, the air grew heavier. The orcs didn't talk anymore. Some kept glancing toward the distant dark mountains that loomed over the horizon like silent gods waiting to unleash judgment. But they kept going. They dug deeper and faster, holding on to the thin thread of hope that Akhil's words had given them. Akhil felt a small smile pull at his lips when he saw how hard they were working. "That's all. Just a little more." He looked at Gon, who was sitting by himself with his wrist tied and being watched closely. "Let's go," Akhil said suddenly, breaking the silence. Nibwa glanced at him. Now, Akhil replied. Without another word, the three of them, Akhil, Nibwa, and Gon, headed out of the camp. They moved toward the edge of the dark mountains, their shadows stretching long under the dimming sky. When they stopped, Gon finally spoke, confusion and worry all over his face. "You still haven't told me what we're doing out here." "Oh, that's simple," Akhil said with a smirk, hands slipping into his pockets. "We're setting up bait." Gon blinked. "Bait? For what?" "For them," Akhil said, nodding toward the distant tremors and faint growls echoing from the dark mountains. The sound was growing louder, too organized, too many footsteps to be anything but a horde. Gon's eyes widened. "Wait, you're not saying—" "Oh, I am," Akhil said, his tone turning almost cheerful. "You're the bait." For a moment, Gon just stood there, staring in disbelief. Then his face twisted. You can't be serious." "Me? You want me to die out here?" Akhil crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly. "Well, think of it this way. The orcs still hate you. You betrayed them, remember? And someone's out to drag those beasts toward the ditch. It's dangerous work. I can't risk losing someone valuable." "Someone valuable?" Gon barked, veins popping on his forehead. "So you'd rather send me to my death?" "It's not death if you run fast enough," Akhil replied lightly. "Besides, what better redemption story could there be? The traitor who saves everyone else." "That's not redemption. That's suicide." Gon snapped. Nibwa couldn't help but snort. "Think of it as paying your debt in full." Gon turned to him with desperation in his eyes. "You can't possibly agree with this." But Nibwa only shrugged, his massive arms folded across his chest. "Orders are orders. You can't do this. Please. I'll help dig more. I'll do anything else." Akhil held up a hand, looking past him toward the mountains. "It's too late for that. Players, the first horde will now begin. Survive for 5 hours." The ground began to shake, subtle at first, then violently enough to send loose stones tumbling down from the cliffs above. A deafening roar echoed across the forest, followed by the heavy pounding of hundreds of beastly feet. The first horde was on its way. Gon tore his gaze away from Akhil and Nibwa, looking into the distance. Gon's voice trembled. "Hey, Akhil." But when he turned around, both Akhil and Nibwa were gone. The wind blew cold against his skin as he looked frantically in every direction. Nothing, no trace of them. Then he heard Akhil's distant voice calling faintly from behind the trees. "Remember, old man, run toward the ditch, not away from it." Gon's jaw dropped. "You bastard," he shouted, but it was drowned out by the thunderous roars growing louder behind him. He turned around, just in time to see the first of the beasts bursting from the tree line. Their red eyes gleamed through the mist. Gon's face turned pale. "Oh, for God's sake," he muttered, then took off running with everything he had. Behind him, the horde roared and gave chase, the ground trembling with every step. Far in the distance, Akhil and Nibwa watched from a safe spot overlooking the field. In no time, Arya also joined the two. She had seen them when they left the settlement with Gon. She had no idea what they wanted to do with the old man. But seeing the old man now, she couldn't hold back her laughter. He had tossed his walking staff to the side, running with as much energy as he could toward the camp. "Do you think he'll make it to the ditch?" Nibwa asked. Akhil smirked. "If he doesn't, at least he'll make a good warm-up for the rest." Arya chuckled. Cruel, but effective. Akhil's eyes gleamed faintly red in the dim light. Efficiency first, compassion later. The sound of Gon's terrified screams echoed through the trees as the horde chased him downhill toward the camp. Akhil stretched his arms lazily. "And that, my friend, is what I call bait. But the work isn't done yet. The main work is coming. Everyone, prepare for the worst." The ditch would be able to trap a few beasts, but that didn't make lasting 5 hours against the horde any easier. And everyone still had that same question in mind. Would the orcs survive the onslaught that was coming? And what other plans did Akhil have? Chapter 27, Burning the Beasts. Gon ran so fast that, for a moment, Akhil almost believed the old man had once been an athlete. As he neared the settlement, the thunder of the beast horde followed close behind, shaking the ground with every step. "Help me! Help me!" Gon's panicked voice ripped through the air, raw with desperation. Tears streamed down his face as he stumbled toward the massive ditch, its surface cleverly disguised with weak branches and a thin layer of leaves. Arya watched him with a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. To her, this was far more entertaining than killing him outright. "I don't know who's the more ruthless one between us anymore," she said calmly, standing beside Akhil. "It was necessary," Akhil replied, his tone flat. "Get ready, Nibwa. You'll have to catch him." Huh. Gon was barely a meter from tumbling into the trap when Akhil's voice rang out. "Jump!" Almost on instinct, Gon pushed off the ground with all the strength his frail legs could muster. He shut his eyes tight as his heart pounded wildly against his chest. The wind whipped against his face, and for a brief second, he felt weightless, caught between life and death. Fear gripped his soul. The growls and howls behind him grew louder, closing in fast. Did I fall? Did I make it to the other side? He thought, realizing he could no longer feel the rush of air against his skin. Cautiously, he cracked one eye open and froze. Nibwa stood before him, fangs bared in a wolfish grin. Relief flooded through Gon, so hard his knees almost gave out. He looked down, gasping as he saw the ditch below. Dozens of beasts thrashed inside, their claws scraping helplessly at the dirt walls as they tried, and failed, to climb out. But their struggle was futile. The trap had worked perfectly. Gon finally drew a deep breath of relief and turned his gaze back to Nibwa. Never in all his time living among the orcs had he been this happy to see Nibwa's face. The happiness was short-lived when he noticed the figure standing not too far from Nibwa. "You did a great job," Akhil complimented. "You lunatic, you almost killed me." Gon spat between ragged breaths, still catching air after the long run. "For someone who knows how to use others, you sure do hate it yourself," Arya replied, making the old man flinch. He swallowed his words instantly. Ever since the incident in the forest, his fear of Arya had reached a whole new level. No need to be so angry about it. He tried using us, and we used him. "It's a win for us," Akhil said calmly. "Fair," Arya said, rolling her eyes at Gon. She shifted her gaze to the ditch, now packed with beasts, and to the pack just beyond it that had halted in their tracks after seeing some of their members plunge into the trap. The beasts roared and clawed at one another inside the pit, bodies piling against the walls as they tried to climb out. The air reeked of blood and dirt. A few managed to get partway up before sliding back down, snarling and snapping at the others. Akhil's expression didn't change. He simply stared down at the writhing pit of monsters. "So, this is it," he muttered, then looked at Arya. "You had Jay prepare the charges, right?" Arya gave a faint nod. "Yeah, I just didn't know you were planning to use them like this." "Good," Akhil said flatly. "Then we finish it now. The system will handle the rest." "Jay, bring them," Akhil ordered calmly. With a gentle nod, the middle-aged orc went back into the settlement. Jay returned a few moments later, carrying several clay pots tied together with rope. Thick black stains ran down the sides. The smell of oil hit them before he even got close. He dropped the bundle gently at Akhil's feet. "All here." While the mountain region was teeming with beasts, which made other factions try to keep as far away as they could from the place, it had something that everyone had forgotten. Of course, everyone except Akhil. Crude oil, an untapped mine that was not only a source of energy, but also a source of economic stability. With the orcs' land flourishing with this, it would only be a matter of time before all the other factions realized the importance of what they were missing out on. Arya knelt beside one of the pots and traced a finger along the cracked surface. "Still warm," she muttered. Akhil picked one up and held it to his ear. He could hear the faint bubbling inside. He'd tested this mix before. Crude, unstable, but effective. Gon took a step back, waving his hands. "You're mad. Completely mad. You'll set the whole place on fire." Akhil gave a small, tired sigh. If we don't burn them now, they'll climb out and kill half the settlement. Pick one. Pick what? The fire or the beasts? The old man shut his mouth. Akhil gave a short nod to Arya. Start throwing. She didn't hesitate. She picked up one pot and hurled it into the dish. It shattered with a loud crack, splashing oil across the beast below. The smell thickened immediately, heavy and suffocating. Another pot followed, then another. Each one broke open, coating more of the creatures. Gon covered his nose and turned away. This is insane. In the distance, all the other beasts that didn't fall into the ditch watched with instinctual caution. Akhil reached for the torch Jay carried. He lifted it high for a second, the flame reflecting in his eyes, calm, almost cold. Then, without another word, he tossed it. The fire hit the oil, and everything exploded. Flames shot upward in a blinding rush, so hot the air itself seemed to scream. The roar drowned out every other sound. The beasts howled, a horrible, shrieking noise that mixed with the crackle of fire. The smell of burning flesh rolled over them, thick and sharp. Arya didn't look away. Her face was calm, but her jaw tightened. Jay stepped back, covering his face from the heat. By the ancestors, he whispered. Akhil didn't move. He just watched until the flames started to die down, until the last sound faded into silence. Then, in the back of his mind, the system's voice rang clearly. A grin cut across Akhil's face as the system screen came up, signaling the start of his main plan. Ding! Chapter 28, Star-Winged Wolf. 50 low-level beasts have been killed. Booyah! Final strike, player Nexus. Supporters, player Arya. Rewards, plus 2,300 muti, player Nexus, plus 100 muti, player Arya. You have unlocked a new achievement, Beast Slaughter. Extra rewards, plus 3,000 MUT. A flood of notifications blurred Akhil's vision. Without wasting time, he quickly checked his total coins. Mut, 5,327. He turned back toward the settlement, his gaze falling on the orcs. Their hopeless faces were now bright with joy. When the beasts had approached, they all thought their end was near. But now, seeing their plan succeed, the entire settlement buzzed with relief and celebration. Still, Akhil knew it wouldn't last long. The main beasts hadn't even started coming yet. That was why he had to act fast. Everyone gathered together, Akhil ordered. After seeing their efforts pay off, the orcs' respect for him had grown immensely. Now they were eager, almost desperate, to hear what he had to say. They all understood it wasn't over. The beasts still waiting beyond the outer ridge made that painfully clear. At this moment, Akhil's voice carried more weight in the orc settlement than anyone else's, more even than Gon's, despite all his past authority. Everyone turned toward him with rapt attention. Even those who had hidden inside their huts peeked through their doors, listening intently to every word. Just like Arya said, the serum doesn't exist. Akhil began, his tone calm but firm. But I do have something that can help us all. I don't know if it'll cure the sick, but I'm certain it can strengthen your abilities. Our priority now is survival. If we don't survive, both the sick and the healthy will become victims of this onslaught. Shocked gasps escaped the orcs' mouths. Once again, they were left in awe of Akhil's knowledge and composure. We understand, said an orc who looked slightly older than Nibwa, though easily twice his size. You've already helped us enough. No need to explain more. The orc was enormous, his green skin pale and streaked with purple cracks like veins, a clear sign of failed mutation. His breathing was slow and labored, as though he were clinging to what little life he had left. But his eyes remained steady, locked on Akhil. Yes, another orc added firmly. We've held this settlement together for a long time. We won't be selfish now. Do what you must. One by one, the plagued orcs began to add their voices in agreement. They had received more kindness and protection from the healthy orcs than they had ever expected. If anything, their time together in the settlement had turned them from outcasts into one large family. And with all the compassion shown to them despite their condition, they couldn't bring themselves to ask for anything more. They completely understood the situation, Akhil wanted to give his special serum to the orcs who could still fight so they could survive. Bearing the pain of the plague a while longer was better than dying and dragging thousands more to their deaths. Besides, from his words, it was clear that he hadn't tested the serum on any of the infected yet. He didn't know if it would help them at all. They also didn't know how much of the serum he had left. Wasting on a failed attempt could end up harming the entire group. Please, don't worry about us. We'll be fine. You've done too much already, the hulking orc said, his deep voice steady despite his weakness. At the very worst, we'll just have to bear the pain until we die. They're very understanding. This is great, Akhil thought, relief washing over him. He had feared they might demand the gene stabilizers for themselves instead of letting him use them to empower the fighters. But his worries turned out to be unnecessary. Now, all that was left was to take the final step. Thank you for understanding, he said to the large orc who had spoken first. The man gave a slow, tired nod in return. Akhil then turned his gaze to the orcs who were still healthy. As Arya had already informed him, some of them were those who had followed her and Nibwa on their mission to retrieve the fake serum from the human settlement. The others, like Jay, were the ones who had stayed behind, protecting the settlement, gathering food, and providing for everyone. Akhil studied them in silence for a moment before he finally spoke. I must warn you, he began, his tone serious. This method is excruciatingly painful. You might not like it. Also, I only have a limited supply. So if you're not ready, step back. Those who are willing should come forward. The orcs exchanged uncertain glances. Then, from the side, Arya's calm voice broke the silence. Look, he did it to me too, she said, crossing her arms. That's how my mutant level increased. And he's not lying. It hurts. But it's painfully worth it. A few of the orcs quickly checked her user stats, confirming her claim. Their eyes widened in shock. It was true. Arya had gone from a level 2 mutant to level 3. I want that too. Yeah, me too. Excited voices erupted among them, though their bodies still hesitated. Fear lingered in their eyes. They hadn't forgotten Arya's warning about the pain. This was what I was worried, ABO. Akhil's thought was cut off as a massive shadow fell over him. Don't tell me you forgot about me, Nibwa said, a toothy grin spreading across his face. Of course I'd love to take it too. I can't have Arya surpass me so easily. Akhil smiled faintly. He had completely forgotten about Nibwa. To him, the orc was already strong enough. He hadn't even considered how much more powerful the stabilizer could make him. Now that he did, the thought sent a surge of excitement through his veins. I can't imagine how much stronger he'll become, Akhil thought. But before he could speak, a loud, piercing howl echoed from behind them. Everyone froze. They had completely forgotten about the beasts. The creatures, however, hadn't forgotten them. The sound wasn't one of confusion. It was a call, a warning, an announcement. Akhil's expression hardened as the surrounding beasts suddenly parted, clearing a path from the direction of the mountain range. And then it appeared. Ding! Star-Winged Wolf. Chapter 29. Hunter and Beast. Star-Winged Wolf. Mutant level 4. The entire camp fell silent as a massive wolf stepped out from the horde of beasts. The creatures around it instinctively parted, bowing low or moving aside as though welcoming their master. With its arrival, the horde seemed to regain its confidence. Their snarls grew louder. The beast began to advance again, following the winged wolf's lead. Akhil's eyes narrowed as he stared at the creature in the distance. His brows furrowed. 1 to 12, this is bad, he thought grimly. There wasn't much time left. 4,000 MUT coins used. Gene Stabilizer, X8, has been bought. Akhil immediately turned to Nibwa and raised his hand. Nibwa looked at him and, without needing an explanation, lifted his hand to meet Akhil's. As their palms touched, a system notification rang in both their ears. Transfer 8 Gene Stabilizers. Yes. Request completed. Items from the system's market didn't have physical forms. Instead, they were transferred directly, the system altering their genes to apply the item's effect. That was also what made the stabilizer serum excruciatingly painful. It was like going through the transmission a second time, except this time, you stayed awake to feel every bit of it. "I've given you all 8, Akhil said quickly, his tone sharp with urgency. "The first 7 people who come forward, give them the stabilizer. Arya and I will hold the beasts off." The star-winged wolf wasn't just another enemy. It was one of the 12 generals of the Horde, monsters known to wipe out entire factions in the game. But thankfully, Akhil had killed it once before. Only, that time, he had been level 20. Now he was barely level 5. The difference in strength was terrifying. And with the wolf's mutant level sitting at 4, this one was nearly as strong as the original general from the game itself. Giving Nibua the stabilizers would be the only way to stand a chance. Akhil turned his gaze back toward the beast. The wolf was already moving, slow at first, then faster, its muscles tightening, claws tearing through the ground as it sprinted straight for the camp. "Let's go," Akhil said, his tone calm but commanding. "Kill as many of the smaller ones as you can. I'll handle, boss." Arya gave a firm nod. She leapt over the ditch, her blade drawn, landing lightly on the other side before darting off in another direction, keeping distance from the star-winged wolf to focus on thinning out the horde. But just as she landed, the wolf slowed. Its glowing eyes turned toward her. It vanished. Arya froze, her instincts screaming. "Where?" The killing intent hit her before the sound did, cold, suffocating, and heavy enough to make her body tremble. From the corner of her eye, she saw something glint, razor-sharp claws slicing down toward her neck. She tried to dodge, but before she could move, another voice cut through the chaos. "Keep going. Don't stop." Akhil's voice. A dark green hand shot past her shoulder, catching the wolf's claws in midair. The impact sent a sharp crack echoing through the air. Arya stumbled forward, then quickly regained her footing. Relief surged through her as she sprinted off again, slashing through smaller beasts that lunged her way. The star-winged wolf snarled in fury, its teeth bared as it leapt back, landing a meter away. Its wings flared, scattering dust and ash. It had missed its target. While it was still midair, the wolf caught sight of another figure to the side, the one who had saved Arya. It reappeared at its previous spot and now saw the figure that had stopped it. The beast locked its gaze on Akhil, its massive maw growling aggressively. Akhil stood with his skin hardened like rock. The star-winged wolf attacks lightning fast and moves as though carried by the wind, he thought. He remembered the difficulty of fighting the beast even when he had been level 20. Not only was it strong, but it had originally been a level 50 monster. From that level upward, beasts began to show signs of intelligence, a small but meaningful ability to think. The higher the level, the smarter the creature. Facing that with his current level would be brutal. Still, Akhil noted that because the wolf was presently a level 4 mutant, it couldn't manifest roughly 20% of its true power. In effect, a level 50 in its diminished state felt closer to level 40, a small advantage for Akhil. The wolf studied him for a moment, assessing. It probably sensed something off about him, but it was still furious that it had lost its kill because of Akhil. In an instant, the beast moved again, even faster than before. Thanks to Akhil's perception of air waves, he sensed it in time and turned, raising his dagger to block. When the razor claws struck steel, the force shoved him several meters backward. The star-winged wolf didn't pause. It vanished from its original position and reappeared behind him. Akhil feigned surprise and reacted as best he could. The beast struck, aiming to shred him, but its claws only sank a short distance in. His skin had hardened like stone. Akhil smiled and slashed at the wolf, trying to exploit its brief confusion. But before his blade could land, the beast blinked out and reappeared at a distance, watching him with a strange look, as if puzzled that its claws hadn't finished him. "This thing is too fast," Akhil thought. "I hope to use my hardened skin to bait an opening and steal an attack." Despite the wolf's confusion, one swipe had left a deep gash across Akhil's back. Blood seeped through his torn tunic. The animal's eyes still held bafflement that it hadn't been able to kill him outright. I must make sure it never learns my head is the weak spot, Akhil told himself, steadying his breath. Both opponent and hunter reassessed each other, calculating, probing, waiting. Each planned their next move. Akhil to strike while the wolf searched for openings. The wolf to discover how to overcome this stubborn prey. Now the question was simple and deadly. Who would land the first hit? Chapitre 30, danger. Time left. 00:02:50:00. The countdown for the first beast horde to disperse ticked steadily toward 0. Since the beginning, the orcs had endured with sheer willpower, holding the line, fighting exhaustion, and gathering what little strength they had left to resist the onslaught. Most other factions had expected them to fall after the first wave, and they would have, until he appeared, rewriting the fate that had already been decided for these orcs. Now, Akhil stood face to face with the star-winged wolf. The air between them rippled with tension, thick enough to cut. He had yet to land a solid hit. The beast's speed was almost unnatural, its movements blurring like lightning. In contrast, it treated him like a toy, attacking and retreating as if savoring the fight. Watching them clash was like watching a wolf play with a human synthetic bone, violent, mocking, one-sided. Akhil's body bore the marks of their battle. Gashes, bruises, and shallow cuts streaked across his hardened skin. Though his regeneration was keeping him alive, it came at a cost. His blood essence was draining fast. He needed to end this quickly, but he was also deliberately dragging out the fight to give Arya time to thin the horde. His eyes flicked to her between clashes. Arya fought fiercely near the edge of the camp. Her blade gleamed with each strike. She wasn't killing the beasts outright, but rather crippling them, severing limbs, slicing throats, anything to slow their advance. Her goal was clear: stall them long enough for the orcs who had taken the stabilizers to recover. But the beasts weren't normal. They were blood-crazed, driven by pure instinct or perhaps the system itself. Because, even with shattered limbs, they crawled and limped forward, desperate to reach the camp. Akhil understood her strategy, but holding back came with a price. Without any beasts dying, he couldn't use his blood-based abilities effectively. He was forced to bear the wolf's relentless onslaught alone. He couldn't use the blood from the burnt beast, for obvious reasons. Between strikes, his gaze drifted toward the orc settlement. Nibwa had done as instructed. The first 7 orcs brave enough to step forward had been given the stabilizers. All 8 doses were used. Now, it was only a matter of waiting. He could hear their screams, even from this distance. The sound of agony echoed through the forest, raw and haunting. Their bodies writhed on the ground as the stabilizer worked through their systems, a necessary torment. The system mimicked the function of a real-world stabilizer serum. But since the orcs' initial mutations had failed due to gene incompatibility, the process was far more brutal. Rather than simply stabilizing their mutation, the serum had to restructure their genes entirely, searching for new compatibility and forcing the mutation to take hold. That meant tearing down what didn't belong and rebuilding from within. No one could go through that without pain. Akhil himself had never needed to take one. His mutation had succeeded on the first attempt, fully compatible from the start. It had surprised even him. Being a level 5 mutant meant his body had already reached a stable form. There was little a stabilizer could do for him now, unless there was a level beyond 5. But with his limited MUT coins, it wasn't a risk he could afford to take. For now, all he could do was endure, hold the line against the beast, and buy time for those inside the camp. Maybe later, when he had the luxury of strength and resources, he could consider experimenting with higher-level stabilizers. But right now, survival was the only thing that mattered. Akhil turned his gaze back to the beast. From the looks of things, the orcs were far from done with their transformation. Their bodies still writhed in pain, the process incomplete. He had to hold on just a little longer. Once they stabilized, they could support Arya, and together, they might finally push back the horde. If only they'd had more time before the beast arrived, he could have prepared a proper defense. But right now, this was all he could do. Wait. Persevere. Fight. The star-winged wolf lunged again, this time going for his thigh. It had already tested his back, chest, and arms, probing for weakness like a predator toying with prey. Akhil sensed the attack coming before it happened. His wave perception made it almost impossible for the beast to surprise him. The problem wasn't sensing, it was reacting. Even knowing where the next blow would land, stopping it was another matter entirely. Still, little by little, he was adapting. The wolf's movements, though fast, followed a rhythm. Its arrogance and its own speed made its attacks oddly predictable, like it wanted him to know, just to mock him for being too slow to stop it. And Akhil used that arrogance against it. As the wolf blurred toward his thigh, Akhil was already in motion. His dagger shot upward, his body twisting just enough to drive the blade toward the creature's face. The beast froze mid-lunge, its glowing eyes widening as the blade streaked toward its right eye. But it reacted at the last second, disappearing in a blur of light and reappearing several meters away, its attack aborted. Akhil chuckled under his breath. You sure are fast, I'll give you that. Go on, test your speed again. I promise I won't attack. His tone dripped with sarcasm. Before the beast could respond, Arya's voice cut through the air like a blade. Shit, one got past me. Akhil's head snapped toward her. In the distance, a massive black creature, something between a hellhound and a dire wolf, was sprinting past her defense line, heading straight for the camp. He turned sharply toward the settlement. Some of the orcs who had taken the stabilizer were stirring, their bodies trembling as they began to recover. But they weren't ready yet. Not even close. Damn it, Akhil cursed under his breath. He moved to intercept, but before he could take a step, the star-winged wolf vanished. His instinct screamed. This time, there was no warning, no readable movement. The beast had learned from its mistake. It'll go for my thigh again, Akhil thought, bracing himself. He turned his dagger low to block. Then he felt it, a sudden rush of air above his head. His eyes flicked upward. The wolf was already in the air, sunlight glinting off its talon like claws as it dove straight for his skull. A/N. If you like it so far, please leave this author some golden tickets. Chapter 31. Fall of the Orc Camp. While the orcs were still struggling against the beast, the human settlement was far from idle. In fact, they were working almost twice as hard as the orcs. Now, every section of the human settlement was lined with parapets, tall outer defensive walls erected in response to the approaching horde. Even before the second scenario was announced, the humans had already begun construction. With the help of their robotic puppets, they completed the massive fortifications in a matter of days. They had prepared themselves for whatever beast might come their way. But strangely, despite all their preparations, not a single beast had approached the settlement, let alone the walls. It was good news, but also deeply unsettling. Everyone knew the system wasn't joking around. It had officially announced the second scenario, which meant it must have already begun. So why hadn't the beasts arrived yet? This uncertainty spread confusion among the humans, splitting them into two groups. Those who wanted to go out and investigate, and those who believed there was nothing to worry about. But the ones who were truly afraid suspected something far worse, something they hadn't accounted for in their plans against the beasts. What if a force is gathering them? Could it be that we're already entering the fifth stage, like that person warned us? That shouldn't be possible. At that moment, atop the gleaming stone of the massive defensive wall, a woman clad in full armor walked with steady steps. Her blonde hair flowed down her back, and the soft clank of her boots echoed in the quiet air. A few soldiers followed behind her, their chatter breaking through her deep thoughts. Lady Hale, one of them called out, Sir Samson said you should wait for him. We're in charge of the walls. You're crossing your boundaries. Hale stopped in her tracks and turned toward them, irritation flashing in her eyes. Though the two soldiers kept a safe distance, they flinched under her piercing gaze. Her sharp brown eyes locked onto them, sending a chill down their spines. Well then, she said coldly, if you want me to leave, come chase me away. I dare you. This is an important matter, and Samson can't just sit this out. We need to hear what he has to say. An invisible pressure seemed to bear down on them beneath her glare. Cold sweat rolled down their foreheads as they exchanged nervous glances, unsure what to do next. Even with Samson's clear orders not to let anyone pass, none of them dared to touch her, let alone try to drag her away. It was Lady Hale, after all. If she got angry, not even Samson could save them from her wrath. They were trapped between the devil and the deep blue sea. Hale was the leader of the second human city, Haven City. She was not only as strong as Samson, perhaps even stronger, but also known for being ruthless and blunt. Yet that very nature had earned her the respect and authority she held among the three city leaders. While her methods were harsh, she genuinely cared for the people of her city and had done everything possible to make Haven the safest place for those who had never joined the game. Just as the two soldiers struggled to decide what to do, a calm, cold, almost arrogant voice spoke from the side. "Hale, am I not allowed a moment of privacy in my own faction anymore?" Recognizing the familiar tone, Hale turned sharply toward the source. "When will you stop hiding up here?" she demanded. "The beast horde has already begun, yet not a single one has neared the settlement. Don't you think that's suspicious?" Samson gave her a questioning look, about to speak, but the system notification appeared before him, answering the question for both of them. Time left, 00:01:01:23. Samson frowned. He had been so preoccupied with treating the wound Akhil had inflicted on him that he'd completely detached himself from what was happening outside. The injury had been severe, so much so that when he returned, he didn't even enter the city. Instead, he remained in the wall's watchtower to avoid causing unnecessary panic among the humans. There, he secluded himself, focusing entirely on recovery. He'd even given strict orders that no one was to approach him until he emerged. During that period, he ignored the system entirely, devoting all his energy to healing. He knew the next scenario would begin soon, but he assumed that when it did, he would hear the alarm and rush out to help if needed. But no alarm ever came. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it. His recovery was his top priority. Yet now, thinking back, it felt strange. Even with all the time he'd spent healing, he had expected the beast to arrive before he'd fully recovered. But now, he was completely healed, and still, nothing had happened. "What happened?" Samson asked, genuine surprise lacing his voice. "Are you seriously asking me that?" Hale replied, her tone calm but sharp. "Langdon still thinks this is normal, but I don't. Don't you think it'd be wise to go out there and see what's happening? I have a feeling the beasts are gathering. This could be the 5th stage. That person warned us about it." Samson's brows furrowed. If the system is starting from the 5th stage, that's bad news. And it'll be even worse if we're not prepared, he thought grimly. He was arrogant, yes, but also cautious when it mattered. "Langdon refused to join you, didn't he? Do you know why?" Samson asked. Her reasoning made sense. He couldn't understand why the third city leader wouldn't cooperate. "I don't know," Hale replied, irritation evident in her voice. "He didn't even come to see me himself. He sent his guards with his message. I can't enter his city without his permission." "That guy's really strange," Samson muttered. "Why are we even working with him? They say he's level 4, but we've never seen him in person. We don't even know if that's true, and yet he does whatever he wants." "He controls half the robot puppets in his city," Hale countered. "Do you think that kind of control could be achieved by a level 3 like us? I'm not looking for trouble. Even if he doesn't see this as important, you can still come with me to check things out." Samson clenched his jaw, swallowing his annoyance. She wasn't wrong. "Who said I was going to join you, though?" he asked with a smug grin. "You said it yourself. It's dangerous to make assumptions. We have to be sure." Hale rolled her eyes. Samson smirked. "You're not wrong. We do have to be sure." His tone shifted colder now. "What about the orcs?" "I believe they've been wiped out," Hale said. "Even if this really is the 5th stage, they're too close to the Dark Mountains. If it's as bad as we think, they must have been facing a powerful beast. That means they probably didn't stand a chance, and they wouldn't have been able to thin the beast numbers like we planned. Maybe we should have gone with your idea, after all, killing them ourselves and strengthening our forces." She sighed, But Samson's expression darkened with twisted satisfaction. That means that Brat not only failed, he's probably dead too. The thought of Akhil's death sent a thrill through him. "Let's get going," Samson said, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. "What are we waiting for?" Now more than ever, he wanted to see the ruins of the orc camp for himself, to burn the image of their failure into his mind. A fitting reminder of the defeat of that level 5 mutant who had dared to injure him. Chapter 32. Will they survive? Boom! A thunderous explosion ripped through the air. Akhil barely registered it. For a split second, his mind went blank. The sharp claws of the star-winged wolf descended in a flash of white light, tearing through the air with blinding speed. He felt the claws graze his skin, slicing shallow lines across his neck, the warm blood seeping out. And then, something pushed him. Akhil blinked, dazed. He stood frozen, expecting the next instant to be his last. But instead of pain, he found himself staring at a massive shadow towering before him. He slowly lifted his gaze. A dark green surface gleamed under the sunlight, smooth and metallic, like living steel. Clang! The wolf's claws slammed into it, the impact ringing like a hammer striking iron. Sparks flew, let alone an injury. Not even a scratch appeared on the figure's body. The beast's hands recoiled from impact, and its eyes went wide in disbelief. Then came an excited voice. "It worked. Look how cool I am now." A system notification followed, ringing clear in Akhil's ears. Gene stabilization completed. New bloodline unlocked. Be an orc. Mutant level 3. Akhil finally exhaled, realizing who it was. The metallic sheen belonged to Nibwa. His skin transformed into an armor-like surface that shimmered like gemstone. The orc grinned from ear to ear, flexing his newly reinforced arms. For a brief moment, Akhil just stared, half in awe, half in relief. For a moment, I thought it was over. "Idiot," Akhil said with a shaky breath, a small smile tugging at his lips. "You always have the perfect timing." Nibwa scratched his head with a metallic hand, grinning wider. "I had my eyes on you too the whole time. The stabilizer hurt like hell, but I knew I couldn't black out. The second I could move again, I came straight for you." Akhil's gaze softened. He knew how unbearable that pain was, how much willpower it took to not only survive it, but to stay aware through it. He really pushed himself through all that just to help. "Thank you," Akhil said quietly. He turned toward the settlement. "What about the others?" Nibwa followed his gaze, his tone steady but grim. "They're still recovering. I managed to take care of the beast, heading their way to buy them some time." Akhil frowned, then looked toward the tree-line. And sure enough, he spotted the creature Nibwa mentioned. It lay crumpled against a thick oak trunk, eyes glazed white, its massive tongue lolling from its mouth. The dirt around it was cracked and scorched. He let out a low whistle. Nibwa grinned, pounding his chest proudly. "Damn right you shouldn't." For the first time since the horde began, Akhil allowed himself a faint smile. But deep down, he knew this reprieve was only momentary. The star-winged wolf was still there, watching, waiting, and now more furious than ever. The beast growled lowly, baring its fangs at them. First, it had been focused on Akhil, but then Nibwa joined in. Still, the creature didn't look intimidated in the slightest. If anything, its stance shifted. It was getting serious. The tension between the group grew thick. The beast's crimson eyes flicked between the two men, almost as if trying to choose its next target. It lingered on Akhil, its original prey, but when its gaze landed on Nibwa, a flicker of excitement flashed in its eyes. It looked like it found the idea of playing with Nibwa far more interesting. Then its attention turned toward Arya, who was still holding it back. It seemed to remember its purpose, the reason it was here. A wolf. The wolf's howl tore through the air like thunder. Instantly, all the other beasts froze mid-motion. Then, bloodlust flooded their eyes. Muscles swelled, bones cracked, and their auras flared with new strength. The transformation happened in a blink. "This is bad," That's why we were never supposed to face a general from the first horde, Akhil thought, his eyes narrowing. It can boost the power of the others. But why is a general even here now? Could it be because there's a shortage of monsters? He clenched his fists. It was the only explanation he could think of. Not everyone had bought the game consoles, so maybe fewer players meant fewer monsters were spawning. But that shouldn't have affected the first scenario this much. The Titan in this stage was supposed to. Akhil's thoughts were cut short as Arya lost her grip on the beast. With their recent upgrades, the horde became even more feral, unstoppable. Arya was no longer able to restrain them alone. In seconds, the beast stormed past her, charging toward the settlement. Akhil's heart skipped. He turned, fear flickering in his eyes. But relief quickly followed as he saw the orcs who had taken the serum stepping forward to intercept the horde. Everyone, don't hold back. Kill as many as you can. Akhil shouted. Arya didn't hesitate. She slashed through the monsters with everything she had, her strikes sharp and relentless. Thankfully, while the general was around level 50, the rest were only between levels 10 and 15. Having triggered the transformation it wanted, the general finally shifted its full attention back to Akhil. Its eyes burned with pure bloodlust. Akhil's pulse quickened. He turned to Nibwa. It's about to use its abilities. Things are going to get 10 times more dangerous. I can't take any direct hit to my head, but with your upgrade, that might not be the case. So will you. Don't worry, Nibwa cut in, cracking his knuckles. I'm ready. They had fought together long enough that they barely needed words. Nibwa already knew what Akhil was thinking. Akhil gave a faint smile, then refocused on the beast. As his instincts warned, the wolf's claws began to elongate, its fangs sharpening like daggers. But that wasn't all. Its body started to lift off the ground. It hovered in midair, each step steady, as if walking on the invisible threads of the night sky. There was a reason it was called the Star-Winged Wolf. And now, the true fight was about to begin. The creature's speed surged. It had been holding back all this time. Akhil and Nibwa tightened their grips on their weapons, eyes locked on their enemy. And though his gaze stayed on the beast, Akhil's mind was fixed on something else. 00:0, 1:0, 1:11. Just one more hour, he thought grimly. We only have to hold out for one more hour. The tension reached its peak. The real battle was about to begin. The clock was ticking. Now was a race against time. Would they all be dead before it ran out, or would the orcs actually survive the first round? No one in the orc camp noticed the small, drone-like machine hovering high above while all the chaos was going on. Its mechanical eyes, which were sharp and never blinked, saw everything. A young boy sat in a dark room in the human settlement, far away in front of a wall of screens. Dozens of live feeds flickered on the screens, each showing a different view of the orc camp. He leaned forward a little, and his face was calm but focused. He had been watching the fight from the start. He had initially been positive the orcs would lose. However, now, there's a factor that we failed to consider. Interesting, he muttered, focusing his attention on Akhil's picture on the main screen. At that moment, the room was filled with a robotic voice. Lady Hale, Sir Samson, and Master Langdon are coming towards the orc camp. Langdon's gaze moved to another monitor, where two figures, leaders of the human forces, came into view as they made their way directly towards the forest. Langdon leaned back on his chair. What's the point of joining them if I can watch everything from here? He said, letting out a lazy yawn. Chapter 33. The fight continues. The atmosphere still remained tense. The heavy breathing of the orcs mixed with the sweat rolling off their faces. The hungry growls of the beasts echoed through the air, an ever-present reminder that the danger had yet to pass. It was only 10 of their strongest orcs against an entire horde of beasts. Yet the orcs fought back valiantly. Even outnumbered, the serum's strength coursing through them kept the orcs standing. A few of them who were originally at level 1 jumped to level 2, and could now use more of their mutant powers without feeling any exhaustion or side effects. But even then, the number of beasts was still too much. It often took 2 of the orcs to kill a beast. Only Arya and a few others could manage to take on more than one themselves, and that too with much difficulty. However, despite all this, the orcs knew they couldn't give up. Right behind them were the hopeful gazes of the strangers who had now become family, and the same people for whom they went through the pain of the serum. And then there was Akhil, who gave everything he could for their survival, and even now was still fighting against the boss of the beasts. For that sheer purpose, giving up felt like a crime they couldn't commit. They were tired, exhausted. But the burning flames of resilience and the sheer will to survive left them standing on their feet, ready to face any obstacle that came their way. At least, until what little time was left for the beast to leave. "I'll be the bait. You take it from the back," one of the orcs shouted as he took a beast head-on, holding the beast by the wrist with a firm grip. The beast clawed at him, snapping its sharp jaws in a desperate need to taste the orc's succulent blood run down its throat. The beast ferociously thrashed at him, ultimately using its lower claws to slash at him. "Arg, MHM." The orc let out a low grunt, but held firmly. Before the beast could throw another attack, a brutal slash came from the side. Fast and decisive, the axe cut through the beast's head in a clean swoop, the blood forming an arc of red as it splashed against the orc who held the beast. The orc who had been holding the beast sat on his butt, exhausted, letting out ragged breaths. "Gee, you should have just gone for the stomach. Now I'm covered in blood," the orc complained, cleaning the sticky blood off his face. "I had to make sure it died at once. We don't have time for second strikes here." Jay, the middle-aged orc, replied calmly. "Get up. We still have to deal with the other beasts," Jay added, helping the orc up as he looked at the two beasts that were now coming for them. This is endless. I just hope we don't die from this," the orc said, still trying to gather his breath and steady himself. "If you're worried about yourself, have you taken a look at them?" Jay asked, momentarily turning to Akhil and Nibwa. "From the left." "Block," Akhil yelled. "Sure." Immediately, Nibwa turned around, positioning himself in front of the attack. His hands crossed over his face. Clang! The sharp claws of the wolf cut across his metallic skin, letting off sparks of white light as it passed. Just as it finished its attack, Nibwa shifted out of the way. "Attack!" He barked through gritted teeth. His skin was thick, not indestructible. Akhil dived straight at the beast with his dagger. He poured in all his strength into the attack, his hands moving in a blur. The wolf leapt back into the air, and almost as though it was stepping on solid air, it glided through the sky, coming from another angle, claws ready for another decisive attack. They had already been at this for minutes now. Since Akhil's head was still open for injuries, he had Nibwa act as a human shield. With his sharp perception, he could direct the orc to the side where the attack was coming from, and then throw an attack right after the beast landed its own. It was a one-sided fight, considering they were only on the defensive. But Akhil had other plans. "We just have to get close enough to the others," Akhil thought as he kept moving closer and closer to the pile of dead beasts that were all over the earth. Not only was he getting closer to the source of blood, but he was also doing his best to get the beast farther away from the orc settlement as much as he could. While they were keeping the beast locked in a fight, if it got tired and sought an easier opponent, then it wouldn't be able to harm those in the settlement. At the end, the main priority was to keep everyone safe. In no time, they had already reached near Arya, who was single-handedly taking care of 3 beasts at a time. With her speed, even the beasts were having a hard time keeping up with her. Seeing her, Akhil definitely knew that she would have been a perfect match for the boss, since both their abilities revolved around the same factor, speed. But it's a good thing she's there as well. Else by now, the settlement would be flooded with beasts, Akhil thought as he finally stepped onto a puddle of blood. He looked down at the puddle, a slight feeling of relief washing over him. The blood slowly rose into the air, forming a thick red mist that curled around him. Blood essence has been absorbed from low-level beasts, plus 300 blood essence. Now, he only had to wait for the beast to attack again. Whipping through the wind like Santa's deer, the wolf lunged straight at the 2 figures. It had its eyes on Akhil. As the fight went on, it slowly recognized Akhil as the weaker, yet more troublesome one, and it wanted to deal with him first. And after leaving the injury on his neck earlier, it already knew his weak spot, unlike Nibwa, who didn't seem to have any. Akhil was a much easier target. As it approached the two, it suddenly vanished in the air. Akhil momentarily closed his eyes, sharpening his senses. "It's coming from the right," Akhil said, but just as the words left his mouth, he felt something was terribly wrong. He felt another presence. No, it wasn't another presence, but a spike in speed. The beast had deceived him. Akhil quickly opened his eyes. The beast was diving straight at him, its claws wide open as though welcoming him in a warm embrace. But Akhil smiled lightly as he saw this. The blood curled around his dagger, and without a second thought, he quickly slashed at the beast. A thin red arc formed from the edge of the blade, catching the beast mid-air. Swoosh! The arc cut deep into the wolf, sending it back. The beast was sent flying, rolling against the dirt. It found its footing quickly, its gaze fixed on Akhil. It let out a loud howl of woo. Blood dripped from the gash in its chest, but the beast didn't look like it was going to give up. Almost as though coming to the quiet realization that it couldn't defeat Akhil and Nibwa, it turned its gaze to the two orcs who were closest to it and had been observing Akhil's fight. No, Akhil mutated. No, Jay, get out of there. His low mutter turned into a loud shout as he moved fast to stop the beast. But while he was moving, the beast was also moving. Chapter 34. First horde over. At the moment, it seemed as though the world itself slowed down significantly. Akhil poured all his energy into his legs, pushing off the ground with as much energy as he could. We've already come this far. No lives have been lost. No one should die now. Wait, he screamed inwardly. But no matter how much more energy he tried to draw forth, he couldn't match the speed of the beast. With each step, Akhil went through all the decisions he had made so far. The hopeful gazes the orcs had in their eyes when he presented his ideas. How they diligently listened to him. Everything had worked out so far, so why now? Why didn't he think of the beast attacking any of the orcs that were fighting with the other beasts? He'd been so focused on protecting the settlement, he forgot the beast could turn on the others. His oversight, his arrogance, it was about to cost a life. And Akhil felt great regret at this moment. It took a long time to make his decision, the decision to stay and help these orcs, even while he knew nothing about them. He wasn't a born leader, but someone who decided to take on the role solely because he felt like the orcs deserved better. Living among them and seeing how much they cared for each other, Akhil had also grown attached to these orcs. While he didn't interact with them all, the moment he took up the role, he had ultimately taken up responsibility for everything else. If I didn't decide to lead these orcs, I wouldn't be so worried right now. Why did it have to happen now? Everything he had done so far was this close to falling apart. It wasn't just about him. It was about the impact one death could cause the entire orc camp. The hope he built would be extinguished in an instant. The supposed joy that would have come with the end of the first horde would vanish. Most of all, the people's faith in him would reduce drastically. Even while they wouldn't show it, he knew that would easily be the case. This one death would carry so much weight that it would affect the entire orc camp. I should have gone solo from the start. Akhil cursed under his breath as he watched hopelessly as the beast's claws descended downwards. Booyah! You have survived the first beast horde. Congrats to all the players. Rewards will now be granted based on contributions. Just as the notification came, the beast suddenly stopped as though held back by a supernatural force. It glided past the two orcs, moving to the edge of the forest that stood in front of the mountain. All the other beasts that were still alive stopped their onslaught all at the same time. They turned their gaze back to the mountain and started moving towards it, almost as though nothing had even happened. The two orcs who had been frozen in place, seeing the beast change its course from them, could finally breathe. They fell on their butts. After a short minute, Jay burst into laughter. Why the heck are you laughing? We almost lost our lives just now. The orc who was with him scolded. Yeah, it's amusing, right? We actually survived, Jay replied back, clutching his stomach as he laughed even louder. His laughter quickly reduced the tension that had built up. Akhil felt relief hit him like a truck. He slumped down to the ground on his butt, his gaze still fixed on the two orcs. Just then, the system notification winked into existence once more, its blue font blocking the periphery of his vision. Major contributor, Nexus. Here are your rewards. Plus 10,000 MUT coins. Plus 10 to overall battle strength. Ding. You've leveled up 6. Ding. 7, 8, 9, 10. Your strength has grown significantly. Your thirst grows stronger. Next evolution. 10,000 blood essence required. Akhil looked at the barrage of notifications, slightly taken aback. While he did expect the increase in strength, there were a few things he didn't quite understand. One of which was the words of the system. Thirst for what? The cryptic message left him confused. Aside from that, though, he had pretty much expected everything else. In the game, surviving the horde could be done in several ways. One might even decide to find the safest place to hide and wait for it to end. But the system didn't reward cowardice, or, to place it in a lighter tone, it didn't give rewards to those who didn't face any casualties. At least those who put their lives on the line earned more rewards than those who didn't. And the rewards were further shared based on one's contribution to the scenario. It calculated everything: plans, strategies, and even kills and overall importance. Every risk taken was accounted for and rewarded. It only made sense that he was the main contributor to the first horde after everything he had done so far. Akhil looked at the notification, checking if he missed anything. Seeing that there was nothing left, he cleared the notification, focusing his gaze on the field again. We did it, Nebwa said excitedly as he caught up to him. Akhil turned his gaze to the gigantic orc. Yeah, we did. Arya walked up to the two. You two really did a lot of work out there. Heck, I thought you would have died back there. It's a good thing you didn't. Yeah, it was a really close call, Akhil said calmly, standing as he walked back to the settlement. Arya stared at his back, her brows furrowed. You don't look happy. What? I don't. Akhil turned to look at her with a forced smile. Maybe I'm just tired? I need a rest, Akhil said calmly. As he reached the settlement, the old hulky, sick orc quickly smiled as he saw him. Thanks so much, boy. We couldn't have made it without you, the man said with a bright smile. Akhil gave a warm smile back. It's nothing. None of us asked for this. With that, he walked towards one of the orc tents. The old orc stared at him for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. I survived. I'm still alive. The old croaked voice echoed through the settlement. Gon said, his expression a mix of shock and excitement. Hearing the old geezer's voice, they all shot their gaze at him. Feeling the dangerous stares on him, the old orc gulped hard. Cough cough, we survived. We're all still alive. The orcs stared at him blankly for a moment, but quickly began celebrating. At the same time, under the underbrush, two figures who had witnessed everything stood in shock. The orcs dealt with the first horde. They actually survived, Hale said with shock on her face. On the other hand, Samson's face hardened, his fist clenched tightly. He actually did it. The orcs survived the first horde, and it was because of him. Let's see if it'll be the same for the next one. Let's head back. We have to prepare for the second horde as soon as possible, Samson said. Huh? Shouldn't we try to work with them? Since they're not weak, we might be able to pass through the first scenario together. Hale voiced her thoughts, wondering why Samson suddenly wanted to leave. Work with them? Samson's brows arched with disgust. Over my dead body. These things aren't humans anymore. Working with them? Who knows what they could do? I don't know if you hit your head or something. He paused, looking at her quizzically. They're beasts in skin, Hale. Don't mistake survival for humanity. I'm leaving. I think I've seen what I wanted to see, Samson said coldly, making his way back to the human settlement. Chapter 35, Akhil's Fear. Akhil stepped into the dimly lit tent, his mind a whirl of restless thoughts. He sank onto the stony platform that served as a makeshift bed, elbows resting on his knees, trying to calm the weight pressing against his chest. Light spilled through the entrance as the flap lifted. He looked up to see Arya standing there, framed by the faint glow of the campfire outside. She smiled gently. Aren't you going to join the celebration? You know, it wasn't easy out there. Nah, I'm good, Akhil replied quietly. Arya's smile faded into a frown. She stepped closer, her sharp gaze locking onto his. Even without words, she could see it, the uncertainty still lingering in his crimson eyes. What? You're still beating yourself up over what happened? She asked, her tone cold and edged with frustration. Nothing even happened to them. Her voice rose, sharp enough to cut through the air. But they almost died. Akhil shot back, his composure breaking. I was the one who gave them the serum, the one who sent them out to fight. If I hadn't done that, they wouldn't have been in danger in the first place. His words trembled with guilt. He couldn't hide it. He was still shaken, haunted by the weight of leadership he'd taken on without ever meaning to. He'd never led anyone before, much less an entire tribe of orcs. Seeing Jay and the other orcs so close to death because of him had carved a deep mark inside his chest. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was all his fault. You didn't force them to take the serum, Arya shot back, her voice steady but burning with emotion. You didn't force them to fight. It was their decision, our decision. You only gave us the chance to fight back. Akhil fell silent, staring at the ground, searching for words that refused to come. But their lives matter, he said finally, his voice softer now. Losing even one of them would have been a huge blow to the orcs. Their trust in me would have crumbled. That was the truth he feared most. He didn't know what they would say, or how they would look at him, if anyone had died under his command. It's so hard to deal with people, he thought bitterly. It would have been better if I just went solo, he muttered under his breath. Arya's brows furrowed, but he continued, his tone a little brighter, as if trying to reason with himself. You're a better leader than me anyway. You're smart, and with the serum, you're just as strong. With Nebo by your side, you'd probably lead better than I ever could. But the expression that met his words wasn't one of understanding. It was fury. Arya's face got darker, and her eyes burned like coals. Is this what it's all about? She yelled. Are you using this as an excuse to avoid your duties? Her voice rang out through the tent, strong and never-ending. You should have just said leading was hard, Akhil, not make up some flimsy reason to quit. Her anger swelled with every word, her hands trembling slightly as she struggled to contain it. So what if someone had died? She yelled. Do you even realize what kind of hope you gave us? We would have all been dead if you hadn't stepped in. We were already marching toward destruction with Gon, and none of us even knew it until you showed up. You think any of us would still be here without you? Her breathing grew uneven, and she took a shaky step back. Are you really blind to everything you've done? To how much you've changed things? And you want to just walk away because it's hard? She clenched her fists, running a hand through her hair in frustration. Get a hold of yourself, you. She stopped mid-sentence, biting back her words, her voice breaking with anger and exhaustion. Arg, you know what? If you want to leave, fine. Go ahead. Take everything else with you, too. Take the serum that gave us hope. Take that smart brain of yours that helped us dig the ditch that swallowed the beasts. Take it all. Her voice cracked slightly, but she didn't let it show. Turning away without another word, Arya stormed out of the tent, the flaps swinging shut behind her. Akhil sat frozen, his mouth slightly open. The silence pressed against his ears. He ran a shaky hand through his hair, letting out a deep breath before resting his forehead against his palm. He didn't even know what to say. Outside, the orcs were already hard at work gathering the fallen beasts, following Jay's suggestion. Throwing the carcasses away would have been wasteful, and since hunting for food was never easy, salvaging the beasts was the smartest choice. Yes, move them to the side. Neeb's voice boomed over the camp. He supervised the orcs personally, and after his upgrade, he looked far more imposing. His metallic sheen caught the sunlight, giving him a sharp, commanding presence. The orcs respected him now, especially after witnessing his performance during the beast horde. Without hesitation, they followed every order. A small female orc slipped silently up to him amid the orderly chaos. Sir Nebo, she said softly, tugging at the hem of his shirt. What? He replied, turning around sharply. But when he saw her, a short, young orc woman with delicate features and a shy expression, his fierce demeanor melted instantly. He smiled. "Yes, my lady?" he asked, his deep, confident voice turning playful. The young orc turned red and looked down, nervously rubbing her fingers together. Niwa smiled more and leaned forward a little. "Puck!" "Ouch!" he yelped, clutching the back of his head. He turned to see Arya glaring at him with her arms folded. "What did I do?" he groaned. "Stop flirting with the girls," Arya said flatly. "That's not why he gave you the serum. You're becoming a pervert." Niwa muttered under his breath, scratching his metallic scalp. Arya rolled her eyes and shifted her attention back to the young orc lady. "What did you want?" she asked. The young woman straightened up quickly, still a bit embarrassed. "My grandma wanted to ask if we should use the beast meat to hold a feast tonight. Or, if you don't mind, could you ask Master Nexus what he thinks?" She pointed toward an elderly orc woman sitting not too far away. The old lady had a wrinkled green face and strands of gray hair tied back neatly, yet she carried herself with quiet dignity. She was one of the healers who had tended to the wounded and, more importantly, the main cook for the camp. Ever since they'd set up base, she had taken it upon herself to make sure the orcs had warm meals. It was her way of contributing, her way of keeping the tribe alive. Recognizing her immediately, Arya softened slightly and turned back to the younger orc. "Of course, we can hold the feast," Arya said with a small smile. "We spent everything we had surviving that first horde. We deserve to celebrate. Our fighters need food and rest. Not women," she added pointedly, cutting her eyes toward Nibua. He winced. "You're never letting that go, are you?" he mumbled. Arya ignored him. "Aren't you going to ask Master Nexus?" the young lady pressed. Arya's expression faltered for a moment as she looked toward the tent. "No need," she said softly. "Nexus might not be joining us." Chapter 36. Coming to Terms. The sun sank behind a veil of clouds, and soon darkness claimed the land. Above, the stars were scattered across the night sky like inklets of paint on a vast black canvas. The sweet aroma of grilled meat and stir-fried vegetables filled the air, making every orc's mouth water. Old Lady Gino was working wonders yet again. "I'm sure you haven't eaten yet. Want a bite?" Arya asked, standing beside Nibua as they both watched the old lady cook. Since I evolved, I don't even think I need food anymore," Nibua said proudly, puffing out his chest. Right on cue, a low growl rumbled from his stomach. "Yeah, tell me more," Arya teased with a smirk. Nibua's shoulders slumped. "I hate you." "I did nothing." Arya laughed, but her laughter slowly faded as her eyes drifted toward the tent. Around them, the air buzzed with warmth and laughter. The orcs were in high spirits, celebrating their survival after the first beast horde, something no one had truly expected. But even in all that joy, one person was missing. Akhil still hadn't stepped out of his tent. "What happened?" Nibua finally asked, following her gaze. He'd been meaning to ask since Arya returned earlier, but with all the chaos of organizing the camp, he hadn't gotten the chance. Arya let out a slow sigh. "We had a little quarrel, and I snapped. Maybe I was too harsh." As she spoke, guilt crept into her tone. Thinking back to the way she'd lashed out, she realized she hadn't even tried to understand him first. "Snapped?" Nibua raised an eyebrow. "I doubt you'd ever do that with Nexus." Arya frowned, glancing sideways at him. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Well," Nibua said casually, crossing his arms, "you always go easy on him. Unlike me." He pouted exaggeratedly. Arya rolled her eyes at his childish tone, but Nibua's voice softened as he continued. "You're probably overthinking it. I'm sure you didn't say anything wrong. He'll be fine." With that, he gave her a reassuring nod and walked off to help with the preparations. Arya stayed still for a moment, eyes fixed on the tent. Deep down, she couldn't shake the worry gnawing at her. If Akhil really decided to leave, she'd feel it was her fault. But at the same time, she knew she'd said what needed to be said. Someone had to make him see that his self-doubt was holding him back. Still, the thought weighed on her chest as she turned and rejoined the others. As time passed, the aroma of the food grew thicker, almost intoxicating. The orcs could barely contain themselves. They couldn't even remember the last time they'd smelled something so delicious. Even before the food was ready, many had already stopped working, their gazes fixed on the makeshift kitchen where old Lady Gino and her daughter, Asteria, were busy cooking. Their stomachs growled in unison as they worked to finish cleaning the settlement, hauling the last of the dead beasts to the storage area, sweeping away ashes from the burned ditch, and covering the ground with sand to mask the harsh scent of oil. By the time the work was done, the camp was restored, and the long-awaited feast was ready to begin. Excitement spread like wildfire. Orcs pushed and argued as they tried to get in line first, some even sneaking between others to grab a piece of meat before it disappeared. Seeing the commotion, Arya and Nibwa decided to serve the sick and injured orcs first so they wouldn't get caught in the scramble. "Relax, everyone. There's enough for all of you," Old Lady Gino shouted over the noise, her wrinkled arms flexing as she held her large stirring spoon like a weapon. Meanwhile, Nibwa stood beside her, his imposing presence alone enough to keep anyone from cutting the line or sneaking extras to their friends. Before long, everyone had their share. The orcs tore into the crispy meat eagerly. The savory juices burst over their tongues, and their eyes widened in pure delight. The taste was divine. They could feel a surge of energy rush through their veins as they bit into the meat. For some reason, eating the flesh of these beasts seemed to restore all their lost strength in an instant. It wasn't just food, it was revitalizing. They could immediately tell the difference between this meal and their usual ones. Off to one side, a burly, sick orc began telling stories to a few curious children. Before long, more orcs gathered around him, laughing and listening intently. After a long month of living like hunted animals, this was the first time the orcs no longer wore fear on their faces. They weren't worrying about survival, nor did they carry the heavy anxiety of no longer being human. Tonight, they simply chose to live, not like prey constantly running from danger, not like outcasts burdened by what the human world thought of them, but like people who wanted to treasure every fleeting moment of peace together. Even with the looming threat of a second horde approaching the next day, they didn't care. For the first time in a long while, they took a real breath. It felt refreshing, almost freeing, and as Akhil stepped out of his tent and watched the scene before him, he realized, perhaps for the first time, that he had truly done his best. Perhaps I was being too naive, he thought, letting out a soft sigh. His gaze swept across the camp until it stopped on Arya. She stood near the bonfire, a cup of juice made from crushed fruits in her hand, her face calm under the flickering glow. With steady steps, Akhil walked toward her. She noticed him immediately, but kept her eyes on the fire. "So, you finally decided to come out," she said with a faint smile. "Almost thought you tore a hole through the back of the tent and ran off." Akhil laughed. "Of course not. Don't you think that's a bit too dramatic for me?" "Yeah, it is," Arya said, taking a small sip. Silence lingered between them for a few moments. They both began at the same time. "Sorry, you go first," Arya said quickly. Akhil chuckled awkwardly. "No, ladies first." "Oh, so now you're gentlemen? Spare me the courtesy." Akhil grinned. All right. I am sorry. I took a moment to think about what you said, and I guess you were right." He froze mid-sentence. A faint metallic clank reached his ears. Akhil's expression sharpened as he turned toward the dark edges of the settlement. Arya followed his gaze, her instincts immediately kicking in. From within the shadows, a small round metallic object rolled slowly across the ground toward them. Click-clank. "What's that?" Arya asked cautiously, stepping back slightly. Click-clank. As the object came closer, its shape became clearer. Both of them watched carefully, tension building. The ball rolled to a stop just a few feet in front of them. "A bomb," Akhil muttered, narrowing his eyes. That was the first thought that crossed his mind. "I doubt it," Arya replied, taking a cautious step forward. They both moved closer, just as the metal sphere split open and... Chapter 37. Offer from the Humans. "Moo!" Akhil's voice cut through the air as he shielded his eyes from the blinding light. He pushed Arya slightly behind him, bracing himself for a possible explosion. A brilliant white light burst outward, but the explosion he expected never came. Cautiously, he lowered his hands. From the radiance emerged a hologram of a young boy, his bright green eyes fixed intently on Akhil. His short, bowl-cut golden hair hung just low enough to shade his eyes. "Good day, leader of the orcs," the boy said with a calm smile. "My name is Langdon, leader of Norkland City, one of the human settlements." Akhil stared at the hologram, his expression sharp with curiosity. Questions pressed at the edge of his mind, but he kept silent, choosing instead to listen. Around them, the orcs had begun to gather. Drawn by the flash of light and Akhil's earlier warning, they formed a loose circle before the glowing projection. "I apologize for the unannounced visit, but I was hoping to cooperate with the orcs on a mutual project." The hologram flickered slightly, the voice echoing faintly through the projection's metallic filter. "I'll get straight to the point. I don't intend to waste your time or mine. I'm sure you already know this, but the second wave of the Horde will be far stronger than the first. With your current forces, it will be difficult to handle alone, as you did before." Akhil's brow furrowed slightly. How do they already know this much about the scenarios? He thought, keeping his expression composed as Langdon went on. "I want to offer my forces to assist you," Langdon said evenly, "and to convince the other human factions to work alongside you as well." Arya crossed her arms, rolling her eyes. "What do they want this time?" she muttered under her breath. It wasn't hard to guess. The same humans who once tried to kill them, and even hoped to let the orcs exhaust themselves against the Horde before swooping in for the final blow, wouldn't suddenly become allies out of goodwill. Just as she expected, Langdon continued. "After much deliberation, I believe cooperation is the best path forward. It came to my notice that you possess valuable resources that can help us both survive this situation. That's why I'm proposing we begin trade between our races. I'm aware that our relationship started poorly, but I hope we can leave that behind and start anew." While he looked like a young boy, Langdon's words carried the precision and restraint like that of a seasoned diplomat, giving the true aura of a leader. Made it easier to believe his words are least. It also meant he was here for business. "Energy," he said after a brief pause, "is the lifeblood of our society. For humanity to rebuild to what it once was, we need stable, abundant energy sources. After the Great Transmission, most of the global power grids collapsed. Gathering energy has become increasingly difficult." He exhaled softly, the weariness in his voice sounding genuine. "For the benefit of both sides, I ask for your cooperation. If possible, we can establish trade relations. Together, we can rebuild civilization despite this chaos." His tone steadied again. "I'm certain that if you share my vision, you'll find me a very valuable ally. If you refuse—" He paused again, letting out a sigh. "We'll still assist you against the Horde, but we won't go beyond that." Langdon went on to clarify further, explaining that the earlier scuffle with the humans was mainly caused by Samson and had nothing to do with him. He claimed he'd been doing his best to keep his city safe and prepare for the trials that the system would bring. He then explained how the human settlement was divided into 3 major powerhouses, each led by the strongest mutant in their area: Haven City, Norkland City, and Coast City, which belonged to Samson. "If you agree to work with me, I'll do my best to help the orcs grow into a stable society and support you to the best of my abilities. If you accept, simply crush this ball. But if you don't wish to, just leave it as it is. I believe you'll come up with the best reply. Time isn't on our side. We have barely 24 hours before the next Horde," Langdon added. Once his message ended, the bright light flickered and faded into the metallic ball, which folded itself shut. Akhil stared at the round object before him. They had all listened to Langdon's words carefully, and Akhil had watched him closely throughout the projection. The boy didn't seem to have any bad intentions. In fact, he went out of his way to explain every detail of the offer. Still, Akhil wasn't the type to trust his enemies so easily. He had just faced a conflict with them, and while Langdon insisted that it was entirely Samson's doing, Akhil knew better than to believe that completely. He let out a quiet sigh, letting his thoughts swirl. It's not a bad idea if we accept their offer. I mean, we survived today, but we all saw how difficult it was, Gon said suddenly. The villagers turned and glared at the old orc, who immediately shivered under their stares. He let out an awkward laugh and was quickly ignored. But he isn't wrong. Another orc spoke up. If they help us, things will be better. They have more numbers, and they're stronger too, at least to some extent. And just like that, the discussion turned into a full debate. Akhil hadn't said a word yet, but some orcs already saw the humans' offer as a good opportunity. Gon's opinion, though mostly disregarded, still carried weight, especially after what they'd all endured together. But coming from someone who'd once been betrayed and deceived by humans, Arya could only conclude that the old orc must have lost a few brain cells along the way. She was completely against the idea and didn't hesitate to make her stance clear. They wanted to kill us. Do you think it would be wise to work with people like that? A few others remained neutral, either unsure what to say or unwilling to pick a side too soon. In the end, there was only one voice that truly mattered, Akhil's. Once he spoke, the debate would be settled. Arya turned to him, her gaze sharp. He had been silent since the argument started, lost deep in thought. "What do you want to do?" she asked quietly. "Accept their offer?" Akhil slowly lowered his hand from his chin. He had run through countless possibilities in his mind before reaching a decision. Everyone fell silent, waiting. Finally, his lips parted. "Wheel." Chapter 38, Masked Man. Akhil took a long moment to think through the situation. There were too many unanswered questions. How did they find out about the crude oil? Did they see the flames? If they saw the entire fight, why didn't they interfere then? And if they didn't, why would they suddenly want to help now? Too many things just didn't add up. Without answers to those questions, joining the humans didn't seem like the best idea. He had initially planned to use their resources to trade with the humans. The orcs were living in terrible conditions, with wood for walls, stones for tools, and basic equipment that barely held together. It felt as though they had traveled back in time to the Stone Era. The humans, on the other hand, lived far better. Though the chaos and fear from the transmission had caused civilization to crumble, their technology still existed. The metallic ball was proof enough of that. It wasn't just the technology. Most of the hidden quests with great rewards were also within the human settlements. Leveling up would have been much easier if he'd stayed there. There were a lot of benefits to working with the humans, and at the same time, a lot of risks. But those risks were only temporary. At the end of it all, Akhil's main goal was to create a better living condition for the orcs. Langdon had made it clear that if they didn't cooperate, the orcs wouldn't receive any supplies or materials to refine and build with. His words weren't threatening, but they were carefully structured, just enough to keep Akhil on edge. After a while, Akhil finally reached his conclusion. "We'll not be working with the humans." Arya smiled, confidence lighting up her face. She even threw a side glance at the old orc. His boldness, even after everything, was almost amusing. If it weren't for Akhil, she would have killed the old fool a long time ago. He was a selfish bastard. Until we've all become strong enough to protect ourselves. A grin tugged at the corner of Akhil's lips. "You still plan to work with them?" Arya asked, her brows raised. The orcs stared at him in confusion. "The only way their actions can affect us," Akhil began, "is if we remain weak. But if we grow strong, we'll be able to stand on equal ground with them." The orcs nodded slowly in understanding, though uncertainty flickered in their eyes. "How do we become strong in such a short time?" an orc asked from the crowd. Akhil calmly placed his hands on Arya's and Nebwa's shoulders. The orcs looked at him, puzzled, until one of them suddenly caught on. "Master Nexus has the serum," he shouted. Understanding dawned on the others almost instantly. "That's right, the serum he gave the others. He can give it to us too. We'll all become strong," another orc added, his eyes shining with excitement. While they didn't show it, some of the orcs who had missed the chance to take the serum the first time Akhil offered it couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy after seeing how it transformed the others. Not only had it made them stronger, It even made them look more striking, giving them distinct, sharp features. They all look cool. The orcs didn't care about the pain anymore. They wanted that strength. They wanted that power. But will it be enough to go around this time? Arya asked worriedly. She already knew the serum required coins to purchase, but she had no idea how many Akhils still had left. Unfortunately, it won't be enough to go around this time either. It'll have to be selective, Akhil said, his tone calm yet firm. Strength is the priority, so I'll personally handpick those who will receive it this time. Of course, only if everyone's fine with that. He paused for a moment, scanning the small crowd before him. The orcs exchanged glances, then nodded resolutely. They were ready to go through it together. Akhil smiled at their determination. The second horde is going to be fiercer than the first, he said, his eyes gleaming with conviction, but we'll win this time. Yeah, Jay shouted from back. At first, the crowd was quiet, but slowly, voices began to rise one after another. We will. Indeed. A chorus of growls and cheers filled the air. The orcs were ready to fight tooth and nail, ready to face whatever came next alongside Akhil. Meanwhile, elsewhere in a dimly lit office filled with the hum of machinery and flickering holographic screens, a small figure sat before the glowing projections. Isn't he going to destroy the ball? Langdon muttered, scratching his hair as he stared at the image on one of the screens. Ah, he sighed, leaning back in his chair. I forgot to add sound features to the drone. I can't even hear what they're saying. His piercing green eyes returned to the feed, watching the orcs gathered around Akhil. After a short silence, Langdon sighed in defeat. Well, if they're not going to join us, let's see how long they'll last against the horde. Close the gates and keep watch. If any beast comes near this area, kill it immediately. Samson's cold voice echoed through the stale night air. Yes, Sir Samson, the guards replied in unison. Samson turned, stepping down from the wall, but froze the moment he saw the figure standing ahead. A man cloaked in black, his golden hair tied into a sharp ponytail that pointed upward. A sleek black mask with intricate gold patterns hid his face. Samson's gaze sharpened as he eyed the mysterious figure. What do you want this time? Samson asked flatly. Isn't that rude of you? The masked man replied with a casual shrug. After all, our interests are aligned. Your gains are my gains, and vice versa. That's not what I asked, Samson said coldly. Why are you here again? The masked man let out a quiet sigh. Our plans from before failed, so I can make a few adjustments. Samson's brow furrowed. Don't you think fighting the orcs now is unnecessary? And why did you tell the others not to attack them, but told me to? Though he despised Akhil, Samson couldn't afford to be careless with this man. Killing the orcs? The masked man said, laughing softly. Who said that was what I wanted? He tilted his head slightly, the faint glint of amusement in his eyes. As for why I told you to kill them, well, I don't know, he added with another shrug before his tone darkened. But I think you already know the answer yourself. You killed a few, didn't you? I'm sure you enjoyed the system rewards that came with it. Samson stared at him for a long moment before exhaling sharply. All right then, he said. What do you want this time? Why want this time? The masked man's lips curled into a faint smile. Let's just say, he walked closer, shortening the distance between them, telling him the new plan. A few moments later, he straightened up and sighed. I guess that's all. Without another word, he turned to leave. Samson watched him go, his eyes narrowing. I didn't check it the first time. Character, Nexus 1, mutant level. Curiosity often kills the cat. The sudden voice made Samson flinch. The masked man was already gone, vanished into thin air. Samson clenched his fists. No mutant level? Who the heck is that guy? Chapter 39, New Species. 11,327. After the first horde, Akhil was left with a small fortune. It wasn't much, but compared to the other players, he was far ahead. Maybe not ahead of everyone, but it was definitely a high number. That was enough to get him over 20 stabilizers, and Akhil didn't hesitate to buy them. Helping the orcs was his primary mission at the moment. Making money wasn't an issue. This was a small investment for a better future. Besides, he already had other means to grow stronger himself. Akhil went through the orc camp, handing out the stabilizers. He gave 10 portions to Nibwa and shared the remaining 10 with some of the orcs. At the moment, he only had 2 left and was about to give those to another orc when his gaze fell on a sick orc who was nearly as large as Nibwa. Akhil paused, then took a sharp turn toward the orc. The orc looked surprised as Akhil stopped in front of him. He gave Akhil a quizzical look as Akhil brought his hands closer. "Aren't you going to use it for the others? You need a powerful force. You don't need to waste it on me," the man said, raising a brow. Akhil smiled softly. "I have a feeling you'll be a better investment than the others." The man burst into loud laughter, which was quickly followed by a violent cough. "Aren't we meant to be scared that our leader has turned into a businessman? His people are now investments," the man joked. Akhil laughed, waving his hand as if to clear the man's doubt. "I didn't mean it that way, but my instinct tells me you'll be a force to be reckoned with." He looked much like the orc tribal chief from the game. If he was right, having the man among their forces would be a great addition. "You said you haven't tested the stabilizers on any of the sick orcs before. What if it doesn't work? We can't afford to waste them if they're limited," the old man reasoned. "He's right," a much younger orc added from behind. Akhil glanced briefly at the younger orc, noticing the remark was driven more by greed than concern. The young orc was eager to get a stabilizer and hated seeing the opportunity slip away. Akhil turned back to the large orc. "Well, we'll never know if it works unless we try. But—" "Sir, what's your name?" Akhil asked calmly. "My name's Ryan." "Sir Ryan, I want you to be greedy for once. You can be generous on the battlefield," Akhil said calmly. The man looked at Akhil, silent for a while, his eyes filled with hesitation and thought. His expression shifted between doubt and curiosity as if weighing Akhil's words carefully. After what felt like a full minute, Ryan finally let out a slow sigh of defeat. "All right, what's your name?" he asked quietly. Since Akhil had called him by name, it felt rude not to return the gesture, especially for someone so determined to help him despite the risk. Ryan had seen the effort Akhil poured into helping the orcs, and he couldn't help but respect that kind of resolve. "My name." Akhil paused for a moment. It had been a while since he'd heard anyone call him by his real name. For days now, the orcs had only known him as Nexus. Slowly, he'd started to accept that identity, letting it merge with who he was becoming. But at that moment, he wanted to remember who he truly was. "My name is Akhil," he said, extending his hand for a handshake. Ryan gripped it firmly, his gaze steady. "Akhil, I'll do everything I can to support you in this hellish game, so long as I'm still breathing." Akhil smiled. "Then I'll do the same." Without wasting time, Akhil transferred the serum to Ryan. The vial vanished from his inventory, reappearing instantly in Ryan's. "Let's hope your instincts aren't wrong," Ryan muttered, taking a deep breath. Without another word, he closed his eyes and drank the serum. Akhil watched closely as Ryan's body reacted. The large orc clenched his jaw, his muscles twitching as pain coursed through him. With Akhil's heightened senses, he could hear the orc's heart pounding, each beat heavier and faster than the last, echoing like a war drum. It was as though his chest might burst open from the pressure. Slowly, the purple lines that streaked across Ryan's veins began to fade. The change was subtle at first, but noticeable. Akhil's eyes narrowed in quiet amazement. What truly caught his attention wasn't the fading sickness, but Ryan's endurance. The man didn't scream. Not a single cry escaped his lips. He gritted his teeth and dug his fingers into the ground, trembling but never losing control. Akhil watched as his canines lengthened, sharper and thicker than before. His hair grew longer, wilder. Muscles swelled beneath his skin, veins pulsing with renewed strength. The orc's green skin deepened in color, becoming richer and more defined. Strange black markings began to surface across his body, tribal-like tattoos that pulsed faintly with light. All around, the orcs had stopped what they were doing, their attention drawn to the transformation. The camp was silent, except for Ryan's heavy breathing and the faint hum of energy radiating from his body. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, everything came to an abrupt stop. The purple veins reappeared, though much fainter than before. They were still visible, thin lines running faintly beneath the orc's skin. The transformation had worked, but the signs of the plague hadn't vanished completely. Ryan slowly opened his eyes, glancing down at himself in disbelief. His body looked different, stronger and more defined, but the veins still marred his arms. He let out a quiet sigh, half relief and half frustration. He quickly summoned his system screen. Mutant level 3. It didn't change much, Ryan muttered with a short laugh, though disappointment lingered in his tone. Feels like I just got a makeover. He was close, painfully close, to breaking through. He could still feel the energy raging inside him, the fire that had ignited the moment he took the serum. For a second, it felt like he would burst from the sheer force of it. Then suddenly it was gone. The process had stopped halfway, leaving him trapped between sickness and strength. He clenched his fists. His muscles were stronger now, but his body was still fragile, still restricted. The plague was ruthless. It acted almost like a cancer, destroying the body from within. The newly modified cells clashed with the old ones, unable to coexist. The body's defense system turned against itself, killing both in confusion. Slowly, it stripped away movement, then sight, and finally breath. It was a slow, cruel death. Akhil stood silently, watching him with determination burning in his eyes. He wasn't going to let this end here. Not after coming this far. A person can take the serum twice before it loses effect, he thought, recalling the system details. That means he still has one more chance. No, Akhil said firmly, stepping forward. It'll work. I have one more. We'll use it. Ryan frowned, his brow creasing with worry. What if? Trust me. Akhil cut in, his voice steady. Just one more time. Ryan hesitated, then nodded slowly. Hope flickered in his gaze. Akhil raised his hand, transferring another stabilizer to him. The vial appeared in Ryan's inventory, glowing faintly with a crimson hue. Ryan took a deep breath, meeting Akhil's eyes. Akhil gave a reassuring nod. Do it. Without another word, Ryan closed his eyes and drank the serum. A moment of silence passed. Then a piercing scream ripped through the camp. Flames erupted from Ryan's body, engulfing him in a blazing inferno. His skin glowed red-hot, as if molten metal flowed through his veins. Akhil instinctively shielded his face, stepping back from the sudden heat. The fire burned violently, lighting up the night sky. Every orc in the camp froze, watching in awe and horror. Arya rushed forward, ready to douse the flames, but Akhil held out his arm to stop her. His eyes widened as a system notification appeared before him. New species unlocked. Great Uarum Orc. Mutant level 4. The flames gradually subsided, and when the fire finally dimmed, Akhil's breath caught in his throat. Ryan stood tall in the ashes, his body transformed, his skin darker and gleaming with a faint metallic sheen. His eyes glowed a deep gold, and intricate black tattoos crawled up his neck and shoulders, pulsing like living veins of power. Akhil's lips parted in astonishment. The name felt familiar, and after seeing Ryan's transformation, Akhil's chest tightened. Could it be? He had seen this particular orc before, and it was perhaps the strongest he had ever faced when he played the game. This wasn't just another random orc. This was the strongest orc race. But there was one issue with the orcs he had faced. Chapter 40. Heading to the Dark Mountains. It can't be, is he a titan? Akhil's eyes stayed locked on Ryan's new form, disbelief tightening in his chest. He wasn't certain yet, but the thought alone sent a chill through him. One of the titans he'd faced back in the game had been an orc, an incredibly powerful one. That creature had nearly crushed him, and seeing Ryan take on a similar form now, Akhil couldn't help but feel uneasy. If Ryan had truly evolved into a titan, things could get complicated, very complicated. But the orc titan only appeared in the 7th scenario. There should be a major event before his transformation happens. Unless this world's flow is different. Akhil's brows furrowed as he clenched his fist. Killing him now would make things easier, but is something wrong? What happened? Arya's voice broke his train of thought. Akhil blinked and shook his head lightly. No, it's nothing. I'm just surprised by his new form. Ryan now towered over everyone, standing close to 7.5 feet tall. He looked like a walking fortress. His presence alone was heavier and more commanding than even Nibwa's. His muscles rippled beneath his skin, and his golden eyes burned with raw, untamed power. When he finally spoke, his tone carried genuine gratitude. Thank you, Master Akhil. It's all right, Akhil replied with a faint, awkward smile. How do I even explain to them that I'm younger than most of them? He thought, suppressing a sigh. He had a feeling the way they addressed him wasn't their fault. It was likely a behavioral imprint set by the system when granting them their new forms. He turned toward the rest of the camp. The other orcs who had received stabilizers stood straighter now, their figures sharper, their bodies more defined. The transformation had strengthened them both physically and spiritually. Akhil couldn't hide the small, satisfied smile tugging at his lips. He now had 19 new, capable fighters added to his ranks. It was progress, good progress, but he knew it still wasn't enough. No matter how strong they'd become, that number couldn't hold off a full horde of beasts. The first wave had been relatively small, which he suspected wasn't by chance. Still, assuming the second would be just as manageable would be foolish. All that's left now is for me to get stronger, he thought, taking in a slow, steady breath. By his side stood Arya, Nibwa, Jay, and now Ryan, the four strongest and most influential figures in the entire orc settlement. Together, they represented the settlement's core strength. Akhil cleared his throat softly and spoke with calm conviction. We don't have much time left until the next horde arrives. But we survived the first one without help from anyone. That alone proves that we can endure what's coming next. He met each of their eyes as he spoke, seeing the same resolve reflected in their gazes. The fire of determination burned brighter now. He'd given them hope, and in this world, that was rarer than strength. The beasts in this second horde will be far stronger than before, Akhil continued. And I won't sugarcoat it. We're still not strong enough to overpower them. But that's not what I'm asking from you. He paused for a moment, his tone shifting to something quieter, yet firm. You don't have to win. You just have to hold out long enough for me to return. His words sent ripples of confusion through the orc ranks. Murmurs spread. Even Arya and Nibwa exchanged uncertain glances. What do you mean? Arya finally asked. Akhil exhaled, his expression steady. I'll be heading into the Dark Mountains tonight. There's something I need to find. Something that could turn the tide for all of us. If I complete this mission successfully, you won't have to struggle against the horde for long. His voice carried no hesitation. Whatever lay ahead in those mountains, Akhil had already made his decision. How was that possible? Won't the scenario end on its own? Arya was the first to ask. Akhil nodded slightly. Yes, it will. But each horde that appears will be stronger than the last if we don't deal with the source soon. That's what I'm going after. I've given you the stabilizers so you can hold out as long as possible while I take care of the root of this mess. A quiet murmur spread among the orcs. Fear flickered in their eyes, mingling with uncertainty. They'd seen what Akhil was capable of. He was the one who had held back the beast boss earlier. Without him, they weren't sure anyone else could do the same. But won't that mission be dangerous? Nibwa asked, his brows furrowed. Akhil let out a quiet sigh. Unfortunately, yes. It'll be dangerous, but I can't risk putting any of you in harm's way. I know enough about what's out there to survive the mountain range, so don't worry about me, he said firmly. If it's that dangerous, then we should go with you, Ryan added. You can't do it alone. Akhil shook his head. That's not what the stabilizers were for. You all need to stay here and protect the settlement. If everyone leaves, this place will fall before the next dawn. The horde will tear through the village in minutes. I have to go alone. His voice was calm but resolute, leaving no room for argument. The orcs exchanged uneasy glances, concern written all over their faces. Akhil noticed it, but he could only sigh. He knew what they were thinking. What if he didn't come back? Still, he turned and started walking toward the settlement gates. The orcs stepped aside, forming a path as he passed through them. When he reached the gate, he stopped and looked back at the group. "We've made it this far, and we'll keep going. Don't disappoint me. Just hold out for a while. I'll be back." A small, reassuring smile crossed his face before he turned and disappeared into the darkness beyond the gate. The orcs stood in silence, watching as his figure faded into the forest's shadow. Inside the dense woods, Akhil's eyes gleamed faintly, filled with determination. "Now then," he muttered, his hand tightening around his weapon. "It's time to deal with this mess." Time left: 00:06:55:23. 6 hours. That was all the time they had before the next horde began. Chapter 41. Second Horde begins. The leaves rustled softly under the gentle night breeze, and the moon bathed the forest in a pale, silvery glow. Everything was still, eerily quiet. On the forest floor lay a massive, lizard-like beast, its body curled tightly as its long, slender tail coiled around itself. Its green scales shimmered faintly beneath the moonlight, reflecting a cold, reptilian sheen. A small gash marred its underbelly, a wound from an earlier attack on a nearby camp. Despite the pain, the creature dared not waste this brief moment of rest. Here it could recover, at least a little. For now it was at peace. But peace never lasted long in the wild. The beast's eyes snapped open, vertical pupils narrowing as it scanned its surroundings. It sensed something close. Yet the forest appeared empty. After a long moment, it slowly closed its eyes again. Then, just as its eyelids began to shut completely, it felt it. A presence, closer than before. Suddenly, a firm grip seized its tail. "Tss." It hissed, whipping around in fury. The movement was fast, violent, but not fast enough. As its massive jaws opened to clamp down on the intruder's arm, a flash of metal pierced the darkness. A dagger drove upward, stabbing straight through the creature's open maw. "TSS. TSSS." The beast convulsed as agony surged through its body. The blade twisted, then ripped out through the other side of its mouth. The struggle ended as quickly as it began. The beast's eyes rolled back, and its massive frame went limp. With a dull thud, it collapsed onto the blood-soaked earth. Crimson liquid oozed from the gaping wound, pooling into a growing puddle beneath its head. Then, something strange happened. The blood began to move. The puddle shimmered, then slithered toward the dark figure standing nearby. It rose like mist, swirling upward until it was completely absorbed into the figure's body. Blood essence from low-level beast absorbed. +10 perception. +20 MUT coins. The lifeless carcass shriveled rapidly, skin peeling and cracking as every drop of moisture vanished. Akhil stepped back, glancing at the corpse. "I'll have to deal with all of these first, before I can head deeper into the mountain forest," he muttered to himself. It seemed that many of the beasts from the earlier assault on the camp still lingered nearby. He'd already encountered 2 others, both wounded, likely survivors from the first wave. The camp guards had failed to finish them, but their attacks had left the creatures barely clinging to life. Akhil was simply cleaning up what was left behind. He moved silently through the forest, every step deliberate. Activating his heat vision, he scanned through the dense trees, his perception expanding outward like a net. Any beast within range would appear as a glowing outline against the cooler shades of the forest. Minutes turned to hours as he pressed on. Gradually, the darkness faded, replaced by the warm, golden light of dawn. Sunlight pierced through the canopy, scattering across the forest floor in soft patches. 2 o'clock. "It's almost time," Akhil murmured, glancing back in the direction of the camp. "I just hope they can hold out long enough." He adjusted his grip on the dagger and continued deeper into the forest, toward the mountain where the real threat awaited. The humans will also be coming this time. Hopefully they don't do anything stupid, Akhil muttered, a deep frown creasing his face. He still hadn't forgotten what Langdon had said in his message. It lingered in his mind like a bad omen. Akhil could already guess what the man was planning. His methods were always predictable and rarely subtle. But Langdon wasn't the only powerhouse in the human settlement. Akhil knew that well enough. The man had influence and could act on behalf of others. Yes, but that didn't mean everyone would blindly follow his lead. What bothered Akhil more were people like Samson, reckless, unpredictable, and far too eager to prove themselves. Still, he could only hope that in his absence, nothing would spiral out of control. Lost in thought, Akhil soon reached the base of the dark mountain forest. Before him stretched a range of towering peaks, their jagged tips slicing into the clouds. A thick fog hung over the landscape, swirling around the trees like pale ghosts. The air was cold and sharp as he drew in a deep breath. "This should be where the troublemaker is," he said quietly, stepping forward into the shadowed forest. His boots pressed into the damp earth. The scent of moss and old would fill the air. Then from behind a tree, a wolf stepped out, its eyes glowing faintly in the dark, fixed squarely on Akhil's back. Final strike, player Nexus. Support, player Arya. Reward, plus 10 MUT coins. Nexus is really dealing with a lot out there, Arya said with a light chuckle, her gaze fixed on the glowing system feed. "Yeah," Nebo replied, standing beside her. "I've been getting the same notifications from the system." "What notifications?" Ryan asked, raising a brow. "I'm not sure," Arya said, her tone calm. "But if I had to guess, he's taking care of the beast we failed to finish off the other day." Ryan nodded. "Then we can't disappoint him either. While he's handling that, we might as well focus on what's in front of us." "We got about 30 minutes left," Nebo added, folding his arms over his chest. All 28 of them stood before the orc settlement, tension hanging thick in the air. Every weapon was ready, every stance steady. This wasn't a battle to win, it was a battle against time. Akhil had made that clear, and they were ready. Or at least, they thought they were. Ruarar. A thunderous roar echoed from deep within the forest, shaking the ground beneath their feet. "What was that?" one of the orcs asked, his voice trembling slightly. "We'll find out soon enough," Arya said, her eyes narrowing as she stared into the distance. Meanwhile, in the human settlement, outside the city walls, a small army had gathered, engines humming softly in the cold morning air. "Are you sure about what you're saying?" Hale asked, her tone cautious as she looked at Samson. "Yes, I'm sure," Samson replied flatly. "The masked guy told me himself." "Hale fronet." "Very well then. We'll head out. You got the message from Langdon, right?" Samson's brows twitched at the mention of that name. "Who does that guy think he is?" he snapped. "Bossing everyone around when he barely leaves the walls of his damn city. We haven't even met the bastard in person." "Hale Sikit." "Someone has to stay behind and manage the settlement. He controls most of the power bots. It makes sense for him to remain there." Samson bit his lower lip, muttering something under his breath. Then, without another word, his hoverboard roared to life beneath him. "Let's just get going." Hale could only shake her head, exhaling a weary sigh. "Just don't cause any trouble," she said, activating her own board and following after him. Just then, a loud trumpet resounded and the system's ominous voice followed. "The second horde has begun." Chapter 42. Keeping the orc settlement safe. 1. The system notification echoed in their minds, sharp and mechanical. The orcs stood ready in front of their settlement. It was finally time, the battle they had prepared for. Arya took her place at the front, her sharp gaze fixed on the dark line of mountains ahead. "You've done all you can for us. Now it's our turn. We won't disappoint," she thought, her fingers curling into a tight fist. "All right," she began, her voice steady. "Considering the situation, it's better to rush them, take out as many as we can before they surround us. Our top priority is to keep those inside the settlement safe for as long as possible." She turned briefly to glance back. Behind the wooden fences, the weaker orcs huddled together, clutching crude weapons and makeshift shields. "We're smaller in number," she continued, "but if we hit hard and fast, we can confuse the horde before they even figure out which way to move. Everyone clear on that?" No one answered, but the sound of metal tightening in hands filled the silence, blades shifting, spears adjusting. Nebo gripped his axe until his knuckles went pale. Beside him, Jay reached over his shoulder and pulled out the long spear strapped to his back. Its tip gleamed, faintly a rough stone, sharpened to a deadly point. "I actually made this spear for plucking fruit," Jay said with a crooked grin. "Now I'm suddenly facing a horde of beasts." Arya couldn't help a small laugh. "You really do know how to lighten the mood. Fine then, just imagine the beasts as fruit. You seemed to enjoy their tender meat yesterday." "Hey, fruits don't try to kill me at least," Jay shot back. The group laughed just a bit, but it was enough. The tension in the air loosened. Then, a low growl rumbled from the trees. Arya's smile vanished. In a single motion, she unsheathed her sword. From the shadows ahead, the first beast stepped out, a massive squirrel, nearly as tall as a grown man. Its fur was jet black, its eyes glowing red, and its claws scraped against the dirt with a metallic rasp. "Chawik." Before anyone could react, Jay had already moved. His arm swung, and the spear whistled through the air. Thwack! The sound tore through the silence as the spear impaled the beast's chest, lifting it off its feet. It slammed into the ground with a wet crunch, blood splattering across the forest floor. The others stared wide-eyed. The throw had covered nearly 100 meters and still hit dead center. The creature twitched weakly, pinned and bleeding. Jay didn't wait. He sprinted toward it, closing the distance in seconds. With a quick leap and a midair somersault, he came down hard, driving his boots straight into the monster's skull. Crack! The force of Jay's stomp crushed the creature's skull beneath his boot. Brain matter oozed out, mixing with dark blood that seeped into the soil. Jay exhaled quietly, pulling his spear free from the beast's limp body. Chawik! Another one burst from the trees, its red eyes blazing as it saw its fallen kin. With a guttural snarl, it lunged at Jay, claws slicing through the air. But before the strike could land, a loud clank echoed through the clearing. Nebo had already moved the moment Jay threw his spear. His axe met the beast's claws head-on, metal crashing against bone. The recoil sent the monster stumbling backward, and Nebo seized the moment. He twisted his body and swung in one smooth motion. Splat! The axe cleaved straight through the beast's skull, splitting it like a ripe nut. Blood sprayed across the grass as the creature crumpled lifelessly. Nebo grinned, catching his breath. "And you just said that spear was for plucking fruit. What was that killer move back there?" Jay smirked, twirling his spear once before resting it against his shoulder. "I hate fruits that don't stay still when I try to get them. They're annoying, so I just eat them right after plucking. Makes it worth the trouble. Guess these beasts aren't any different." He turned his gaze toward the battlefield. In barely a minute, the beasts had swarmed across the open field. But thanks to their early strike, they hadn't reached the settlement yet, still about 20 meters from the outer fences. Many of the creatures already lay scattered and still, victims of quick, brutal counterattacks. Then the air shifted. A sharp, heavy pressure rolled through the clearing, instinctively tightening every muscle in their bodies. Jay and Nebo froze, their eyes darting toward the forest. From between the trees, a new figure emerged, another beast. But this one was different. Not in form, not in size. It was the feeling that hit them first, something darker, heavier, far more dangerous than anything they had faced so far. It was a humanoid boar beast, its deep red eyes glowing with pure malice. Pitch black horns curled from its head, matching the shade of its rugged, dark body. The creature stepped forward, baring its tusks in a threatening stance. Everyone felt it, the strange, heavy pressure spreading across the battlefield. For a brief moment, the fighting stopped. Every orc turned, eyes locking on the monstrous figure. Noir Noctis, Death Boar, Mutant Level 3, Level 50, Basic. The group stared at the newcomer with grim expressions. And it wasn't just the boar. Another beast appeared right behind it, larger and even more menacing. Things took a hard turn in no time. Arya muttered, cutting a beast clean in half before shifting her gaze toward the new threat. Unbeknownst to the orcs, a few unexpected guests were observing them from the edge of the forest. Samson and Hale stood silently, their eyes fixed on the unfolding chaos. What's happening here? How did their strength rise so fast? How can all of them increase their mutant level at once? Hale asked, disbelief clear on her face. Samson didn't respond, but his expression said enough. He was equally stunned. If it had been only Nebua and Arya, it would have made sense. But now, 20 orcs had advanced in rank. Their power was visibly greater, their movements sharper. From what he could tell, most of them had already reached level 20, and a few were pushing past level 25. This must have something to do with that bastard, Samson thought, a sharp pang of jealousy twisting inside him. Still, he forced his focus back to the mission and the soldiers waiting behind them. It doesn't matter if they've grown stronger, he said, his tone low and cold. Facing a level 50 beast won't be easy for any of them. Remember what we came here for. We don't interfere unless things turn dire. In fact, it might be better to wait until a few of them fall first. No, that won't be wise, Hale said sharply, cutting him off. Samson's eyes darkened at the interruption. If they don't participate at all, they won't earn any rewards. It's better if they join after a few minutes, once the situation stabilizes. Samson opened his mouth to argue, but Hale spoke again before he could. It'll be a waste if we leave here without achieving anything. Like Langdon said, helping them benefits us just as much. It'll also make them more willing to cooperate later. Samson went silent, his jaw tightening as he turned his gaze back toward the battlefield. Whatever, he muttered finally. Let's just head to the other side and deal with the boss. His voice carried a note of irritation. Hale exhaled softly, more tired than angry. Remember what I said. Wait a few minutes, then step in. We'll be heading into the mountain range. Yes, Miss Hale, the men replied firmly. Without another word, Hale and Samson began making their way toward the opposite side of the mountain, avoiding the path where the beasts were gathering. The sounds of battle faded behind them as they moved deeper into the forest, the orc camp disappearing from sight. Samson glanced back one last time, scanning the ranks of orcs. Why didn't I see that bastard with them? Did he run off? Coward. I'll deal with him once I claim the boss's core. His eyes gleamed with malice as they vanished into the dark folds of the mountain forest. Similarly, watching everything from above was a little drawn up in the air. And on the other side, a young man looked at the screen with confusion. I truly expected that they would need our aid quickly. But what is this that we have here? He was genuinely surprised by the sight before him. Not only had the orcs become stronger in such a short time, but it also seemed as though some of them had leveled up significantly. Just what happened? Langdon stated curiously. While looking at the screen, he also noticed something off. Where is he? He couldn't find one man, the supposed leader of the orcs. Had he abandoned them in such a dire moment? Langdon couldn't help but wonder to himself. Blood trickled down from his nose, making the young man wince. Warning, you have surpassed mutant level usage. I guess that's much I can do for now. Chapter 43, Beast Core. Swish. Akhil's blade cut through the air, leaving behind a faint streak of white light. Splat. Blood sprayed as the beast's neck split open. Its body collapsed, twitching for a second before going still. Akhil kicked the carcass aside and pulled his dagger free, the blade slick with crimson. The warm blood clung to his clothes, but he barely noticed. Blood essence from low-rank beast absorbed. A pulse of energy rushed through his veins as a red mist seeped into his body. Ding! You've leveled up. You've leveled up. You've leveled. Wind ability detected. +5 to wind affinity. Blood essence. 8000/10,000. MUT coins. 2347. The flood of notifications blurred his vision for a moment. He had long lost track of how many low-rank beasts he'd slaughtered since entering the mountain range. The air around him reeked of death, yet he pressed on. On the bright side, at least his coin reserves were full again. And also, with the amount of beast coming from that direction, Akhil was certain he was heading in the right direction. The greater the density of beast, the closer he was to the boss. As expected, that thing's dwelling should be somewhere up ahead, he thought, his eyes narrowing. If I have to face it, then I have to be ready. He exhaled quietly, his breath fogging in the cold air. Then, without turning his head, he spoke. When will you get tired of waiting? His gaze was fixed on a thick branch not far ahead. Through his heat vision, he could see the faint outline of a creature crouched behind it, a beast that had been tailing him ever since he entered the forest. He didn't move, didn't attack. Instead, he maintained his hardened skin ability, keeping his defenses up just in case. The truth was, the more beasts he killed, the stronger he became. His confidence had grown with every fight. Back when he entered the forest, he'd barely reached level 5. Now, after countless battles and absorbed essences, his strength had skyrocketed. Apparently, blood essence didn't just grant energy, it directly fueled his growth. For most players, it took at least 10 kills to gain a single level. But for him, just 5, sometimes even fewer. And the strangest part, his growth seemed to accelerate the more he killed. Now, he was already level 21, 4 times faster than any average player. The absorbed essences also gifted him fragments of the beast's own powers. Darkness, 20/100. Wind, 5100ths. The wind ability in particular had become his favorite, enhancing his speed and reaction time. Then his eyes caught movement ahead. The creature stepped into view, a star-winged wolf, its fur shimmering faintly under the pale light. Akhil's lips curved slightly. Not fear, excitement. A level 50 beast, let's see what you'll give me. The wolf growled low, bearing razor-sharp fangs. Its wings fluttered slightly, dust scattering from the ground beneath its paws. It didn't lunge, just waited. Patient, calculating. It had been stalking him for a while, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. And Akhil was waiting too. Akhil never let his guard down. The wolf had no idea he'd already sensed it long ago. Now that it was exposed, the creature stopped hiding and went all in from start. It remembered their last encounter, and this time, it didn't dare underestimate him, especially after watching him cut through wave after wave of beasts without slowing, without even breaking a sweat. His clothes were blood-stained, but his breathing steady. Calm. The wolf rose into the air, claws flexing, its paws pressing against invisible steps. Airwalk. Then, in a blink, it vanished, reappearing right behind him. Its claws sliced forward, aiming straight for Akhil's head. Akhil's eyes sharpened. He caught a faint gleam in the corner of his vision and swung his dagger around. Clank. The impact rang out as steel met claw. The force slid him back across the dirt, boots digging trenches in the ground. Dust billowed around them. When it cleared, the wolf was gone again, swallowed by the thick, shifting fog. TC8, the worst terrain for this fight, Akhil thought, scanning the mist. Anyone else would have trouble here. Even my old self would have struggled. But now, not with this. Through the haze, his heat vision caught faint outlines moving, one glowing shape circling him in the mist. He smiled faintly. Are you trying to sneak up on my blind spot again? Too bad. I'm not the same as before. Without hesitation, Akhil hurled his dagger straight into the fog. Swish. The blade shot forward, a streak of silver cutting through the mist. The wolf saw it at the last second, its fur bristling. It kicked against the air, trying to dodge, but before it could, Akhil was already there. He appeared behind it in a blur, hardened skin glinting faintly under the moonlight. Then he struck. Bam! Crack! The sound tore through the forest as his fist slammed into the back of the wolf's skull. Bone shattered. The creature let out a guttural howl, twisting violently, claws lashing out in pain. But Akhil didn't give a chance. He hit again. Bam! The second punch was heavier, deadly. The wolf's body went limp, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Silence fell. Then came the familiar chime. Blood essence from high-level beast absorbed. Plus 100. New skill obtained. Airwalk. Immunity coins. Plus 1,000. You have leveled up. Beast Core available. Booyah! Player Nexus has become the third player to kill a level 50 basic beast. Third, huh? Not bad, Akhil thought, brushing dirt off his hands. He walked toward the wolf's remains. The body had already begun to wither, drained of its blood. Where its heart should have been, something else pulsed faintly, a small, dark red crystal embedded deep within its chest. So that's a beast core, he murmured. He crouched, pried it loose, and held it up to the faint light. The surface shimmered faintly, like condensed energy. Didn't attract as much attention as I expected, he thought, scanning the quiet forest. The others must be dealing with the rest of the horde by now. He turned toward the looming mountain range. Now, how do I even find this boss's cave? He muttered, scratching his head. But before he could take a step, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble, softly at first, then harder. The shaking grew violent, sending loose stones rolling down the slope. Akhil steadied himself, eyes narrowing. What the hell is going on? Chapter 44. Harbinger of Justice. The boar glared at the group, hot air snorting from its flared nostrils. Behind it, another creature emerged from the fog. Also humanoid, but serpent-like, its movements smooth and deliberate. Unlike the boar's wild aggression, this one radiated calm, a cold, feminine stillness that somehow felt more dangerous. Its arms were crossed neatly over its chest, eyes gleaming like polished jade as it studied them. The contrast was stark. The boar burned with chaos and rage, a beast born to destroy. The serpent, though silent, carried an eerie, calculating presence. Everyone's attention went first to the towering boar, its sheer pressure swallowing the battlefield. Yet, when Arya's gaze flicked to the serpent, an uneasy chill ran through her. For reasons she couldn't explain, the sense of danger she felt from that quiet one was even stronger. But there was no time to think. The boar let out a guttural roar and charged. Each stomp shook the ground, rattling their bones, the air trembling with its weight. It barreled straight toward Jay and Nibwa, who were standing at the front. Jay exhaled sharply, glancing at the oncoming beast. That looks like a fruit I definitely can't catch. Nibwa, I'll leave this one to you. Before anyone could process his words, he gave Nibwa a light tap on the shoulder and vanished in the opposite direction. Nibwa blinked. Ah, what? Wait, you bastard. He hesitated, torn between chasing Jay down or facing the charging monster. The choice was made for him. He turned, fists tightening, and his skin hardened to steel as the boar swung its massive arm. Nibwa met it head-on, throwing his own punch. And then... Arg! A thunderous shout ripped through the air. A giant tree trunk came hurtling out of nowhere, slamming into the boar before its blow could land. Boom! The ground erupted, dirt and debris flying as the massive creature was knocked several meters back. Nibwa froze, stunned, before turning toward the direction of the throw. There stood Ryan, a wide grin stretched across his face. Y'all should leave some fun for me too, he said, cracking his neck. You just ran off without me. He stepped forward, gaze fixed on the dazed boar. I'll handle that one, he said evenly. You guys deal with the rest. The grin didn't fade as he walked straight toward the beast, flexing his hands in anticipation. We're not failing, Akhil. We'll survive, all of us, Ryan said, his voice steady as the tattoos on his arms began to glow faintly. Then, in unison, every orc in the field received a system notification. You have been blessed with the Orc Champion aura, plus 20% to all stats. Ryan chuckled, shaking his head. He told me to be generous in battle. Ha. If only Akhil knew this was part of Ryan's ability. The orcs exchanged shocked looks. And here I thought we were cooked, Arya said, exhaling in relief. Guess the fun's just starting. Boom. Ryan launched himself off the ground, the impact cracking the soil beneath him. The beast, still reeling from the massive tree that had crushed it earlier, was struggling to rise. Before it could, a dark shadow loomed over it. Ryan's punch came down with a gust of wind trailing behind it. Bang! The sound was deafening, like a small explosion. The beast's head snapped back, and its huge frame was hurled across the field, tearing through dirt and rock. It dug its claws into the ground, forcing itself upright again, smoke like dust curling around its body as it released another hot, rumbling snort. Then it charged. Both figures collided mid-ground, their fists exploding against each other in a flurry of raw power. The shockwaves rippled through the air, shaking the trees nearby. Arya watched the clash from a distance, her gaze shifting to the side. "At least he can handle that one," she muttered. "Now we can focus on the other." Her words cut off. The serpent-like beast was gone. Her eyes darted across the field, scanning frantically. It wasn't in front of them anymore. It hadn't retreated either. It was just gone. That uneasy pressure in her chest grew heavier. "No, that's not right. A beast is here." The shout came from the direction of the settlement. Arya's heart sank as she turned. There it was, the serpent-like beast, walking toward the settlement with an eerie calm, its movements graceful, almost human. Its long tongue flicked out, tasting the air as it hissed softly, eyes narrowing with twisted delight at the sight of the orcs. "Fuck, I hate it when I'm right. Jay the spear. Arya yed. Saw the... I'm a bit occupied here." Jay shouted back, bracing his spear as another creature lunged at him. The clash rang out with a harsh metallic crack. Arya cursed under her breath and bolted toward the settlement, her legs burning as she pushed every ounce of speed she could muster. Swish! Splat! A young orc on the path ahead was sliced cleanly in half by the serpent's scythe-like tail. Blood sprayed into the air like a burst of red mist. Panic erupted. Orcs ran screaming, diving into tents or stumbling over one another in blind terror. The quiet settlement turned to chaos in seconds. The serpent beast moved fast, too fast, darting between huts and slicing down anyone in reach. Its tail carved through wood and flesh alike, leaving behind only blood and silence. Arya's stomach twisted. She could feel her pulse pounding in her ears. The screams, the smell of iron, the helplessness in the orc's eyes. Something inside her snapped. Her aura flared. The serpent's tail came whipping toward another small orc who had tripped in the dirt, too slow to escape. Swish! Clank! Arya's blade intercepted at mid-swing, sparks flying as metal met scales. She stood firm between the beast and the terrified child, her breathing harsh, her eyes glowing with unrestrained fury. "You evil beast!" she hissed. In that instant, something inside her shifted, like a seal breaking. Title: Harbinger of Justice is in effect. Chapter 45, Angry Arya. Title: Harbinger of Justice is in effect. The serpent beast turned its gaze toward Arya, and instantly, its vertical pupils shrank. The world around it darkened. Sound faded. Time itself seemed to pause. Then it saw her. Behind Arya stood a towering figure draped in a translucent white gown. A thin veil covered her eyes, and though half her face was hidden, the rest radiated an ethereal, almost divine beauty. The figure raised a gleaming blade, and from beneath the veil, a searing golden light burst forth. A violent gust of wind swept across the ground, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon the serpent beast. It was like standing before a god, one whose very presence stripped away all sense of power or pride. Your actions have been deemed evil in the eyes of the gods. All your stats have been reduced by 50%. The beast's entire body trembled as the crushing force sank into its bones. Its strength plummeted, energy leaking from it like air from a punctured lung. And then everything snapped back to reality. The vision vanished. Arya was already in motion. She burst forward like a streak of wind, her sword flashing ahead of her. "Die, you vile beast!" she shouted, her voice carrying a raw, furious edge. Her blade sliced through the air with a howling surge of wind. Clank! The serpent whipped its scythe-like tail up just in time, the two strikes meeting in a burst of sparks. But Arya didn't stop. She spun, her movements sharp and fluid. Swish! The next slash came faster, aimed straight for the beast's throat. It barely managed to dodge, the blade grazing its scales by a hair's breadth. Tss. It hissed, its tail flicking wildly in agitation. Arya didn't give it a second to recover. She pivoted, her leg cutting through the air. Bam! Her heel connected with its jaw, shattering bone. Fragments of its canines flew across the dirt as its head snapped back. Before it could even fall, she caught its body with both hands and drove her knee into its gut. Bam! The sound echoed across the field, followed by a sharp, final kick. Boom! The beast's body flew backward, crashing into one of the wooden structures in the settlement. Dust and splinters erupted in all directions. Arya didn't stop to breathe. In a blink, she was already there again, sword gleaming with a cold, relentless fury. Her strikes came in a blur. 1, 2, 3, too fast for the eye to follow. Screams of steel filled the air. By the time she stopped, the serpent beast was nothing but a shredded, motionless heap. Arya stood over it, chest heaving, her eyes burning with anger. Death was too little for this bastard, she muttered. She turned, her gaze falling on the bodies of the slain, orcs scattered across the settlement. A sharp pain tightened in her chest. If only I was faster. Her fingers clenched around her sword hilt. The rage was still there, alive, pulsing, but she knew it couldn't change what had already been lost. The surviving orcs peeked out from their tents, eyes wide with fear and awe. And for a moment, the entire battlefield fell silent, except for Arya's steady, trembling breath. It took a while for the camp to calm down after Arya brought down the serpent beast. Even she was still trying to process what had just happened. The skill had worked far better than she expected. For a level 50 beast to lose half its strength, no wonder she'd managed to kill it. If it had been at full power, she doubted she could have even scratched it. Clap, clap, clap. Arya turned sharply at the sound behind her. Old Grandma Gino stood there, her wrinkled hands coming together again in a slow clap. She glanced at the bodies scattered across the ground, then lifted her gaze back to Arya. Lady Rhea, she began softly, you've done so much for us already, and even now, you keep doing more. We thank you. I'm sure those who fell today would too. You gave them justice. They gave their lives so that the rest of us could live. They'll be remembered as heroes, just like you. Please, don't let grief dull your strength. For a moment, Arya didn't know what to say. She looked around. The orcs were watching her, faces marked with exhaustion, eyes burning with gratitude and resolve. Their faith in her reignited something inside. I'm glad you all understand, she said finally, her grip tightening around her sword hilt. Keeping these beasts at bay isn't easy. We've lost good people, but we'll make sure no one else meets the same fate. Her eyes flicked back to the mangled serpent corpse. Disdain flickered through her expression. She'd earned plenty of reward from the fight, but what mattered most was that the beast could no longer harm anyone. Nestled in the center of its chest was a dimly glowing, dark red gem. Beast core obtained. Special item obtained from killing level 50 basic beast and above. Item can be used to craft powerful weapons. Power varies based on beast level and ability. Cores can also be traded in the system inventory. Arya crouched, slicing open the beast's chest. The core rolled free, and she caught it in her palm. She had just turned to head back toward the others when a loud roar filled the air. Hoverboards streaked overhead, casting moving shadows over the camp. Figures in sleek armor rode them, humans. Arya's face tightened. Without hesitation, she started toward the battlefield. Nebel was mid-fight with a wounded beast when a massive spike of earth erupted beneath it, piercing its skull. Hey, that was my kill, he shouted, spinning toward the source. A man stood a short distance away, descending from his hoverboard with practiced ease. His robes rippled as he landed, his expression cold and faintly mocking. "I helped you," the man said flatly. "And that's the thanks I get? Seems you've forgotten your manners since turning into an orc." "You," Nebo began, stomping forward furiously. Before he could reach him, a strong gust swept between them, stirring up dust. Now, another human said, hovering down between them. His tone was smooth, but his eyes carried a dark edge. "Let's not get too cocky. We're supposed to be fighting the same enemy, aren't we? Or do you plan on starting another war?" The field fell quiet for a moment. The orcs were seething. The humans had stolen their kills, every last one. Sure, it gave them a breather, but none of them had asked for help. They'd been holding their own just fine. Arya arrived then, her gaze sharp and unreadable. "Why are you here?" she asked the man who'd intervened. He gave a careless shrug. "Isn't it obvious? We're here to help." Arya's eyes narrowed. The humans had arrived, yes, but from the look of things, peace was the last thing on their minds. Chapter 46. Behemoth Spider. As the ground rumbled beneath his feet, Akhil didn't wait for whatever was coming through the fog. He immediately activated his newly acquired skill, Airwalk. "If I'm going to deal with the boss, I can't waste time fighting this thing. Guess I'll have to trouble you guys a bit," he muttered, rising steadily into the air until he was clear of the shaking ground. Below, the fog rippled like a living thing. Then, slowly it parted. A monstrous figure emerged, its thick black carapace glinting faintly in the dim light. Its circular head was covered with clusters of yellow eyes, each one scanning in a different direction. 8 enormous legs followed, sharp and jointed, cracking the earth with every step. The sound alone was enough to make smaller beasts nearby scatter in panic. But they didn't get far. Swish. Splat. In a blur, one of the spider's massive limbs swept through the air. For beasts were sliced apart instantly. A mutated hound tried to escape, limping with a severed leg. Oh, it howled in agony, dragging itself away, leaving a trail of blood behind. But before it could crawl another meter, a spiked leg came down hard, piercing its skull and nailing it to the earth. The spider beast didn't even slow down. Blood ran down its limb as it moved forward, unbothered. It has to be one of the 12 generals. Akhil felt a chill creep down his spine. The ease with which it killed those beasts, it was terrifying. Even with his current strength, taking down 5 beasts in one breath would have been difficult. But this creature? It made it look effortless. Clean, precise, unstoppable. There was no resistance. No hositashchen. Just death. This thing's a menace, Akhil thought grimly. For a moment, he actually considered intercepting it, keeping it from reaching the orc settlement. If that monster got there before anyone could react, the results would be disastrous. But then another thought cut through. If I stop it now, I'll never reach the boss in time. He clenched his fist, his eyes hardening. The humans will be there too. Let's hope they're actually useful, and not just full of talk. That was the thought that steadied him. He was putting some faith in them, just a bit. Langdon had mentioned they'd be joining the Horde fight. Akhil doubted their intentions were noble. It was probably for their own gain. Still, it helped. With humans involved, casualties among the orcs would drop sharply. They'd share the burden, earn rewards, and save Akhil the trouble of thinning the ranks himself. A win-win, even if everyone was being selfish. Akhil waited quietly until the tremors faded, then began to lower himself from the air. That's when he heard it. Pow! Pow! Akhil glanced down. Tiny round creatures were bouncing out of the fog, dozens of them. The puff-like beasts gathered around the fallen corpses, their small bodies twitching as they shot sharp spikes into the carcasses. Then, one by one, they began dragging the bodies back into the mist. Akhil frowned. Pufflings. Without making a sound, he floated higher and began tailing them, silent, shadow-like, following as they carried their grim harvest deeper into the fog. They had no idea someone was watching from above. Meanwhile, far away, the spider beast Akhil had chosen not to stop marched on. Each step made the ground quake. Then suddenly it halted, Its many eyes shifted to the side, toward a different part of the forest, as if it had sensed something, and, slowly, it turned and began to move in that direction. Its 8 jagged legs dug into the ground, splitting it apart as it moved faster and faster through the fog. The new path it took led toward the 2 figures rushing through the forest. Hale and Samson. They were both sprinting, boots pounding against the dirt. Hale's face was tight, sweat beating down her temple. "We're running blind," she muttered. Samson kept his eyes on the compass strapped to his wrist. "We're close," he said between breaths. "If we can just—" The ground shook. Both froze. A low rumble rolled through the forest, trees swaying violently. Birds exploded into the air in panic. Then came the shadow, massive and dark, stretching across the fog like an incoming storm. "What the hell?" Hale's voice trailed off as the creature appeared. 8 glistening legs pierced through the mist. Each step cracked roots, crushed rocks, and left deep scars in the soil. The monstrous frame emerged fully, eyes glowing like molten orbs scattered across its head. "Moo!" Samson shouted, throwing himself sideways. The beast's leg crashed down where they had been standing, a thunderous crack echoing through the trees. They rolled apart, dirt flying. Samson slammed his palms together. "Rock wall." One-time defense skill activated. The ground responded immediately. A thick wall of stone burst up between them and the beast, but the relief lasted only a second. The spider's claw smashed into it, shattering it like glass. Chunks of stone scattered everywhere. "Damn it," Hale yelled, raising her arm. Blue light flared across her gauntlet, energy forming around it. Flare burst. A blazing wave of fire shot through the air, striking the spider square in the face. The creature reeled, screeching, a harsh, metallic sound that rattled the trees. For a heartbeat, it looked stunned. Then its front legs slammed into the ground, propelling its body upward. It leaped. The impact shattered the air itself. Hale's eyes widened. "Scatter." They jumped as the beast landed, tearing apart everything in a 10-meter radius. Trees splintered, earth cracked, smoke rose. Samson's expression hardened. Lightning sparked across his forearms. Lightning spear. Bolts of blinding energy lanced upward, stabbing into the spider's underbelly. A shriek split the air as black blood sprayed, sizzling where it touched the ground. The spider jerked back, enraged. Hale seized the chance. She sprinted in, flames curling around her fist. "Let's end this, Sam." "Go!" Samson shouted, crackling with residual lightning. Hale darted beneath the creature's swinging limbs, boots digging into the dirt. Her flaming fist smashed into one of its legs, the explosion throwing her back, but it worked. The leg twisted, bone and shell cracking. The beast roared again. Its eyes flashed brighter, pulsing with energy. "Oh no," Samson muttered. The creature's mouth split open. A thick, black mist poured out, rolling through the air like a living fog. Everything it touched, trees, leaves, even rocks, corroded instantly. "Retreat." Hale shouted. Chapter 47, Alliance. "Why don't we all cooperate, so we can get over with this task? It's a shame you orcs need our help to deal with these beasts," the mage said, his voice soaked with mockery. The words stung more than they should have. Arya shot him a glare, her hand tightening around her sword hilt. She wanted to reply, to tell him where exactly he could shove his arrogance, but the ground trembled before she could open her mouth. The beast was charging again. A hulking monster with jagged horns and a hide as dark as molten rock barreled toward them, crushing debris under its claws. Its bellows shook the air. Arya clenched her jaw. "Forget it," she muttered. "We'll deal with them after this." She dashed forward, boots pounding the earth. The air rippled as the beast lunged, its claws sweeping down. Arya met it head-on, twisting at the last second and slashing across its forearm. Flesh tore, blood sprayed. The orcs rallied around her. Nebua swung his axe with a furious roar, cleaving a deep gash into the beast's leg. 2 others flanked it, thrusting their spears into its sides. The creature shrieked and reared up, scattering them like flies. Then came the humans. A crackle of magic filled the air. Bolts of light shot past Arya, striking the beast's chest. The creature let out a strangled cry, stumbled, and before she could react, one of the armored soldiers leapt forward and drove his blade straight through its skull. The beast collapsed with a thunderous thud. Beast slain. Rewards distributed based on contribution. Arya's pupils shrank as she saw the system message flash faintly before her eyes. The human smirked. Another one down, the mage said, brushing off his sleeves like it was nothing. You orcs really should be thanking us. You stole our kill. Nebwa snapped, his tusks bared. That was ours. The mage didn't even look at him. You were too slow. Another rumble cut through the tension. A second beast burst from the treeline, a hulking, reptilian creature with spikes running down its back. Arya turned toward it, forcing her anger down. Focus on the fight. The orcs moved in again. The beast slammed its tail into the ground, sending a shockwave that toppled 3 of them. Arya jumped, flipped mid-air, and landed on its back. Her blade plunged deep into its neck, hot blood spilling out in a spray. But just when it started to weaken, firebolt. A flaming sphere cut through the air and exploded against the beast's chest. The creature convulsed and fell still, smoke rising from its body. Arya whipped her head toward the direction of the attack. The same mage lowered his staff, a smug smile tugging at his lips. Guess I'm just faster, he said lightly. Her jaw tightened. Her sword dripped with blood, her breathing ragged, yet somehow they were the ones getting the rewards. It kept happening. Again and again, the humans hung back, letting the orcs bleed and struggle, only to swoop in and finish the beast when they were seconds from death. Every time a beast fell, Arya felt that same frustration burn hotter in her chest. The orcs were warriors. They lived for the fight, for the honor of the kill. But now they were being treated like disposable bait. She slashed down another beast's leg, ducking as its claws grazed her shoulder. Damn it! She hissed, blood seeping through her sleeve. She kicked off its side and landed in a crouch. Around her, the battle raged. Roars, clashing steel, and a stink of blood filled the air. Then, a spear shot past her shoulder and impaled the beast through its eye. Arya blinked. Jay stood a few paces away, smirking faintly as he yanked the weapon free. You all right? She nodded, still catching her breath. The humans looked furious. Their plan to steal another kill had just been interrupted. Je noticed. His grin widened. Oh, did I take your target? He said, wiping the blade clean. Saw the reflex. Before they could reply, another beast lunged from the fog. A grotesque, mantis-like thing with blades for arms. It slashed toward Jay, but he moved faster than anyone could follow, sidestepping and spinning his spear. Then, with deliberate casualness, he shoved one of the armored humans right into the creature's path. The man screamed as the beast's claws sliced into him, tearing through his armor. Jay ducked behind another human, using him as a makeshift shield while thrusting his spear between the man's arm and torso to strike the creature again. Blood sprayed in all directions. Fight back, will you? Jay barked, pretending to sound annoyed. You wanted to help so badly. Go on then, help. The humans had no choice. They couldn't let themselves be torn apart, so they began to actually fight instead of picking off weakened prey. Arya watched, a grim smile forming on her lips. She caught on quickly. She signaled to the orcs. Stay close to them. Make them a front line. The orcs didn't need a second invitation. One by one, they started mirroring Jay's strategy, pushing the humans closer to the incoming beasts, using their heavy armor as cover. The arrogant mages were forced to cast faster, the warriors forced to block real blows instead of standing safely behind. The tide of battle shifted. The air grew thick with the stench of blood and burning flesh. Arya darted through it like a phantom, her blade flashing in and out of the fog. Every strike found its mark, throat, joint, heart. Jay moved beside her, his spear dancing through the air, lightning crackling faintly around it. Each thrust was clean and brutal. An orc roared nearby, cleaving a wolf like beast clean in half. Another crashed into a human's shield, shoving him aside to land the finishing blow himself. The rhythm changed. The battlefield wasn't just survival anymore. It was payback. The beasts fell one after another. The humans fought harder than before, no longer able to slack off. The orcs had forced them into the same blood and mud they'd once mocked. A shriek tore through the sky. A larger beast this time, its scales glittering with silver streaks. Everyone looked up. It dove straight toward them. Arya raised her sword, shouting, "Hold your ground." The impact was deafening. Dust exploded outward, throwing orcs and humans alike off their feet. The creature swung its tail, crushing a boulder in one sweep. Its mouth opened, releasing a thick blast of flame. Arya rolled aside, the heat searing past her. "Jay now!" He hurled his spear. Lightning rippled along its shaft before it struck the beast square in the chest. The explosion lit up the battlefield, thunder echoing in its wake. The monster reeled, stumbling. "Finish it," Arya yelled. Every remaining fighter surged forward. Blades pierced scales, arrows found gaps, spells crashed into its hide. The beast let out one final roar before collapsing, its massive body hitting the ground like a falling tower. For a long moment, no one moved, just the sound of heavy breathing, the crackle of fading lightning, the smell of scorched earth. Then Arya straightened, dragging her blade free. Her armor was splattered with blood, some hers, most not. She looked toward the humans. Their earlier smugness had faded. None of them spoke. "Seems we didn't need as much help as you thought," she said quietly. No one answered. Jay gave a low chuckle beside her. Now that, he said, was teamwork. Arya exhaled, finally letting herself smile. For once, yeah. All around them, the battlefield lay littered with bodies. Beast, orc, human. The air was heavy with the scent of victory and exhaustion. But for the first time since the fighting began, the orcs didn't look like prey. They looked like equals. In the forest, Hale and Samson still seemed to be struggling with the spider beast. They both fell back, covering their mouths as they moved through the smoke. The spider advanced, its carapace gleaming with faint symbols that pulsed with energy. "This thing's way above general rank," Samson hissed. "We can't hold it here." Hale's gaze flicked to the horizon. The orc settlement wasn't far, and neither was the mountain. "We'll have to lead it away." Samson looked doubtful, but there was no time to argue. He nodded once, and together they bolted through the forest. The spider followed, screeching, each step shaking the ground. Meanwhile, far above them, Akhil had followed the pufflings deeper into the mountain. He moved quietly, his body weightless as he used air walk to keep from stepping on loose stones. The trail of small creatures bounced ahead, their round bodies glowing faintly as they dragged the corpses of beasts toward a wide, shadowed cave. Akhil landed a short distance away, crouching behind a boulder. This must be it, he thought, eyes narrowing. He waited a few minutes before moving again. The air around the cave was strangely heavy, like something in there was breathing, slowly, deeply. Akhil descended carefully, landing near the entrance. The cave walls were rough, covered in faint etchings that glowed a dim green. The deeper he looked, the less he could see, until everything dissolved into blackness. His fingers tightened around his weapon. "Let's see what you're hiding." He took a step forward. The faint smell of blood and decay grew stronger. The sound of something wet being dragged echoed from within. He moved closer. When he finally stepped inside, the sight that met him froze him in place. His pupils dilated. His breath hitched. Shit. Chapter 48, Bad Luck. Akhil stood at the mouth of the cave, the cold air brushing against his face. In front of him, a swarm of beasts gathered, snarling, restless, ready to move out. Leading them was a massive hound with a thick snout and two curved horns jutting from its skull. Its glowing eyes locked onto him, and for a brief moment, the entire horde seemed to pause. "Is my luck really this bad?" Akhil thought, his expression tightening. Of all places, it had to be here. The beast stared back, uncertain, as though trying to decide if the lone human in their path was prey or predator. That hesitation didn't last. They began to move. Berserk mode activated. Effect: strength plus 30%. Damage output plus 10%. Duration: 3 minutes. I knew this would come in handy. Akhil muttered under his breath. A pulse of heat surged through his veins. His heart raced, muscles swelling beneath his skin as raw power flooded his body. Every nerve lit up, his senses sharpening until the world slowed around him. He drew his dagger. Then he moved. The first beast didn't even have time to react before his blade tore through its neck. Blood sprayed across the stone floor as Akhil spun, slashing through another. His movements were fluid, almost instinctive. The beast tried to swarm him, but his speed was inhuman. He weaved between them, every strike clean, every motion brutal and deliberate. In seconds, a dozen bodies hit the ground. The horde hesitated, the smell of blood thick in the air. Beasts that once charged without thought now faltered, their claws scraping against the stone as they backed away. Even their dull minds seemed to recognize what stood before them wasn't prey. But Akhil didn't stop. Arf! His roar echoed through the cave as he surged forward, tearing through the middle ranks. Flesh split. Bones cracked. The beasts shrieked and stumbled over each other, desperate to flee. It didn't matter. Akhil was too fast, too ruthless. Every swing of his blade found a vital spot. Neck, head, eye. By the time the last beast fell, the cave entrance was a graveyard. Berserk mode effect has ended. The system message faded, and with it, the rush of adrenaline. Akhil exhaled shakily, lowering his dagger. The strength drained from his limbs, leaving behind the weight of exhaustion. He stood there, surrounded by twitching corpses, his clothes soaked in blood that clung to his skin like oil. The stench hit him full force, metallic and thick, and his stomach churned. He'd done this countless times before, inside the game. But this wasn't a game. Here, the blood was warm. Here, the bodies didn't disappear. And here, the silence that followed was far too real. He dropped to one knee, breathing hard. Every muscle in his body screamed in protest, throbbing from the strain. This must be the after effect of the berserk mode, he thought, exhaling sharply. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. The glowing notifications flickered before him. Akhil groaned at the sight. 2 levels. That was all. His growth was starting to slow down, just as he'd expected. The more low-rank beasts he killed, the smaller the returns. Before, it took only a handful of kills to gain 2 levels. Now, even after wiping out nearly 20, the reward was barely the same. Still, progress was progress. It wasn't as if he'd expected the system to hand him free power forever. He flexed his fingers, feeling the faint surge of energy that came with leveling up. His recovery kicked in fast, enough for him to force himself upright, though his legs trembled beneath him. Then came the sound. Screech. A shrill metallic scrape echoed through the cave, setting his teeth on edge. The noise crawled up his spine like cold steel dragged across stone. From afar, into the cave, a shadow moved. Something heavy was shifting in the dark, the sound of claws grinding against the rock floor. Akhil froze, his pulse spiking again. Slowly, a hulking shape emerged into the dim light, its eyes glinting with a faint, sickly glow. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered, tightening his grip on the dagger. Hale and Samson ran, their feet pounding against the forest floor. Branches whipped past them, the air thick with the sound of pursuit. Behind them, the spider thundered forward, its massive legs tearing through the underbrush with terrifying speed. From its gaping maw, it shot sticky threads of web that sliced through the air. Samson barely managed to dodge, each web striking the ground and clinging tight like glue. The trees they passed were instantly ensnared, bending under the weight of the thick, silvery strands. "We can't outrun that thing," Hale shouted, her voice rough from exhaustion. "We need to slow it down somehow." Samson didn't answer. His jaw tightened, his eyes burning with something between fear and fury. Then, without warning, he skidded to a stop and turned. "Fuck this," he roared. Before Hale could react, he charged toward the oncoming monster. Lightning burst across his skin, crackling violently as his hair stood on end. Warning: power surge exceeding mutant level. The red system prompt flashed in front of him, but Samson ignored it completely. His focus was fixed on the enormous spider barreling his way. The creature seemed to sense the shift in energy. It slowed, its cluster of eyes locking onto the glowing figure before it. The sound of its mandibles clashing together echoed through the forest, sharp and metallic. A wave of killing intent radiated from it. Samson only grinned. His speed suddenly multiplied, his body blurring into a streak of light as he tore through the ground. The spider slammed its legs into the earth, sending chunks of dirt flying, but Samson was gone before the impact hit. A flash of lightning sliced past the creature's flank. It spun around, confused, its many eyes darting wildly, then caught sight of him sprinting up a nearby tree, using his momentum to hurl himself into the air. As he rose, lightning crackled violently around his fists. Sparks danced across the sky. "Die, you piece of shit!" he bellowed, slamming his joined hands above his head. "Xerox bolt activated." The system voice rang in his mind as he plummeted toward the beast like a living thunderbolt. The strike landed with an earth-shaking crash. His hands slammed into the spider's hardened carapace, and for a moment it resisted, until the shell began to split under the sheer force of his power. "Chiawick!" The monster screeched, writhing in agony as smoke and sparks poured from the cracked armor. Crack! The shell finally gave way. Splot! Dark, viscous blood exploded from the wound, drenching Samson from head to toe. The spider's legs twitched once, then went still, and Samson stood over it, chest heaving, lightning still flickering faintly across his scorched skin. "I'll kill that bastard if I find out this was a trick." Samson sank to his knees. Smoke curled from his scorched skin, and faint currents of electricity still danced across his arms. Parts of his clothing and flesh were singed from the charge. Hale hurried up to him, surprise and irritation mixed on her face. "That was overkill," she said, taking in the wreckage Samson had made. "You push yourself way too far. Don't make a habit of this, or you'll actually die." "Shut up," Samson snapped, breath ragged. Hale rolled her eyes and tore a strip from her tunic. She pressed it to one of his bleeding wounds. He flinched but said nothing. "Are you sure that person wasn't lying? Who knows what kind of beast we'll run into if we press deeper?" Hale asked, eyeing the shattered carcass. Samson's eyes burned with something like hunger. "Let's keep moving. If it was a lie, I'll kill him," he gritted, forcing himself to his feet. Hale tried to stop him, but Samson wouldn't be held. He turned his gaze back toward the fog-thickened trees. "He gains nothing from lying to us," Samson thought darkly. "And if what he said is true, that thing will make me stronger, and then he won't stand in my way." The face of a certain somebody crossed his mind, making him tighten his fist. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Akhil's breath caught as the creature came into view. It looked like a twisted hybrid of man and hound, but where hands should have been sprouted long, razor claws. Demonic bone hound. Mutant level, 3.5, level 60. Of all times, it had to be now. Akhil thought, frustration boiling in his chest. The gap between level 25 and 60 is just too big. But if I can... He tightened his grip on his blades. The beast stared at him for a moment, its glowing eyes unblinking. Then it moved, so fast that it almost vanished. Akhil's instinct screamed. He swung his arms up, trying to block whatever was coming. Swish. A violent gust of air rushed past him. He blinked, heart pounding, but the creature was no longer in front of him. A cold shiver crawled up his spine. He turned, slowly. Red eyes glared back at him from behind, calm and merciless. Splat. Pain tore through his chest. A deep gash opened across his torso, blood spilling onto the ground. Akhil's breath hitched. His eyes went wide, then glassy. The strength left his body all at once, and the world tilted. He fell forward, face hitting the cold stone floor, as everything around him began to fade. Blood. Chapter 49. Evolving. Scree. The bonehound dragged its long claws across the cave floor, the sound echoing in sharp waves through the damp, red-tinged air. It stopped a few feet from Akhil's motionless body, sniffing at him like a predator verifying its kill. Then, something strange began to happen. The air shifted, thickened. The blood pooled on the floor started to quiver, as if pulled by an unseen force. The beast's many eyes flickered in confusion. One drop, two, then hundreds more lifted from the ground, floating upward in thin streams before curving toward Akhil's body. Host life is in danger. Excessive blood loss detected. Death is imminent. Skill, blood absorption has been automatically activated. The beast took a wary step back as the blood in the cave began to swirl faster, turning into a dark mist that seeped into Akhil's skin. His body pulsed faintly with red light. The corpses of all the slain beasts around him began to shrivel, their bodies drying into husks as every drop of blood was drained from them. The sound of flesh cracking filled the air. You've absorbed several low-level blood essences, plus 3,000 blood essence. Blood essence, 11,000/10,000. Ding. New scenario unlocked. Genus, mosquito, a rare blood-borne species found in the world of Titans. Its strength is drawn from carnage. Blood becomes its fuel. Slaughter becomes its evolution. You've evolved. Processing blood samples. A low hum filled the cave. Akhil's fingers twitched. His body shuddered, veins glowing faintly red under his skin as if molten iron flowed through them. A sudden surge of energy blasted out of him, shaking the air. Slowly, almost painfully, his eyes opened. The dull gray had vanished, replaced by a deep crimson that glowed like molten ember. He stood, the ground beneath him cracking. The bonehound froze where it stood. The smell of blood, thick and suffocating, rolled off Akhil in waves. His body was drenched in crimson, his expression calm but wrong. Too still, too sharp. The cave itself seemed to react to him. The faint whispers of energy swirled toward him like moths to a flame. You've leveled up. Level 30-35. All stats increased by 25%. Passive skill unlocked. Blood mastery. Intermediate description. Control blood freely within your perception range. You can now convert stored blood essence into physical blood for combat. Blood attacks can now be fired at medium range. Akhil exhaled slowly, a thin smile twitching at the corner of his mouth. The mist of blood that had gathered around him coiled and wrapped over his arms like living serpents. He flexed his fingers, and the blood solidified into red, crystalline blades that shimmered faintly in the dim light. So this is what evolution feels like, he murmured, voice barely above a whisper. I could get used to this. The bonehound took a step back, growling low. It didn't understand what this human was, but every instinct in its mutated body screamed danger. Then it lunged. Akhil didn't move at first. He just watched the blur of movement coming toward him, calm as still water. Then, in a blink, his arms slashed across the air. A line of condensed blood shot forward like a bullet. Boom! The projectile smashed into the cave wall after slicing through one of the creature's claws. The beast screeched in pain, stumbling back. Akhil's eyes gleamed brighter. So it works. The air around him thickened again as blood floated upward, swirling into shapes and spikes. He shot forward this time, feet splashing through shallow puddles of red. The clash of flesh and metal rang out, sparks flying as his blade met the beast's bone claws. He was faster now, so much faster. The creature swung, but Akhil ducked, countering with a horizontal slash that carved through its chest. The smell of scorched blood filled the cave. The beast retaliated, its claw grazing Akhil's arm. Blood sprayed, But before it even hit the ground, it turned into mist and circled back into him. Blood absorption activated. He grinned, eyes wild. You just made me stronger. The cave pulsed with killing intent as Akhil pushed forward. Each swing of his blade was backed by the rage of the beasts he'd consumed. Each strike sharper, heavier. Bang! The beast crashed into the cave wall, debris raining down. Akhil raised his hand, and the blood around him floated once more, hundreds of droplets hovering in the air like a crimson storm. His eyes flickered toward the beast, struggling to get back up. I guess we're done playing around. The blood began to gather in front of him, swirling into a dense orb. It pulsed with every heartbeat, expanding, tightening, the energy vibrating through the walls. Skill, blood bomb, activated. The entire cave trembled. Pebbles fell from above. The ball of condensed blood swelled, humming like an unstable heart, the power inside it screaming for release. Even the bone hound hesitated to move. Akhil's hair fluttered in the rising current. He stood in the center of that growing storm, one hand raised, the other gripping his blood blade. His voice dropped low, almost like a growl. Let's see which of us survives this. The pressure reached a breaking point. Then, in the forest outside, Hale and Samson were moving as fast as their battered bodies allowed. The light filtering through the canopy came in thin, shifting lines. Every step felt heavier. Samson suddenly coughed, blood splattering on the dirt. Damn it, he stumbled, clutching his chest. Hale turned sharply. You're still pushing your limits. You've already gone past your mutant threshold, idiot. Keep going like this, and your heart will explode. Samson ignored her, gritting his teeth. We're close. I can feel it. Feel what? Hot as snip. We don't even know where we're going. That freak you trusted could have lied to us. He glared at her, but didn't answer. The veins on his arms still pulsed faintly with electricity, flickering in and out of control. His body was paying for the power he'd used earlier, yet he refused to slow down. Hale sighed, frustration clear in her tone. You're going to die for nothing at this rate. And for what? Pride. Samson spat blood onto the ground, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. I don't care. That thing, I want its core. Once I get it, I'll surpass him. Hale stared at him for a moment, her expression softening despite herself. You're hopeless. But before either could say more, she froze. Wait, she whispered. Samson looked up, following her gaze. A few meters ahead lay the body of a beast, shriveled, gray, and dried like parchment. Its flesh was sunken, bones visible beneath its thin skin. What the hell happened to it? Hale muttered, kneeling beside the corpse. There wasn't a drop of blood anywhere. Samson frowned, drained completely. They both stood, eyes scanning the forest. Then they noticed more of them, several dried carcasses scattered along the path, each one looking exactly the same. A faint trail of disturbed soil stretched deeper into the forest. Hale exchanged a glance with Samson. You thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, he said darkly, his voice low. Something's ahead, and it's not just the boss. Without another word, they followed the trail, the forest growing quieter with every step, like even nature was holding its breath. And somewhere deep inside the mountain, a crimson pulse echoed, steady, slow, like the heartbeat of a god awakening. Akhil's chest rose and fell in slow, controlled breaths. The blood bomb hovered above his palm, its surface rippling like a living heart. Each pulse sent tiny red shockwave shivering through the cave walls. Dust rained from the ceiling. Even the air felt tight, as if the cave itself was afraid to breathe. Across from him, the bonehound scraped its claws against the stone. Its eyes darted from Akhil to the swelling sphere of blood. That primal fear hadn't faded. If anything, it had grown sharper. The creature's instincts were screaming at it to flee, but its legs trembled, refusing to obey. Akhil took one step forward. The bomb throbbed violently, reacting to his movement. The pressure made his skin prickle, but he held firm. His fingers tightened around the invisible tether, holding the sphere together. For a moment, He wondered if he could even contain this thing for much longer. Maybe he shouldn't even try. "Let's end this," he muttered. The bonehound lunged. Its claws blurred, cutting through the air with enough force to carve through steel. But Akhil didn't retreat. He didn't flinch. He simply drew his arm back like someone preparing to throw a heavy stone. The bomb vibrated in his palm, eager, hungry. Akhil exhaled once, steadying himself. "Catch!" He flung the blood bomb with everything he had. The sphere tore through the air with a deep, thunderous rush, like a giant wave collapsing all at once. Blood mist trailed behind it in a swirling vortex. The bonehound's eyes widened as the attack closed the distance in a blink. It tried to dodge. Too slow. The blood bomb slammed into its chest. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Chapter 50. Fear Among the Humans. Boom. The silence shattered as the explosion tore through the cave. The condensed ball of blood slammed straight into the bonehound, the violent burst of energy ripping through its body like a saw of pure force. A piercing shrill echoed across the cavern walls. The beast writhed, trying desperately to fight back, to block the attack, but there was simply no stopping it. Flesh tore apart in chunks, scattering across the stone floor. What remained of the creature was nothing more than a splattered mess staining the spot where it once stood. Gradually, the cave quieted again. Akhil dropped onto his backside, breathing hard. "That was rough," he muttered between ragged breaths. His eyes drifted to what was left of the beast, broken pieces of flesh, trails of blood, the smoky aftermath of destruction. For a moment, something dangerous stirred inside him. He felt it rising again, that clawing hunger. His urge for blood had grown sharper than before. Just seeing the spilled blood made his fingers twitch. He lifted a hand toward the floor. Blood absorption. The blood quivered, then rose like thin mist. It drifted toward him, wrapping around his arms before seeping into his skin. Akhil's body warmed instantly. His veins pulsed. Energy, raw and potent, rushed through him. It felt good. Too good. Blood essence has been absorbed from high-level beast. Blood essence, plus 2,000. No matter how many times I do this, the feeling never gets old, Akhil thought. Hopefully I don't get addicted to this. He pushed himself up, dusting off his clothes. His entire body was drenched in dark, dry blood. Even now, he could feel a dull ache in his chest where the beast had slashed him. The wound was slowly healing, but not fast enough for his liking. "I'm definitely changing clothes after this," he grumbled, wiping a smear of blood from his arm. He glanced deeper into the cave. Darkness stretched on. With a quiet exhale, he started forward again. Meanwhile, in the orc camp, the humans and orcs were finally fighting in sync. They hadn't planned it that way at first. Some of the humans tried being clever, cutting corners, avoiding the heavy hits, but Jay was far more cunning. His methods, which the others reluctantly copied, forced everyone to take real risks and stop hiding behind shallow teamwork. Because of that, the beast horde had thinned drastically. Losses were kept to a minimum. Their formation held. And the number of beasts able to push through had dropped. 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 50 seconds. Just a few more hours until the horde time window closed. Their grit had kept them alive so far, but tension still simmered between both sides. The humans barely respected the orcs. They barked orders, acted superior, even though it was painfully clear they couldn't handle the beasts on their own. And the orcs? They swallowed their irritation, but not well. Frustration tightened their jaws. Their eyes flashed with resentment they tried to hide. "I just hope things don't escalate," Arya thought, deflecting a lunging beast with her blade. "We just have to get through this. Then we can deal with the rest later." Swish. Before the beast could even recover, Nibwa's axe cut through its neck like a hot blade through butter. Splat. "You've been doing great," Nibwa said with an easy smile. "I can tell you're exhausted. Thought I'd help you out a bit." While Nibwa still had his gaze on her, another beast lunged straight at him from behind. Arya moved before she even thought about it. Her blade flashed. A thin streak of light cut through the air. Splat! The beast fell in two clean halves. She shot Nibwa a sharp look. Coming from someone who can't even protect himself? Sounds a bit too rich. Nibwa's face fell immediately, lips pulling into a pout. You could have just said thank you. It's not that difficult, he muttered, sounding tired. Arya let out a small chuckle. Ah, you wish. Arf. A scream ripped through the camp. An orc writhed on the ground, half his skin burnt black. Smoke curled off him like hot metal cooling. The shout drew everyone's attention, including the human standing right in front of him. You blocked my way, the man scoffed, voice dripping with disdain. If you hadn't stepped in front, it wouldn't have hit you. Not a shred of concern crossed his face. He didn't even look guilty. I was holding back the beast, the orc growled, pushing himself up despite the burns. You could have attacked without hitting me. You did it on purpose. He was too angry to hold back. His fist flew. Crack! His punch smashed into the man's jaw, knocking a tooth clean out. The human snapped back, fury burning in his eyes. Flames roared to life in his palms. You dare, he shouted, hurling a blazing fireball straight at the orc. But just as the flames left his hand, a larger wave of fire crashed into it. Both blasts sizzled mid-air, canceling each other out in a crackling burst of sparks. A shadow loomed over the flame mage. Ryan stood before him, towering and broad, his gaze hot enough to scorch stone. He'd just returned from killing the bull beast deep in the forest, and unfortunately for the mage, he'd seen everything. You've got real guts, Ryan said, voice low, almost calm. You injure him, then try to attack him again. Player reacts. Mutant level 4. A level 4 orc? The flame mage's eyes widened. Of course, Ryan's flames completely swallowed his. But it wasn't just the strength. There was something else, an oppressive energy rolling off the 7.5-foot giant. It made the mage's knees weak. He could barely breathe, let alone think. There was no winning this. No bullying his way out. The power imbalance was obvious. He stumbled back, raising his trembling hands toward the injured orc as if that would protect him. You can't touch me. He attacked me first. I saw everything, Ryan said, taking another heavy step forward. The mage shrank with each step, backing away like a cornered rat. Shit, I am screwed. I thought no one saw me. He cursed internally. He had checked earlier. Arya and Nibwa were the strongest in camp. If they weren't looking his way, he assumed he was safe. He didn't count on Ryan. Ryan had taken his fight deep into the forest, so the mage had completely overlooked him. And now, he stood face to face with a living nightmare. But that didn't change the fact that he was here now. I'm screwed. There's no way he's letting me off the hook. Cold sweat slid down the mage's face as he scrambled for anything to say that might save him. But just then, the human in charge strolled toward them with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. His cloak dragged lightly behind him, and he pushed his brown hair back as he stopped in front of Ryan. What exactly do you mean by that? He asked, voice smooth. No one saw this orc getting attacked. What we did see was him striking one of ours. His actions, he gestured lazily toward the flame mage, are justifiable. And unfortunately, we have no proof that the orc's little story is true. That's a lie, the orc snapped. He knew what he was doing. He aimed right at me. The leader shifted his gaze to the flame mage. Did you? Feeling protected, the mage straightened and forced a smug grin. I didn't do anything wrong. He got in the way when I attacked the beast, that's all. He rubbed his bruised jaw as if to emphasize his innocence. The leader sighed dramatically. We've supported you orcs since we got here, but if this is how you repay us, we really can't allow it. If the human forces were left alone, the beast horde would have torn through them long ago. Arya stepped forward, her tone cool. The leader's eyes sharpened, venom dripping into his glare. I could say the same for your kind. More humans filtered in behind him, over 50 at least, forming a wall opposite the orcs. The air between both sides grew thick, ready to snap. Then suddenly, a crushing pressure slammed onto the humans. What is this? the leader thought, his palms turning clammy. Every head turned toward Ryan, the source of the overwhelming force. "Did you," Ryan said slowly, "or did you not attack the orc?" That pressure shifted and locked directly onto the flame mage. His face drained white, and then hot liquid streamed down his pants as his knees buckled. "I did," he screamed. "I did. Please forgive me." He couldn't withstand Ryan's presence for even a breath longer. Ryan turned back to the human leader, gaze heavy. "Now we have proof. So tell me, what should we do about this?" The pressure still lingered, thick and suffocating. For the first time since they'd arrived, fear spread through the human ranks. Chapter 51. Roots. Pow! Pow! The pufflings shrieked in resistance, wings flapping wildly, but it didn't matter. Not against Akhil. He already knew their cute face trick, and honestly, he was way past falling for it. He didn't even give them the chance to transform into their real, monstrous shapes. He was already on them, slashing, cutting, tearing through the tiny fiends without hesitation. Ruthless. Efficient. And he didn't stop, not even for a breath. A few minutes later, the path was quiet again. A heap of dried, shriveled bodies marked where the pufflings once stood. You have absorbed various low-level essence. Blood essence, plus 300. "This has been a mess," Akhil muttered, stepping over the pile as he moved forward. 2 tunnels opened ahead of him, both stretching deeper into the dungeon. He studied them for a moment. Which one should I take? An idea struck him. He shifted into heat vision and scanned the tunnels. At the far end of the left one, heat signatures. Lots of them, packed together, unmoving, waiting. Their numbers alone made his skin prickle. The next horde, a cold shiver crept down his spine. Part of him wanted to go there immediately. More beasts meant more blood essence, and that strange rush he felt whenever essence flowed into him. Yeah, it was becoming addictive. And the power he gained? That part was real. It would make facing the boss so much easier. But exhaustion was already settling deep in his bones. He couldn't recover stamina mid-fight, no matter how much essence he absorbed. More battles now meant hitting the boss half dead. Fighting the boss like that was basically suicide. If I want a real chance, I'll handle them later. I need to save my strength. He turned right without hesitation. His footsteps echoed softly through the rocky path. The cave was dark, but with heat vision, that barely mattered. Faint light filtered through from somewhere ahead. Good. He was close to the end of the tunnel. He had no idea that another group had entered the trail behind him. At the entrance, Hale supported Samson with one arm as she stepped into the darkness. "Are you sure this is the right way?" she asked, her voice low as she tested her footing. "Can you just shut the fuck up already?" Samson barked. "We're literally following dead bodies." Hale didn't answer. Samson exhaled sharply, then suddenly felt his balance tilt. Before he could even register it, he was already hitting the ground. "Why? Sorry," he yelped, scrambling. Hale didn't look back. She just kept walking deeper into the cave, leaving him to pick himself up. "That's only if you actually listen to orders, you know?" Samson muttered, his brows twitching. Hale still didn't respond. Grinding his teeth, Samson pushed himself up from the ground, wobbling a little. "At least wait for me," he shouted, limping after her. Hale didn't slow down. Her instincts were prickling harder with every step, especially as more dead beasts came into view. Then something clicked. "Hold on. If we're heading toward the base, shouldn't we be seeing more beasts? Not fewer, and definitely not dead ones." She looked back, her eyes landing on the struggling Samson. "You know, I'm only in this condition because I saved both our asses. You could treat me a little nicer," Samson complained as he finally caught up. "Yeah, nobody asked you to do that," Hale replied with a casual shrug. Samson felt the words hit him like a jolt of lightning. "It's not like we didn't have a plan," Hale continued. "You ran straight into danger on your own." Samson opened his mouth, and nothing came out. He just stared. Hale scanned the area around them once more before turning back to him. "Shouldn't we be seeing more beasts instead of corpses?" Samson crouched slightly, eyeing one of the dried-up bodies. "Yeah, true. He said there'd be more beasts near the boss room. But after that giant spider, we haven't seen any alive ones. Everything's already dead, Samson thought, unease creeping onto his face. Don't you think someone else might be in here with us? Hale said quietly. It's the only thing that makes sense. She looked forward again, eyes narrowing. I doubt it, Samson said. These beasts didn't die recently. Look, they're dried out. No blood at all. No blood. Samson frowned. A certain memory flickered in his mind. There's no way. He wouldn't know about this too. He scoffed at himself, but an uneasy, uncomfortable weight settled in his chest. Akhil hadn't been at the orc camp, and Samson really didn't want to believe that the cocky kid had walked up the mountain alone. Let's just keep going, Samson said, brushing the thought aside. Dead beasts are good news for us. Less work, if you say so, Hale replied, stepping deeper into the tunnel. Their silhouettes slowly sank into the darkness. Thanks to the lack of any living enemies, they made quick progress. Samson also seemed to have recovered a bit from the backlash of going above his mutant level, which made things even more smoother. Before long, they reached another split, two massive tunnels stretching even deeper into the dungeon. They stopped at the fork. So, which path do we take? Hale asked, staring into the twin maws of stone ahead of them. I think we should go left, Samson said calmly. Hale looked at the two passages for a short moment. All right then, let's use left, she said calmly. With that, the two started moving through the left tunnel. For a while, the only sound was their footsteps. The air felt oddly still, like the whole place was holding its breath. Samson glanced around. You feel that? Feel what? Hale didn't look at him. The air, it's too quiet. Maybe the tunnel's dead. That's not comforting. She didn't respond, just kept walking as the walls widened around them. Before long, dried corpses began to appear again. More than before, piled carelessly along the path. Some had thin reddish roots wrapped through their limbs, like something had threaded them there and sucked them dry. Hale crouched beside one. These weren't killed by beasts. Samson didn't want to know more, so he stepped around it. As they went deeper, the ceiling rose. Thick roots hung from above like veins, pulsing faintly. They crawled across the walls, disappearing into cracks and reappearing farther down. Samson swallowed. Okay, now I'm uncomfortable. Hale followed the direction the majority of the roots flowed toward. All of them seemed to lead deeper into the darkness. Eventually, the tunnel opened into a massive cavern. Both of them froze. On the other side of the tunnel, Akhil moved deeper, each step echoing softly against the narrowing walls. The air grew warmer the farther he went, carrying a metallic scent that clung to the back of his throat. In this part of the cave, surprisingly, he didn't encounter even one beast, but strangely enough, he found dried bodies appearing along the path, slumped, curled, or half buried beneath dust. I guess I was right, he thought, calmly glancing at the beast. He didn't stop to study them. Fatigue pressed on his shoulders, and the lingering pull of blood essence kept nibbling at the edges of his thoughts. Maybe I should have gone to the other side. Gathering some blood essence before facing the boss isn't a bad idea. He ran his hand through his hair as he walked ahead. He felt like he had just missed out on a good opportunity to gather blood essence. But that didn't matter anymore. He kept his pace steady, eyes scanning every shift in shadow. The ground sloped downward. The air thickened. And slowly, the faint glow ahead sharpened into a steady green light. Akhil stepped forward, and the tunnel opened wide. The cavern waited on the other side, huge, silent, and washed in that eerie green radiance. Roots dangled from the ceiling. The air pulsed faintly. Something alive echoed in the stone. Akhil exhaled once and crossed the threshold. Just as he entered the cavern, his eyes widened in awe as he stared at the sight before him. Talk about height, Akhil thought, as the lithe shadow of the beast loomed over him. He had prepared to face the boss head-on, but upon seeing the beast, he couldn't help but feel fear instead. Before this mighty beast, Akhil could only hold his breath. Fighting the boss was definitely not going to be as easy as he had thought it to be. Akhil's grip tightened on his blade. Before him stood the boss of the beast, a massive. Chapter 52, Drastic Turn. Samson and Hale enter the cavern. The cavern stretched wider than anything they'd seen yet. And lying across the floor, spread out in clusters, piles, and rows, were beasts. Hundreds, maybe more, all unmoving, all breathing faintly. The very sight sent chills running down their spine. Every one of them had roots sunk into their bodies like needles, draining them slowly. The faint pulse of those roots filled the cavern with a slow, steady rhythm. Samson whispered, "Are they alive?" "Baredi, hale murmuret." "But who cares? This is a good chance to get some rewards from the system," Hale said, taking out her blade. "You're suddenly sounding more confident than I am." "I think I should be worried," Samson said, following behind her. "You really should," Hale replied with a poker face, walking forward calmly. They stepped in. Every footfall felt too loud. They moved from one beast to the next, killing them as quietly as possible. Hale was fast and careful. Samson did his best to keep up. After several minutes, Hale stopped suddenly. "All these roots, they lead somewhere," she whispered. Samson followed her gaze toward the far back of the cavern. There was no body there, no creature waiting, but the roots were thickest in that direction, clustered into a tangled mass that seemed to stretch into the stone itself. The air around that place felt heavier, almost aware. "That's strange." They both paused, staring at the thick roots. "We'll have to know where they're coming from later," Hale said, before shifting her attention back to the beasts. They kept working, one beast, then another, slow, steady progress, until Samson slipped. He stepped on a root, lost balance, and his blade swung sideways. Slice! Splat! Green viscous liquid seeped out from the slashed root like blood, sizzling into the ground like acid. The sound wasn't loud, but the effect was instant. The root he cut curled violently, as though shocked. A tremor rolled through the ground, subtle at first, then stronger. Hale spun toward him. "Samson, what did you just cut?" He stared at the snapped root. I didn't mean to." The cavern shifted. Not the beasts. The roots. All at once, they pulsed sharply. Once. Twice. Faster and faster. The air thickened. Hale grabbed Samson's arm. "Don't move." A deep vibration spread through the cavern floor, traveling from the back wall to where they stood. It wasn't footsteps. The tangled mass of roots at the far end tightened, then loosened. Not like limbs, but like some kind of mind stretching itself after a long sleep. Samson felt it brush against him, cold, curious, hungry. "Hale." His voice cracked. "Stay quiet." But it was too late. The roots across the cavern began to retract from the beasts. Slowly, deliberately, as if the consciousness that controlled them had finally realized intruders were here. A low tremor rattled the cavern again. One beast twitched. Another shifted. Muscles tensed across the cavern floor as the drained horde started coming back to life. Slowly at first, then all at once, the entire nest rippling with movement. Samson took a step back. "Hale, they're waking up." "I know." The presence in the roots expanded again, focusing on them like a cold spotlight searching the dark. The whole cavern held its breath. Then, the first beast stirred fully. Then the next. Then dozens more. The roots had released them, and the consciousness behind them was now completely awake. The starved beasts stared at the two before them, mouths watering from starvation and hunger, eyes red with anger. Hale whispered, "Samson, run." As Akhil stood before the beast, it was just like he had seen in the game. To his surprise, though, not only was it fully mimicked like that of the game, it looked in fact twice the actual height of the main boss in the game. However, with just one glance at the stats, he was able to confirm his suspicion. Gubivo Lex, Beast Titan. Mutant level 2. I thought as much. The numbers of the beast are only fewer because the boss is weaker. Akhil felt a wave of relief in his chest. Coming to the boss cave at just level 35 would have been a death wish, since the boss was supposedly meant to be the highest level for the basic beast. But thanks to the system again, the task wouldn't be as difficult as it was in the game. It gave Akhil the leverage he needed to end the scenario faster. If he had let it drag out for much longer, he had no idea what the next horde would look like. The Vivo Lex was indeed a terrifying tree monster from a game, and it wasn't given the title of Titan for no reason. It had the power to control beasts, drain their nutrients to grow stronger, and birth more of its children. Akhil glanced toward the purple fruits hanging on top of its branches. They looked like succulent, beautiful fruits with what looked like small flaps on the side. If Akhil didn't know better, he might have mistaken them for one of the pufflings. The cute pufflings they had seen earlier apparently came from the tree monster and helped it capture more monsters that it could corrupt and add to its army. The beast would go out to eat and return to feed their nutrients to the tree. If a beast became too weak, it would be completely killed off. The tree also created generals to guide the beast horde to gather food and bring it back to it. But in the game, only during the 5th horde did the generals come into play, because there were a lot of beasts to gather nutrients for, and it only brought the generals when the humans were becoming more resilient to their forces. But seeing the generals from the onset could mean two things. There was a shortage of beasts, or the Vivo needed more nutrients due to being weaker than the original in the game. Now just to defeat the beast to end this all, Akhil thought, gripping his blade tightly. I have to avoid the roots. Touching one of those would instantly alert the beast, Akhil thought as he walked into the cavern with caution. The ground was covered with roots, with little to no space between them. Enough to fit his legs, but not enough to allow free movement. All right, the next leg, he thought, fitting his leg into a tight space between two curled roots. With measured steps, Akhil walked closer and closer to the trunk. Just a little bit closer, Akhil thought, as he suddenly slipped against a small rock. Shit, he thought as he quickly tried to balance himself. Standing on one foot, his arms spread wide apart, he finally managed to stabilize. Phew, that was close, Akhil thought, letting off a sigh of relief. Boom! There's too many of them, shit. Samson's voice cut through the air as he landed onto the root-filled ground. You fucking bastards! Akhil roared in annoyance. Just then, the entire earth shook as the roots came to life. Now what was meant to be an easy mission had just taken a drastic turn. Chapter 53. Do or Die affair. The orc stood facing the humans, the tension thick between the two groups. The leader of the humans felt a tinge of fear standing face to face with Ryan, but that fear was masked behind arrogance as he stood with determination. Trust me, you wouldn't want to cause any trouble for yourselves. The leader paused, as though searching for the right words to speak. Intimidating one of our own just to make him admit to a crime he didn't commit. That's rather shameless of the orcs. You better apologize this instant, the man said with a demanding voice, meeting Ryan's gaze. Ryan gave a slight smirk as he looked at the human mage. We can call it a truce, but Ryan paused, his tone dropping an octave. The intense pressure coming from him became more threatening. This will be the last time I'll hold back. His voice switched back to a casual tone as he turned to the beasts that were now making their way to the camp. I believe we all have more problems to deal with than these little scuffles, he said calmly as he left the group. That guy's a threat. Just how strong is he? I'll have to inform Lady Hale and Sir Samson about him after this, the man thought, his gaze lingering on the retreating Ryan. As he shifted his gaze away from Ryan, his gaze matched with that of Arya. You better listen to him. Even I'm not sure I'll be able to save you if you piss him off. I might even join in, Arya said with a smirk. The human leader scoffed at her words and turned to the man behind him. The scenario is almost over. Let's finish up with these beasts and get out of here before these orc genes infect me. Without any words, the human forces dispersed. Nebwa stood by Arya's side, a smirk on his face as well. Ryan really did a great job back there, he complimented. For real. He killed it. Jay chipped in from Nebwa's side. Yeah, at least now they know how strong he is. They'll definitely not try anything stupid for now. It's good to keep a bully around sometimes. Arya couldn't hold back her smile. Yeah, coming from a bully. It's not like we were lacking one before, Neebwa said, but as his gaze met Arya's cold blue eyes, he flinched. Who might you be speaking about? Arya asked with a calm voice, her hands firmly gripping the hilt of her blade. Neebwa cleaned off the invisible sweat rolling down his face. It's Jay. He bullies me a lot. Huh? Neebwa laughed awkwardly, turning to his side for Jay's support, but the young orc had already disappeared. Huh? Neebwa turned to his side, his eyes wide with surprise. Cold sweat dropped down his forehead as he turned back to Arya. Arya rolled her eyes, leaving the burly orc. We'll talk after this. Perhaps I might just know the bully you're talking about, she said calmly. Neebwa's words got caught in his throat. There's no escaping this, he thought with a sore expression as he turned back to the battlefield. Dildabome. Just when he was a few meters away from the tree, the wall towards the left of the cave was smashed open and 2 people came flying in. You fucking bastards. Akhil cursed out loud as he quickly avoided the large root that swung at him. From the moment the 2 fell into the field, all the roots came to life in an instant, moving around like serpents. Swish. The roots moved so fast that Akhil was only able to dodge by a hair's breadth. And while he was still midair, 3 more roots darted straight for him with their sticky edges. Swish. Swish. Shit, this is fast as hell, Akhil thought, trying his best to find balance midair. With great difficulty, he found footing mid-air, landing onto one of the roots. He turned his gaze to the 2 who had entered the dungeon. He quickly recognized Samson. As for the other lady, he didn't know her. But just seeing Samson was enough to sour his mood. If there's one thing I hate, it's when people constantly disturb the flow of my game. Anger flashed in his eyes as he stared at the 2. He was this close to accomplishing what he had come for, and the 2 just blasted out of thin air to spoil everything for him. He didn't like it one bit. But then again, it seemed they had also brought extra for him. Following behind Samson and Hale was a horde of several beasts. The horde had also stepped onto the sea of roots, and the Vivo knew no comrade. In the face of threat, the blind tree didn't care. It killed everything that was within its range. All the beasts met a terrible in the moment they stepped onto the roots. Some managed to escape, while the rest were ripped apart by the large roots of the tree. The root held the beasts from both ends with its large vines and shredded them like paper. In an instant, the once eerily quiet cavern had turned into utter chaos. Shrieks from beasts could be heard all around. The earth turned red from drinking blood. But the tree didn't stop. The roots shot out in all directions in a frenzy. Whatever they touched, they destroyed instantly. Some curled around the beasts, shooting sharp spikes through their bodies. Squish. The spikes sank into their flesh, piercing through and leaving only orifices filled with blood. One of the roots held Samson by the leg firmly, and 2 more quickly darted straight at him. What the fuck is this? He roared as he let out a wave of lightning around him. The currents zapped through the vines and roots, causing them to go immobile. He gritted his teeth, keeping the current around him. Hale sent out a wave of flames that covered the earth where she stood, burning the roots instantly. Akhil, using his airwalk, stood mid-air as he watched the chaos below. He turned his gaze towards the tree. I have to end this by getting to the core and destroying it, Akhil thought as he glanced toward the center of the tree. A gaping hole could be seen within its trunk. However, several roots were hanging above the branches. Touching one of them would instantly alert the beast. They just had to make things worse, Akhil thought angrily. He took a deep breath. At least it can't get any worse than this, Akhil thought as he rummaged through his mind for an idea to get to the core. I don't think this will work out anymore. I might just hang around and try again when the beast isn't on high alert, Akhil thought. Just then, the roots quickly climbed up the walls of the entire cavern, blocking all the paths of the caves. All entrances had been blocked with sharp, spiky vines. The beast didn't look like it had plans of letting anyone leave the place alive. Now, it was a do-or-die affair. One side would either leave with what they came for, or die. Chapter 54, Fighting the Boss. Thwack. Akhil's jaw tensed as he sliced through another thick root. The beast titan was relentless, showing no sign of letting any of them leave the cavern alive. Roots shot out like bullets, one after another, and the group was slowly being overwhelmed. But thanks to his air walk, Akhil kept a safe distance, only needing to engage the roots that sensed him upon direct contact. This relative safety, however, came at a steep price. He could feel his energy rapidly leaching away just to stay airborne, and dodging the massive branches that swiped at him was becoming more difficult. He was running on fumes. Samson and Hale, on the other hand, didn't seem to be doing so well. But the two were relentless in their attacks. Not because they wanted to, but because they knew what would happen the moment they stopped. Samson created a field of electricity around him, completely nulling any of the roots that made their way towards him. Hale, on the other hand, created a small fiery furnace around her. The roots were burnt to crisps the moment they came towards her. Her methods were the most ruthless, and perhaps also why she had the full attention of the beast as more and more roots made their way towards her. Soon, too, the pufflings fell from the branches, their small pitch-black, puffy eyes opening up. They looked like demonic angels as they all moved in Hale's direction, as though sensing their mother's troubles. While Akhil had much less to deal with, he wasn't particularly safe either. He could feel his energy leaching away the more he stayed up in the air. Keeping the airwalk ability active was obviously draining. And not only that, avoiding the branches the moment they noticed him wasn't easy either. This crazy monster sealed us here with it. Now I have to find an opening to cut through to the center and destroy the core. Even while being a level 2 mutant, the strength of the beast titan wasn't to be underestimated. Samson, I think this is the boss, Hale said as she sent out another wave of hot flames. The fiery flames burned through the roots. Yeah, isn't that painfully obvious? Samson gritted his teeth. Among the three, he was having the hardest time. Still recovering from the backlash of his abilities, he now still had to deal with the beast's outrage. There's no way to get close to that thing at all. We've been stuck here since the start. The freaking thing can't even move. Samson's angry voice echoed through the entire cavern. Akhil turned to the two, glancing towards the body of the dead beast that was on the ground. Akhil took a deep breath. If I work with them, maybe I'll be able to figure out something. His thoughts were interrupted as several large roots curled up together before darting straight for him. Damn! Akhil cursed, dodging narrowly as the spike grazed past his skin. I can't keep up like this. Akhil quickly moved towards the ground. He moved in a direction where the bodies of all the dead beasts were much more concentrated. It was also very close to where Hale was. Who the heck are you? She asked, looking at him. The question had been on her mind ever since seeing him in the cavern. While she had been suspicious that someone was also in the cavern with them, she still couldn't hide her surprise when she saw Akhil. Strangely enough, this person had the green skin of the orcs. But there was something oddly different about him, something that didn't make him out to be an orc. He neither had their distinct pointed ears, nor did he have their large canines that stuck out from their mouth. His color was also much lighter than the rest, with enchanting red eyes that seemed to stare deep into her soul. For a moment, Hale was lost in those eyes that she had even forgotten about the deadly roots that were coming for her. My identity isn't important at the moment. I believe what's more important are these killed roots, Akhil said calmly, his gaze fixed ahead. Hale quickly returned her gaze back to the roots, sending out another storm of flames. I can tell you're not as exhausted as the two of us. So can I ask a favor from you? Akhil asked calmly, staring at her. Why would I want to help you? Because if you don't, you will die, and him too. And you won't. Hale shot back with a smirk, refusing to be baited. She couldn't waste precious energy on a stranger's whim. Nah, I'm not dying here. Akhil bluffed, his voice cold. I can fly. The beast will focus all its energy on you too. Once you're gone, I'll get a free pass. It was a calculated lie. Everything he said was the truth, but he didn't tell her how he didn't have much energy left to even do as he said. Hale frowned upon hearing what he said. So what's your plan? I need a distraction. The beast has its focus on you already, but I need you to cause a little more havoc. I'll use that to attack the beast. I know its weak point, so all you have to do is to clear the middle for me, Akhil said calmly. His gaze fixed ahead. Hale looked at the straight path leading to the beast. That was a task she could accomplish. Taking a deep breath, with no questions asked, a powerful wave of energy burst forth from her, and with her two hands placed in front of her, a powerful flame vortex converged. You better make sure this is worth it, Hale yelled as she hurled the flame vortex ahead. The vortex tore through the cavern, scorching everything in its path. The thrashing roots turned to molten slag, and a sizzling shriek filled the air as a clear path was momentarily carved open. Seizing the opportunity, Akhil quickly got into his action. He raised his hands towards the dead beast. A thick mist of blood curled towards him. Large blood essence absorbed from low-level beasts. Blood essence, plus 5,000. 3,000 blood essence used. The system's notification didn't even register in his eyes. All he could think of was the mission before him. The mission he had to complete. To kill the beast. To win. The misty red cloud came out from his body, forming into a thick red sword. The sword pulsed with power. The raw energy could be felt within the blade. Without wasting any second, Akhil darted forward. He sprinted towards the tree from the clear track Hale had made for him. His gaze fixed at the center of the tree trunk, where the bright core was embedded, pulsing with vibrant energy. With the powerful momentum, he leapt into the air. His blade pointed head first toward the core. If I destroy the core, then it'll all be over, Akhil thought, his eyes shining with determination as he came down with brute force. He aimed the blade toward the opening in the trunk, where the bright core glowed brightly. The blood sword pulsed in his grip, energy rippling outward. The core of the beast was just right there before him. Border, unprotected. Arf, he roared, coming down with the blade, full force. But just as he was about to drive the blade into the core, he saw something in sight before him, made his body freeze, his grip on the blade slipping. Chapter 55, A Beast Once Human. Swish. Splat. Nebwa charged into the horde of beasts madly, swinging his large axe and leaving howls, blood, and limbs in his wake. The battle between the humans and orcs versus the beasts was reaching its climax. With barely an hour left for everything to come to an end, right now, no one took a rest. It was blood and carnage in every direction. Sweat dropped from their faces, but with the blazing sun as their witness, these orcs remained resilient. No one needed to speak. No one needed any words of hope. They all understood this was the final line. Knowing that everything would soon end, giving up now wasn't an option. They were fatigued, yes. They were tired, yes. But they knew one thing. They had to survive. They had to win at all cost. Chiweek. A beast screamed in agony as Jay ran his crude spear through its chest. Quelch. The creature showed no resistance as the spear tore cleanly through its body. Matching its weight, Jay ruthlessly dragged the spear back out of the now lifeless beast. Bodies piled up, and their blood washed over the earth, staining it red. Arya quickly scanned the battlefield. She could see some orcs slowing down. The exhaustion was reaching its peak. Splat. If you're tired, fall back, she roared right after slashing another beast down. Some of the orcs, stunned by the order, glanced at her in confusion. The numbers have reduced. Those of us still able to fight can handle it. We can't afford to lose anyone now, Arya added sharply. Understanding flickered in their eyes. Her words were true. The beast's numbers had dwindled greatly, and it didn't look like more were coming since the scenario was almost over. Victory was already at their doorstep. The exhausted orcs finally turned back toward the settlement. As they returned, they saw the other orcs watching them with admiration and gratitude. Those eyes refilled the weary warriors with confidence and pride. They had fought, and they came back valiant. Shouts echoed through the settlement as they marched in. You. Then don't mind if I join them as well, Jay said as he moved to follow, but Arya's cold voice sliced through his intentions. Jay, you don't look tired to me. I'm just kidding. Look, there's a beast over there. That's what I wanted to deal with. Jay replied with a wry smile before rushing toward the beast, muttering to himself as he went. There are just a few more left. We should be done with them in no time, Ryan said, letting out an exhausted sigh. Well, it's a good thing we managed to last this long. Get out of the way. Arya was just about to focus back on the fight when a voice rang from the settlement. She turned and saw some humans making their way inside. Thankfully, the orcs didn't attack them outright and only allowed them to enter. Those humans sure are like looking for trouble, Ryan muttered, catching sight of the scene as well. Yeah, I just hope Akhil comes back quickly. I believe he'll best know how to handle this. The quarrel between the humans and the orcs in front of the settlement didn't seem to stop. Can you hold back the beast, so I'll go and know what's going on there? Yeah, sure. With his permission, she quickly left to go and know what started the quarrel. 15 minutes. 15 minutes left. Akhil, you better not let anything happen to you. There's no way I'm handling this camp alone, Arya thought as she neared the camp. Meanwhile, Akhil and the others were still trapped within the cavern. The entire space was dimly lit, with the old ancient branches covering up every escape route. The only bright source of light was at the core of the tree, shining brightly at its center. With the pathway hail made with her flames, Akhil finally found the opening he was looking for. He swiftly created a blood sword from the blood of the dead beast. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward, building momentum as he raced toward the core. He slashed the blade in the air, sending out a powerful bloody arc that cut through the roots hanging on the branches like hairs. With nothing left to block him, Akhil jumped with all his might. If I destroy the core, then it'll all be over, Akhil thought, his eyes shining with determination as he came down with brute force. He aimed the blade toward the opening in the trunk, where the bright core glowed faintly. The blood sword pulsed in his grip, energy rippling outward. But just as he was about to strike, his pupils tightened. The blade faltered. In an instant, it was as though all the energy he built up was taken away as he saw the sight before him. Previously, he couldn't see it before, but after getting so close to the glowing orb, he could see it. It wasn't just the core that was at the center of the trunk. The glowing orb illuminated the space so brightly that he was unable to see the figure. Yes, a figure, and it wasn't a beast. It was a human, a young lady, a breathtaking beauty, skin pale as snow, long hair spilling over her shoulders. Clothless, suspended as though submerged in some liquid inside the trunk. But that wasn't what stopped him. It was the horror behind the sight. She wasn't trapped in the tree. She was the tree. Her arms had already transformed into thick roots, merging into the trunk. And her legs, while hidden, needed no explanation. This wasn't what he had seen in the game. And this was a brutal reminder of what they had all been ignoring all along. Akhil felt all his muscles die out instantly. While he stood frozen in shock, the roots he had slashed regrew at an alarming speed. While he was still mid-air and still lost in his thoughts, unable to dodge, the roots swept at him brutally. Bang! It smashed him into the wall, the impact rattling his bones as roots coiled around him, their sharp spikes sinking into his body. Yet even through the pain, the truth echoed louder than anything else. The beasts, they were once humans as well. Chapter 56, The Truth. You bastard. What was that? You just ruined everything. Samson roared, the shout scraping out of his throat before it collapsed into a violent cough. His chest tightened again. His muscles throbbed. Every breath felt like dragging air through burning wires. The frustration only made Akhil's failed attempt sting harder. Great, just great, he thought bitterly, pushing out another surge of electricity that crackled through the cavern. He couldn't shake the irritation. If Akhil had destroyed the crystal when he had the chance, Samson wouldn't be stuck fighting this gigantic nightmare of a beast right now. He didn't even understand what Akhil had been thinking. It had all been laid out for him. Hale's attack, the opening in the roots, the clear path. Everything. And yet, the idiot froze. Samson spat out another breath. Well, at least he'll die for it, he told himself, watching Akhil pinned against the wall of writhing roots. It wasn't kind, but honestly, Samson felt relieved. If someone had to pay for that mistake, better it be Akhil. Meanwhile, Akhil wasn't even focused on the vines digging into him, or his hardening ability trying its best to keep the roots from tearing straight into his skin. His mind was frozen somewhere else entirely, still stuck on the thing he had seen behind the bright core. That faint outline. That curled silhouette. The girl inside the tree. It didn't make sense to him at first. Humans have been transformed into all kinds of things when the transmission happened, and beasts were twisted by it too. But seeing her, seeing the way she was trapped inside the pulsing crystal, almost like she was asleep inside a prison of living wood. His stomach twisted painfully. He had killed so many beasts, telling himself they were threats, telling himself it was survival. But right now, looking at her, he couldn't hide from the thought creeping in. What makes me any different from the humans who try to wipe out the orcs? The question stuck there, thick in his mind. They weren't monsters by choice. The system forced them into roles. It molded them, used them, threw them into predetermined paths. Just like the girl trapped in the tree. And the worst part? She had no control, no awareness, no chance to escape the life she'd been twisted into. Akhil felt the breath leave his chest. He wasn't sure what hurt more, the roots tightening or the realization itself. Across the cavern, Hale shoved aside a smoldering chunk of root and glared toward the tangled mess imprisoning him. "Hey, you idiot! Do you know what you just wasted?" she shouted, her voice raw with exhaustion. A good portion of her essence was burned away, creating that one perfect opportunity. She wasn't the yelling type, but right now, she couldn't hold it in. She expected at least something from him. A strike, a scratch, a crack in the core. But instead, Akhil just froze like a scared child. She scoffed under her breath. And now the idiot wants to die first? After acting like he could fly above all of us? For a moment, no one spoke. The cavern echoed only with the beasts growling and the sharp zap of Samson's electricity dancing across the roots. Hale, for all her anger, wasn't stupid. Annoyed? Yes. Blinded by it? Not exactly. She'd seen the way Akhil halted that strike. The momentum he built. Akhil didn't stop for nothing. Even she wasn't sure she could have blocked that attack if he'd followed through. And even if the roots had reached him mid-strike, he would have dealt serious damage first. She was certain of that. So the question hit her. Why did he stop? Had they missed something? Hey, idiot. Hale yellet. If you want to die, at least tell us why you stopped. Don't be useless even in death. Her voice finally cut through the chaos and reached Akhil. He took a slow breath, trying to clear his head. Only then did he realize how bad it was. Roots had wrapped around him from every direction. They clung to him like a living armor, coiling, tightening, trying to crush him into paste. Since they couldn't pierce his skin, they'd chosen the next best method. But whatever he'd seen, Akhil wasn't ready to die. 500 blood essence used. A crimson dagger formed in his grip. With one ruthless sweep, he sliced through the roots, binding him. Before more could latch on, he used air walk to lift himself out of reach, hovering above the writhing mass. Have you gone mute? Hale snapped, dragging his attention back. Akhil met her gaze, brows drawn. This is a mess. If we want to survive, we have to kill her and destroy the core. But are you trying to get us killed? Samson roared, sweat pouring down his face as he sent out another wave of currents. This time, the current barely slowed the roots. They pushed through ruthlessly, darting toward him. Akhil exhaled and shifted his gaze to Hale. The monster is still human, he said quietly. I can't kill her. Hale froze. The words settled into her chest, heavy, uncomfortable. It made sense, more sense than she wanted it to. It was a truth they'd been dodging since the beginning. And now it complicated everything. Who cares if it's human? Samson shouted. It's either we kill that thing, or it kills us. This is a game. His desperation wasn't subtle. His strength was fading fast. Unlike Hale, he had no space in his heart for mercy. But Hale didn't deny what he said. "He's not wrong," she muttered, grinding her teeth as she unleashed another burst of flames. The exhaustion showed in her face now. Her flames weren't burning as fiercely as before. More roots were slipping past them. A thick root shot from the side and smashed into Samson. Swish! Boom! Before he could even stand, several roots surged toward him and pinned him down. "This is your fault," Samson spat, glaring daggers at Akhil. "If I get out of this, I'll kill you myself." Akhil didn't acknowledge him. His mind was still wrestling with the decision tearing him apart. "What should I do?" "You're a good person," Hale said suddenly. Her voice was strained, but steady. "The fact that you're even considering this. Honestly, it's a miracle. I wouldn't have thought twice." She tore another root off her arm, wincing. Her flames were weakening. The roots were starting to overwhelm her. "I'll tell you this," she continued. "It's inhuman to be completely good or completely bad. We're all just shades of gray. I envy your kindness," she said with slight guilt in her voice. "But right now, our fate is with you. I don't have the strength to get close enough to do anything. But you—" A root slammed into her mid-sentence, throwing her across the battlefield. Boom! "Damn it," Hale hissed as she staggered upright. Akhil looked at her, then at Samson, then finally back at the beast's core. The reality settled over him like a weight. The decision was his. Whether they lived or died, it all rested on him. But while the tension was building, only one question remained on Akhil's mind. "If I kill her, what does that make me?" Chapter 57. Second Horde ended. Arya was just about to go find out what was the cause of the scuffle. Just then, a loud trumpet sound resounded in their ears. And following it was the familiar system's resonant voice. "Booyah! The Second Horde has ended." For a moment, the battlefield just stopped. The orcs stood frozen, like they couldn't quite trust what they were seeing. Then one of them let out a sharp, guttural cheer. Relief, plain and loud. That single roar cracked everything open. In seconds, the whole field erupted. Orcs dropped their weapons, not to surrender, but because their bodies finally let go. They clapped each other on the back, lifted blood-smeared fists to the sky. Some even sank to their knees with these huge, disbelieving smiles. Watching the wave of joy spread through them, Arya felt her own lips pull into a small smile. Not loud or wild like theirs, just a quiet little breath that we made it. Just then, she heard the crunch of boots behind her. Ryan walked up to stand beside her. His own expression was one of tired satisfaction as he surveyed the aftermath. "I guess we're done for now." "Yeah," Arya agreed. "At least this horde is dealt with." Her gaze drifted from the celebrating orcs, past the carnage of the battlefield, and settled on the jagged silhouette of the distant mountains. The victory here felt incomplete. "Hopefully," she murmured, more to herself than to him. "Nothing has happened to him. I just hope he completes his mission, too." Ryan followed her gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared at the mountains. He might be naive and too kind for his own good, which is a dangerous trait in a place like this. He paused, reflecting for a moment. But he's also one of the most resilient people I've ever met. I'm certain he'll be fine. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a loud shout from the middle of the field. Finally, Nibor roared, catching their attention and that of several nearby orcs. He was standing amidst a pile of puffling corpses, his entire body trembling with delayed onset fatigue. He raised his heavy arms victoriously, a massive, foolish grin splitting his dirty face. "Now, I can finally rest," he gasped. With his last ounce of strength gone, he simply let his weight take over. His legs, which had been locked stiff for hours, suddenly wobbled like weak old tofu. "Wait!" Jay, who was nearby, suddenly shouted, his eyes wide with panic. He had just noticed a puffling Nibwa was about to use as a cushion was lying on its stomach, and one of its long, needle-sharp back spikes was pointing directly at the sky. But it was far, far too late. Nibwa was already in free fall. He landed with a soft thud, followed immediately by a much sharper, wetter squelch. For one perfect, silent moment, Nibua just froze, his eyes wide and unblinking as his brain tried to process the new, incredibly sharp and very personal sensation. Then, he jolted up as if struck by lightning, his body moving faster than it had during the entire horde. All traces of exhaustion were instantly vaporized, replaced by pure, unadulterated panic. "OUCH!" he screamed, the high-pitched shriek echoing across the field, cutting through the other orcs' cheers. He scrambled wildly, flailing as he tried to get the sharp spike out of his backside. Jay rushed over, grimacing as he tried to help pull the puffling's spike free from Nibua's predicament. Watching the scene unfold from the relative safety of the sidelines, Arya buried her face in her palm. "What an idiot." "Well," Ryan said with a low chuckle, "that's what makes him Nibua. Stop wasting our time and let us in already." Arya turned back to the settlement. It seemed the quarrel continued just soon after the notification from the system. "What's going on here?" Arya asked calmly as she walked towards the group. "We simply want to rest within your settlement, but it seems you orcs have no courtesy at all, even after we helped you," the leader said brazenly. Arya frowned. The humans, since their arrival, were constantly getting into scuffles with the orcs, so it was no surprise that they were also the cause of the current problem. Their superiority complex was becoming more and more annoying with every passing second. And slowly, even Arya was getting fed up with their nonsense. She could tell that it was also because of their behavior that the orcs didn't want to accept them into the settlement. And aside from that, something else bothered her. "Why don't you just head back to your settlement?" Since they were already done with the scenario, there was no point in them waiting in the orc settlement. They could easily return back to their base. No one wanted them there. "Well, we're waiting for our boss, so we'll have to stay somewhere." His words were followed by a cold snort. Arya stared at the man, several thoughts running through her mind. "How's that our business? Go back. We don't want you here." One of the orcs roared in annoyance. While they hadn't joined the others in the fight, they had all clearly seen what the humans were doing. And the anger they felt now was a collective one. And it wasn't just because of that alone. After the long months of oppression from the humans, many orcs didn't want to interact with them at all. Thanks to Akhil's intervention, they could now face the humans without fear. And showing hospitality to these people who had oppressed them wasn't something any of them were prepared to do. "You orcs are really growing arrogant. I knew we shouldn't have helped you at all. Shut the fuck up. Stop making it sound like we needed your help. It's not like you did much anyway. You bastards. The quarrel continued once again, and while neither side had taken major actions, the tension was slowly building up. Although she could tell that the human leader was only scared of Ryan at the moment and didn't really care about the others. Akhil still has plans of working with them. We just have to try to accommodate them for the time being. Hopefully, things will only get better after this. After a long thought, Arya finally let out a sigh. "Calm down, everyone," she said calmly. But their raging voices drowned hers out, and the quarrel continued. No one even paid her any attention. "I said you should calm down." Arya threw a sharp glare at the orc who was speaking, and sensing her stare, his words immediately sank back into his throat, goosebumps covering his skin. Immediately after he kept quiet, the human as well turned his gaze back to Arya. "You can stay with us until whoever you're waiting for arrives. Lady Rioe." The orc was silenced by another deadly gaze that sent goosebumps crawling down his skin. With a displeased grunt, he shut his mouth and listened as she spoke. "After that, you'll have to leave. As you can see, the people here aren't comfortable with you guys. But take this as a thank you for supporting us through the scenario," Arya said with a stern voice. "You should be glad we're even making use of this shithole you call a settlement," the human said, shoulders raised high as he stepped inside. The orcs who had been blocking the way reluctantly cleared a path for them, allowing them to enter the settlement. "Just try not to cause any trouble for us," Arya muttered to herself, watching the back of the humans as they entered the settlement. Chapter 58, an orphan story bonus chapter. Its only purpose is to help give y'all a better understanding of the MC and his personality. In essence, it could feel more like a slice of life chapter. If you aren't fine with that, you can skip to the next chapter. The sun seeped in through the curtains, spreading its warmth through the room. Kids could be seen playing around with different toys, bright smiles on their faces. A young boy, round black hair, a pale body, and sunken eyes quickly walked into the room with a few bars of chocolate in his hands. He stopped at the corner of the room, crossing his legs as he sat down to eat his chocolate. But suddenly, a large shadow covered him. He raised his head up to see the source of the obstruction, and he could see 3 kids surrounding him. In the center of the group was a tall boy. While he still looked malnourished like the rest of the kids, he gave off a more intimidating aura. "Akhil, give us the chocolates," the boy demanded, looking at the younger one condescendingly. Akhil shuffled his feet against the ground, pushing back slightly and blocking the bars of chocolate with his body in a protective stance. "No, it's mine. I haven't eaten all day. Miss Kate gave them to me. If you want yours, you can go meet her," he said, unwilling to give out his chocolate bars. The bigger boy frowned deeply at his remarks. Without any permission, he grabbed one of the chocolate bars and ruthlessly yanked it out of the young boy's grip. "Didn't you hear what Miss Kate said about sharing?" he retorted as he looked at the chocolate bar in his hands with satisfaction. "I don't want to share with you. Give me back my chocolates." Akhil roared in retaliation as he stood to take back his chocolate. Despite the large difference in height, he didn't let his fear get the better of him as he dragged the chocolates with the boy. Thanks to the commotion, all the other kids stopped playing and turned to the two staring at them. Just then, a loud voice echoed from behind. "Jace, what are you doing?" Hearing the voice, the boy stiffened, letting go of the chocolate bar. Thud! With a low thud, Akhil fell on his butt, his eyes lit up as he stared at the chocolate bar that was now in his possession again. He quickly stood up and ran towards a young lady, hugging her legs. Kate stared down at the young boy, ruffling his hair, before turning her attention back to Jace. "You'll be punished for this. Since when did bullying become a norm here?" she yelled at the 3 boys who instinctively shivered at the sound of her voice. Soon after cautioning them, she turned her focus fully on Akhil. He had already downed a few bars of chocolate, the smears of chocolate all over his mouth. Seeing his innocent little face, she chuckled. "Come here, my boy," she said, carrying him off his feet. But she soon noticed the angry look in his eyes as he stared at Jace and his friends who had tried to bully him. "I'll never share anything with him again," Akhil declared, but his words were followed by a sharp wince as Kate pinched his nose. "You should always be kind regardless of how people treat you. There will always be a reward for kindness. Perhaps, who knows, someday, a good family will take you out of here," the young miss said with a warm smile. The boy looked back at her with his round black eyes, and a large smile cut across his face. "All right, Miss Kate, I'll do my best to be a good and kind boy." "We'll be taking the boy with us," a man said with a large smile on his face. "Me?" Akhil asked, with a look mixed with confusion and surprise. "Yes, you," the man replied as he held Akhil by the hand. A bright smile formed on his face as he looked at Kate. She winked at him, and he ran his hand through his hair happily, a bright smile on his face. "All right, sir. We'll arrange the documents now," Kate said with a warm smile as she brought out the legal files for the child. Right after the 2 parties were done signing the documents, Akhil followed the man as he walked out of the orphanage door, with 2 heavy guards behind him. They stopped in front of a sleek black limousine, and one of the guards quickly went to open the door, allowing the man to enter inside. "Come here, boy," the man said as he raised Akhil, carrying him over his shoulders. Akhil's eyes remained on Kate as he entered the car. He felt a tinge of sadness as he looked at her, but she gave him a reassuring smile, mouthing her usual phrase in the air, "I'm always here whenever you need me." He waved his hands at her as the guard shut the door. His heart heavy with worry. "Is this a good thing?" he suddenly asked. The middle-aged looking man placed him on the chair and turned to him. "Well, that's a question you'll answer for yourself. If you don't like it at the end, you can return here. I'm not going to force you." Hearing the man's blunt reply, Akhil quietly nodded his head and kept quiet through the ride. Meanwhile, back at the orphanage, news of Akhil's adoption spread like a storm. Did you hear? Akhil was taken by a really rich family. Yeah, I heard the man was a minister. Damn, he's so lucky. But honestly, he truly deserves it. He gave me his chocolates so many times whenever I told him I was hungry. He's really kind. A girl said, her cheeks tinted red as she dug her face in her chest. The others nodded in agreement. Soon, Akhil saw himself standing before a grand mansion, and seeing the sight, he quickly remembered Kate, and a smile cut across his face. I'll always remain kind, he thought, smiling sheepishly, squeezing his hands tightly in a quiet promise. Slowly, Akhil opened his eyes, and the memories faded. That was a silly promise he had kept as a kid. Growing up taught him how rough keeping such a promise was. But even throughout that time, nothing had ever quested his morality like the scene he was facing at the moment. He was caught between the crossroads, and the decision was a really hard one. The beasts he had killed, so far, all had beastly appearances. Telling them apart from an actual beast wasn't even possible. But this was a different case altogether. And he wasn't sure of himself at all. Chapter 59. Time to eat bonus chapter. The air felt heavy with tension. Akhil never thought to find himself in such a situation. But then again, he didn't have time to keep thinking. With both Hale and Samson trapped within the walls of roots, he was the only one left. Samson struggled to let loose from the strong roots, but all his efforts were futile. As he opened his mouth again to vent on Akhil, a root quickly wrapped around his mouth, firmly holding him in place. Hale had also lost her footing and was now tangled within the roots, her flames barely causing any harm to the roots anymore. Akhil looked at the two. I should help them and find a way out of here. That was the next plan he had in mind. Leaving was the best option he could come up with at the moment. The beast doesn't know I'm still here yet, so it should calm down in a few minutes. Just then, all the roots started moving again. Moving, flailing around like battle ropes. Or not. The beast was using its reckless tantrums as a medium to check if anyone was still in the cavern. The cavern walls trembled as the roots lashed out in all corners in a ferocious search. Akhil gritted his teeth as he tried avoiding the attacks. Why does she have to make things difficult? Why does she want to make sure we're all dead? Akhil thought as he braced himself. Dodging was impossible since the roots moved in random motion. I can cut them to avoid being hit, but no matter how I do it, it'll still get to know where I am. He desperately tried to avoid all the roots, but it was terribly difficult, and before he knew it, a large root came from the side, smashing into him with powerful force. Boom! Akhil was blown off into the corner, the wind currents slapping against his skin as he waltzed through the air. I can't touch the wall. He gritted his teeth as he quickly tried to maintain his balance midair. With much difficulty, he managed to pause midair, holding his weight, but the roots all turned in his direction. Akhil held the blood dagger tightly in his hands, and it extended, taking the shape of a thin, long blade. Warning: host body is suffering from severe exhaustion. Blood essence reserves will now be used for sustenance. 10 blood essence. Akhil's face grew even paler as the blood left him, but he kept his gaze fixed on the roots. The tall, large roots hovered in the air, waiting like tall, ancient serpents. In unison, they all darted straight at him. He flew round the cavern, the roots ruthlessly smashing into the wall in a desperate chase. While trying to avoid the flurry of attacks, Akhil's thoughts were in turmoil, his eyes still fixed on the core. With all the roots chasing after him, it was wide open. One powerful attack could possibly bring everything to an end. But the image of the young lady persisted in his mind. What to do? What to do? He thought, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Suddenly, the light from the core dulled a bit before regaining its brightness. Just then, a notification appeared on his screen. The second horde has ended. Seeing the notification, Akhil momentarily thought back to the orc camp. But he was too occupied to ponder on that for long. However, even with his caution, that slight moment of distraction was enough. One of the roots along the walls of the cavern wrapped around his legs, momentarily slowing him down. Shit, Akhil cursed as he tugged his legs with force to let it loose from the roots. Just then, a larger root slammed straight into him. Boom! Akhil was slammed straight to the ground, the sheer impact causing the earth around him to form a small crater. The large root came smashing down again, ready to pound him into the earth. Akhil quickly rolled out of the way, letting the root slam straight into the ground. The earth trembled under the powerful force. This shouldn't get any worse than it already is. Give me a break. Akhil quickly found his balance, and, with a loud roar, he slashed the root that was coming for him. Splat! The green viscous liquid leaked out, pouring to the ground. Akhil quickly flew up again, keeping a safe distance close to the ceiling of the cavern. His breath ragged as he stared down, pain rippling through every part of his body. He stared at the core again and noticed the light had gone dimmer. For a moment, he also caught the features of the young girl. Her teeth were tightly clenched, her body had grown visibly paler, and she was shaking slightly within the trunk. Tears leaked from her eyes as she lay there trapped within her own mutated body. It didn't take Akhil any time to notice what was wrong. The scenario has ended. The beast should come back with nutrients that she can feed from, but most of them are dead, and those two destroyed her plantation, he thought, shifting his gaze to Hale and Samson. She needs energy, or she'll die if she continues to fight. While Akhil was in his thoughts, the roots started moving, more violent than before, thrashing around, almost as though in response to her discomfort. A root around the ceiling grazed his head, and immediately all the roots started moving in that direction. Akhil's attention was caught by the muffled scream from the side. He turned to Hale, who was trapped within the roots. He could see a large root moving towards both Hale and Samson. These roots weren't like the others. They seemed to have large openings within them, and looking closely, he could see some jelly-like substances within them. It's trying to use them as food. Akhil frowned at the sight. He stopped abruptly. 200 blood essence used. A swirling red mist gathered by Akhil's sides, facing the two roots that were heading for Samson and Hale. The swirling mist solidified, forming a bloody red bullet. Without a second thought, Akhil let the bullet loose. It rapidly slit through the air, driving straight through the roots. Green liquid spilled out in all directions, and the roots thrashed around as though trying to express the pain. Hale's muffled scream reached him again, and Akhil turned to her. Their eyes locked. He quickly sensed the danger, but it was too late. Just then, Akhil felt a root wrap around both legs, and two others gripped both of his arms tightly. Chapter 60, Running on Noodles. The roots held Akhil immobilized. Let go of me. He struggled fiercely, but his efforts were futile. The root's grip was unbreakable. A mouth like root, identical to the one he had tried to destroy with blood bullets, shot toward him at a rapid pace. It latched on his head like a large suction tube, the impact muffled and sickening. He felt the soft, viscous, jelly-like innards as the root entirely swallowed his head. His vision became fuzzy, and his muscles weakened instantly. His eyes slammed shut, and no amount of effort could pry them open. It felt as though a large, cold tape had been pressed down on his eyelids. Slowly, he could barely feel his body at all. His mind began to drift. At that same moment, Hale and Samson were facing the exact same fate. I can't hold on for much longer. Akhil fought desperately to keep his consciousness intact. Inside the root, a feeling of nausea washed over Akhil as a wave of hot, fetid air hit his face. That sickening heat, mixed with the quivering, jelly sensation, made it feel as though he was slowly being lulled into a terrifying sleep. I can't give in. He kept repeating the words in his mind, constantly trying to quell the growing urge to sleep. But it grew stronger. Just as his mind slipped, a faint voice cut through the haze. A small, almost inaudible voice echoed within his mind. Help! The voice was calm, yet he could feel the weight of the pain behind the plea, like a muffled tear from a dying person. Who is this? Akhil felt an ache in his chest hearing the voice. Help him. Me stop the pain. The voice turned broken, slowly fading away. The girl. It has to be her, Akhil thought, gritting his teeth. Her mutation was incomplete. She must be suffering like the orcs who were suffering from the plague. He could clearly understand why she was in pain. After looking into it much more, he realized that the less human one was, the harder it was for the mutation to succeed, which would eventually lead to a failure. Considering the form she had taken as the Beast Titan, Akhil could only imagine how much pain she had to be in. And not only that, but even with that pain, as a Titan, she still had to go on with the task that she was left with. Akhil tightened his fist. I'll help you, he thought sadly, anger filling him up from within. 1,000 blood essence used. Red mist curled up in the air, slowly taking form. A circular blood blade formed above him and swept down, severing the mouth like a root. A tremor could be felt through the entire cavern as the root flayed around aggressively. But the blood blade wasn't done. Swish. 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 Making a quick turnaround mid-air, it went back in, slashing at the 4 massive roots that held him in place. With a dull thud, Akhil fell to the ground, immediately yanking the thick mouth root that was still latched onto his head. His sharp crimson gaze fixed on the lathe Beast Titan. All the roots stood tall in opposition, their tips pointed at him like spears, bristling with cold anger. But I'm afraid there's only one way to help you. Akhil took a deep breath as he broke into a sprint. The roots lunged at him simultaneously. Boom! 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 The roots followed right behind him, shattering the earth in their wake. Akhil was faster, his gaze locked onto the brightly glowing core. He scanned the walls for Hale and Samson and quickly spotted the two. Their bodies had already gone limp. A strange root now burrowed into the back of each head. I guess I'm the only one who can get the job done. Akhil gritted his teeth, forcing himself to ignore the throbbing pain in his muscles. How do I get to the core, though? I can't sustain airwalk for much longer. My energy is draining rapidly. Blood essence. 200. My blood essence has plummeted, too. So much for all the blood I gathered, he thought with a bitter sigh. He was quick on his feet, but his speed was steadily declining, and the roots were closing in. His thoughts in a whirlwind as he thought of any way to get close to the core. Wait, that might work? An idea suddenly snapped in his mind. With a sharp cut, Akhil raced directly toward one of the charging roots. The large root came whipping through the air with massive force. But as soon as he got close enough, Akhil leaped, using the root as a makeshift platform. Shit, this is unsteady as hell. Can't you just stay still? Akhil cursed in his mind as the root began to writhe like a giant noodle, trying to shake him off. With him standing atop one, all the other roots instantly pinpointed his location and began making their way toward him at lightning speed. Akhil balanced himself on the wriggling root, relying on a combination of airwalk bursts and the large root's body for leverage. As the roots darted straight for him, he narrowly dodged each one. The sharp air currents whipped against his face as the attacks swept past. He jumped from root to root, a furious, serpentine chase unfurling as they all pursued him in a desperate attempt to bring him down. But Akhil didn't stop. He kept circling round and round, atop the furious, serpentine roots. It was like a dizzying, high-stakes game of chase on a plate of whipping noodles. Akhil felt every one of his muscles screaming, but he pushed on desperately. In his weakened state, stopping would be an instant kill. He was certain he couldn't withstand a single hit from the large roots now. But even as he wanted to keep going, it seemed his body had finally reached its limit. The root he was standing on began to writhe more violently than before, flinging Akhil high into the air. As he tried to step onto the air again, he didn't feel the new, solid sensation of airwalk he had grown accustomed to. Instead, he felt a crushing reminder that he had clocked his limit. He lost his balance completely, and the cold breeze slapped his body as he fell ruthlessly and fast toward the ground. Shit! Ouch! Akhil groaned, hitting the earth hard on his side. As he rolled over, he saw the large root hurtling straight for him, descending like a hammer of judgment. Chapter 61. Real Blood. The large root carried a powerful current of wind, screaming as it plummeted. Terror momentarily eclipsed everything else in Akhil's mind as the root descended. He had always been close to death, but he was never more certain of it than he was now. Just as impact seemed inevitable, the root paused, suddenly rigid and unable to move further. Akhil tilted his head, seeing the Gordian knot the roots had managed to tie themselves into during the chase. It worked. Akhil breathed, letting out a heavy sigh of relief as he fell onto his back. He lay there, gasping, desperately trying to catch his breath. He hadn't felt this depth of relief since the apocalypse of a game started. Among all the near-death experiences he'd ever had after the wolf, this was the second time he had entered a situation with absolutely no planned escape. If the root had hit him, he was certain he'd be flattened into meat paste. Skin hardening wasn't active, his airwalk ability was depleted, and to make matters worse, he was in the weakest state possible. Even the simple act of moving felt like a monumental chore. His plan had been his only lifeline. Akhil rested on the cold ground, letting the sensation seep into his aching skin. He felt as though he had pulled a double shift of manual labor. All his muscles were screaming, and his legs felt as though they might buckle at any moment. His eyes were foggy, and his head heavy. For this brief moment, he didn't care about the noise from the struggling roots, nor did he care about the crystal. All he wanted was to recover from the sheer physical and mental strain he had endured. After a few minutes of rest, Akhil let out a sigh. "I don't think I have much time." Akhil glanced to the side. He could already see the massive roots beginning to untangle. Pulling himself off the ground, he used his hands for support before slowly pushing up onto his feet. He fixed his gaze back onto the ancient behemoth tree. With slow, deliberate steps, he began to walk toward the trunk. A fine mist of crimson blood swirled around his hand, coalescing into a short, sharp dagger. Some of the smaller roots instantly converged on him as he approached the tree, but they stood no chance. With one clean, sweeping motion, Akhil sliced them off. More and more converged toward him with a desperate, frantic need to stop him, but none could breach his defense. Akhil mercilessly carved his way through every single one until he finally reached the glowing core. He peered into the hole and saw the young girl. This time, being so close, he could observe her features clearly, her pale white skin and her broken lips. At first glance, she looked to be in a peaceful sleep, but her sunken eyes, shivering lips, and the silent tears leaking from her eyes told a story of profound agony. Even now, standing directly in front of her, dagger in hand, Akhil just couldn't bring himself to hurt the little girl. He could see her suffering. She was already in so much pain, and he didn't want to add to it. While he was still deliberating, the roots had almost finished untangling. But Akhil was lost, staring at the beautiful girl. If not for her condition, he was certain she would have been a peerless beauty. As so much pain. The girl winced, her lips quivering. She was still trapped in the horrific nightmare her incomplete transformation had left her in. Akhil slowly placed his hand on her face, his expression one of profound pity. Behind him, the roots were finally free, towering and ready to strike. They moved straight at him with desperate velocity. He was already too close, and they knew it. Akhil let out a quiet, resigned breath. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "From now on, you won't feel any pain again." He drove the dagger straight into the soft region of her chest, simultaneously pulling her into a tight, comforting embrace, as if to absorb her final anguish. The massive roots, terribly close and closing in, froze instantly. A deafening silence swallowed the entire cavern. For a moment, the entire world seemed to go still. Following the silence was a loud rumble, and instantly, everything began to fall apart. All the roots collapsed to the ground, drying up and shriveling almost instantly. Samson and Hale were dropped unceremoniously. The mouth-like roots convulsed once before going slack. Akhil felt the entire behemoth tree melt and dissolve beneath him. The silence returned, cold and absolute. All that was left were the two of them in the center of the devastated cavern floor. Akhil let out a deep sigh and gently laid the girl down. To his surprise, her eyelids fluttered slightly. "She's alive," he thought, watching her. Slowly, she opened her eyes, revealing enchanting bright green orbs. She turned her head toward Akhil, and a small, genuine smile formed across her face. Akhil stared at the young girl, stunned. Thank you. And now I won't feel pain again, and I can't hurt." Oh, her labored breath hitched, slowly fading, and the small flicker of life left in her was gone. Her eyes remained open, staring peacefully at Akhil. A single, hot tear tracked down Akhil's cheek as he looked at the girl. "I didn't even know her," he muttered, tightening his fist until his knuckles were white. Just then, a loud, triumphant trumpet sound went off. Booyah! The Southern Coast has cleared the second scenario. Major contributor, Player Nexus. Support, Player Hale, Player Samson. The notification appeared to everyone. Then, directly in front of him, another notification popped up. "You have done the impossible. The gods have recognized you. Here are you." Akhil didn't bother reading the rest of the notification. He fixed his gaze on the young girl. Anger, cold and sharp, boiled within him. To the others, he had won a massive feat and cleared the scenario. But for Akhil, this was a dreadful message and a brutal reminder. The game had only just begun, and his enemies weren't side characters or simple monsters. They were actual people. Winning this time had meant killing. And not just any killing, this was real blood. End of first volume.